At Arizona State University, we're bringing world-class education from our globally acclaimed faculty to you. Ranked #1 in innovation for 10 consecutive years and #2 among public universities for employability, ASU isn't just ahead of the curve, it's creating new paths to success. Earn your degree from the nation's most innovative university. Online, that's a degree better. Explore more than 300 undergraduate, graduate, and certificate programs at asuonline.asu.edu.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A warmer from the low. Welcome to lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the Decent Family and Podcast, and we've got an absolutely excellent podcast for you guys. We are going to be getting you guys picks and analysis on every single one of these college basketball games on what is an absolutely rambunctious Saturday as we hit some bank shots. No time for a recap, no time for a guest interview or anything like that, because we've got well over 120 games on the college basketball betting board, so we're going to waste as little time as humanly possible. You're getting this with a very limited interruption. We're only going to have 2 commercial breaks for what is going to be well north of a 4-hour podcast, so we're going to do everything humanly possible to keep things all nice, neat, clean, and easy for you and just make you guys some money on this Saturday. Hopefully, a little bit of fun along the way. And if you do have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, you do have one of 2 ways to be able to fire those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at GNet_81. Keep in mind, letters ZM. The me does not matter. As per usual, please do send these into the timeline. Other ways, find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. And then from there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review. For those that enjoy this podcast, probably going to be going a little bit faster on these breakdowns today, because when you've got, well, north of 100 games to break down, do have to cut things a little bit shorter with regards to some of these deep dives. That said, going to try to get you guys as complete of analysis on every single one of these games, everything from the big-time ranked matchups all the way down to the SWAC and MEAC games. So we're going to do everything humanly possible there, but probably going to go a little bit faster, and we are going to be going in Las Vegas rotation order. This means that in the back half of the show with the extra games, these are going to be the games that are going to be covered out there in the America East, the Big South, the Southland, the SWAC, the MEAC, the Patriot League, if I've not already said it. I think I said the Northeast Conference, but Northeast Conference is also there. Any games that are involving Chicago State, and I don't think Chicago State is involved on this Saturday, but if they are, they're going to be at the bottom as well, and I believe that I have covered them all. Everything else is going to be at the top, and that's pretty much going to be in time order, and it is in Las Vegas rotation order. That's the way that this all works. So let's waste no more time. Get you guys picks and analysis on all well north of 125 games for today as we hit some bank shots.
Most financial establishments close at a certain time, but not here. It is time for a side and total on every game on today's betting board bank shots.
This starts with 601, 602 on the betting board. Tennessee is going to be on the road facing off against Georgia, and UGA finds themselves as home underdogs of between 7 and 7.5 points. Total on this game is 144, and I did set my total 141.5. I'm going to be looking at the under. It's a Tennessee team that does rank in the top 20 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Had a little bit of a rough go of it in the second half against Mississippi State, but still, this is a team that's doing a relatively solid job hunkering down on defense. I will say for Tennessee, they are giving up right around about 17.2 points more per 100 possessions in a roadside-neutral court environment rather than at home, and they are facing off against a Georgia team that has been able to get hot. They were able to knock off Arkansas in their last game, but that said, this is an Arkansas team that has fallen on tough times, and for this Georgia team, they themselves have been able to do a relatively solid job hunkering down on defense. This is a team that has now given up 72 points or fewer in pretty much all but one of their games ever since really the middle of November. So I've been very impressed by what they've been able to do. So this is a spot where I look at the under, but I do think that for Georgia, it's going to be a little bit tough for them down low. They've got Russell Chewa, a true 7-footer, is able to do a good job, give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. But this is a Tennessee team that by committee is doing a very good job down low. The Tennessee team is ranked once again in the top 30 in terms of overall rebound rate, as you've got so many guys like a Toby Awaka who's able to do a relatively solid job of being able to hit the glass. Been very impressed by the ball handling of this team, as well as Zakai Ziegler, up to about 5 assists and 2 turnovers per contest for a Tennessee team that all of a sudden they've got fewer issues with their offense, as they're shooting about 33.5% from 3, with Dalton Knecht giving you 16 points per contest. And for Georgia, they get a combined 25 points out of Noah Towson and Jabari Abdul-Rahim, who have been able to combine for about 40% three-point shooting. And overall, Georgia has been able to shoot 35% from three-point range. I've been impressed by the way that this team has been able to sort of mix and match out there in the backcourt, but I do think that having to go up against a Tennessee team that has been so down low, a team that is doing a really good job of not allowing anyone second chances, this is going to be a case where Georgia's just not going to have enough down low to be able to get it done. So here at the 7, it's a max I'm going to be willing to lay with Tennessee, but I am going to be willing to lay it with Tennessee. And with regards to the total, did set mine at a 141.5. So looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 7 with Tennessee. 603, 604 on the betting board. It is Seton. They throw their facing off against Butler. Butler does find themselves as a favorite of 4.5 points. Your total on this game is between 144.5 and 145.5. Set my line at 5. Don't want to be laying anything more than a 4.5, but I'm going to be willing to lay the 4.5. It's a Butler squad that has really been able to rise up with their offense, with Posh Alexander just getting the heck away from Andre Curbelo was one of the best things that could have happened for him, as he's been able to do a nice job being able to give this team 5+ assists per contest. He's really been able to just show what he was able to do over at St. John's a few seasons ago. He's never been really an amazing three-point shooter, but at the same time, he gets the ball in the hands of guys that are able to pop it from three-point range. You've got guys like a Pierre Brooks giving you about 16.5 points on 40% three-point shooting. You've been able to get a lot of good production out of DJ Davis along Jameel Telford. These two guys combined for about 27.5 points per contest. Davis shoots 40% from three-point range. And then down low, Andre Screen and company have been able to do just enough on glass. I do like what Seton Hall has been able to get out of Jaden Bediako. He's been able to give you about 7.5 to 8 rebounds per game, but really past that, you don't have a ton of rebounding. Elijah Hutchins-Everett has sort of been in and out of the fold for this team. And despite that, despite having really one main rebounder, Seton Hall is 44th in the country in terms of overall rebound rate, and a big reason why is the versatility that you've been able to get out of so many of these guards, as you've got Mr. Do-It-All and Kadari Richmond, 15.5 points, right around about 5 boards, 4.5 assists per contest, but it is a Seton Hall team that has just not been able to find it from three-point range. This team as collective shooting 32% from three-point range. Now, I will say Elamir Dawes, Alontre Davis, who started out the year very cold, they're now both shooting 35+% from three-point range. Both of these guys have been able to chip in their 11+ points per contest, so you do like what you're seeing there, though. Kadari Richmond, he's still shooting below 25% from three-point range, and this is a Butler team that has been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to keep teams to one and done. So they don't get a lot of second chances themselves, but also for Butler, they've done a nice job being able to cut off the three-point arc. A top 55 team with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Seton Hall, they're allowing opponents to shoot 39.4% from three-point range in a road/court environment. Now, you've got a Seton Hall team that's well outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, so I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a slower, little bit more of a grimy game, and I do think that Butler is going to give up a few threes of their own with the way that Seton Hall has been able to get a little bit warmer from three-point range. That said, I do think that you get enough possessions here for an under. Butler also giving up 14 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road, so semi-total 143, diving under. And with Butler, want to lay up to 4.5 with them, not a half a point more. 605, 606 on the betting board. Western Michigan plays those to Ohio. Ohio is a favorite of 3 points on the road. Total is 152, and I did set Western Michigan as an underdog of 2.5 points. Here at the 3, that is my buy point on them. Western Michigan looking like a little bit of a different team down low, and this is going to be a real tempo battle, as you've got an Ohio team that does rank in the top 100 in terms of total possessions per game, and when it comes to this Western Michigan team, they have been really trying to slow things down. They're looking to maximize what they're able to get down low, as you've been able to have Seth Hubbard really be that main guy in the backcourt, giving you 17 points per contest, shooting about 37% from 3, and it is a Western Michigan team that if you do have trepidation with them, they do shoot about 61% of the free throw line. That is a bottom 25 mark in all of college basketball, but things have really turned around for them ever since Javonte Brown has come into the fold. Javonte Brown, a true 7-footer, was one of those two-time transfers that was barred from being out there on the floor to begin the season, began his career at UConn and Texas A&M, and to be able to give this team a little bit over a block, 15 points, 5.5 boards. There's just nobody on Ohio that's going to be able to match up with that. Ohio has been able to have Elmore James give you about 6 boards per contest, but this is an Ohio team that, past him, you're really not getting anyone to give you north of 4.6 rebounds per game. In terms of rebound rate for Ohio, that ranks 215th in all of college basketball. It's not to say that Western Michigan is a world beater with this regard, but Western Michigan about 110th with that regard, and it's an Ohio team that has been very hit or miss from three-point range. Overall, they do shoot 34.7% from the outside, with having Sharif Miller, Jalen Hunter be able to combine for 27 points per contest, but these two guys are combined to shoot about 25% from three. They have been able to give you 7 assists, and it's an Ohio team that does a good job of being able to take care of the ball. Only about 10.2 turnovers per game, going up against a Western Michigan team that, call it what it is, this team has been getting completely cooked on defense. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 275th in all of college basketball. Ohio's really slipped up with their defense, though, as well as they are about 217th in all of college basketball. I just don't think that you get enough possessions for and over in this spot, though. I did set my total at a 150.5, as I do think that Western Michigan is going to be able to do a relatively solid job, be able to slow things down. This is an Ohio team that they've been able to do a relatively solid job with their offense as far as the season, but we have seen a few fumbles and a few hiccups along the way against Division I competition, 72 points or fewer in 4 out of their last 6 games. Meanwhile, it is a Western Michigan team that has actually gotten to at least 77 each out of their last 5 games, but has also been able to fortify themselves just a touch on defense a little bit as well. So I do think you get a little bit of a lower scoring affair, and with Western Michigan's size, I do think that they hold in there. Set my line at 2.5, so we'll take 3+ here with Western Michigan. Made my total 150.5, so diving under. So 607, 608 on the betting board. Wisconsin plays Northwestern, and Northwestern is an underdog of 7.5 to 8.5 points. So on this game is between 135.5 and 136.5. Did set my total 135.5. I'm going to be looking at the under. These are still a pair of teams that are two of the slowest that you're going to find in all of college basketball. Wisconsin outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game. Northwestern right in that fold as well. So you're not going to be seeing either of these teams just powering the ball up and down the floor. And for this Wisconsin team, they've now become a top 35 team in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they do a good job of being able to value the ball. That should disarm this Northwestern team just a little bit, a Northwestern bunch that they are really relying upon turnovers to be able to maximize what they're able to do, because this is a Northwestern team that they just don't have a lot down low. Brooks Beineiser is the only guy that really gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. As a result, Northwestern 251st in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. You've got a Wisconsin team at 33rd, as you got Stephen Krull, Tyler Wall, both of these guys combining for about 13 rebounds per contest. Now, Krull's been dealing with a little bit of injury, so certainly something that you do want to keep note of there. I know that he was questionable for the team's last game. He was able to get out there against Ohio State and still had 6 rebounds, so should be good to go in this one, but always want to be mindful of that. But with both of these teams, neither turns the ball over. Both of these teams in the top 25 nationally in terms of fewest turnovers on a per game and a per possession basis, and this is a Northwestern team that is shooting 37.7% from 3-point range, going up against a Wisconsin bunch that is 280th with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Boo Buie has been able to shoot about 35% from 3, 5 assists, 18 points per contest. You've been able to get Ty Berry, Ryan Langford going. Both of these guys have been able to chip in there, combined about 24 points, with Berry shooting 45.5% from 3-point range. And for Wisconsin, they're very hit or miss with their 3-point shooting as well. It's far better at home rather than on the road, but AJ Storr, who shot north of 40% from 3 at St. John's last season, teams outscored with 15 points per contest, only shooting 30% from 3. Meanwhile, John Blackwell, the freshman, is shooting more in that neighborhood, about 48% from 3. Blackwell should regress, Storr should progress, so I think that you're actually getting a relatively representative number there. And then you just need a little bit more out of Connor Essegian as well. He was so good for the team last season, but has been dealing with some back issues. Was able to score 12 points in 12 minutes in that game against Nebraska, but past that, we haven't seen a ton out of him. I do think that Northwestern going to be able to do a relatively okay job on the glass. Recognize that this Northwestern team has fallen on some tough times defensively, giving up 70+ in each of their last 3 games. This is a Wisconsin team that they've been a pretty steady Eddie team, as they have now given up 72 points or fewer in every one of their games. Really sans that Arizona game where they just got completely destroyed in each out of their last 10. So I fully expect that to be maintaining here. I did set my total at a 135.5 looking at the under, but I do think that Northwestern, with the way that they take care of the ball and hit threes, going to be able to hold in there. Set my line at 7.5, so take the points with Northwestern and the under 609, 610 on the betting board. Northeastern is going to be playing against Towson, and Towson is an underdog of 2 points with your total at 130. And with Towson, I did set them as a road 4-point favorite. I'm going to be taking them outright on the money line. Northeastern is right around 300th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for Towson, it's been touch and go for them all season long, but they come in winners out of their last 5 games and 4 of them, and this defense has really stepped up to the plate. For Towson, they have now given up 64 points or fewer in each of their last, I believe now, 5 games. So, they are really bearing down on teams. You've got a Northeastern team that, while they're getting cooked on defense, it's not like this offense has been anything amazing. 71 points or fewer in all 4 of their games ever since Christmas. They've been dealing with a little bit of an injury to Lucas Sakota. Sakota has been out of the fold for the last few games. Came back against Hofstra, had 19 points, so should be good to go there. But that said, this team has down low Chris Doherty. He's able to give you about 12.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. Going up against the Towson team that they're not necessarily amazing with regards to their backcourt, but they're starting to find a little bit more production. And I do think that this Towson team is going to be able to do a relatively solid job down low as well. As for Towson, you've got Charles Thompson. He's been able to do a very solid job, giving the team 8.5 rebounds per game, and he headlines a Towson team that is actually one of the best on the glass in all of college basketball. As a matter of fact, number 8 in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. And then for Towson, in terms of a road/neutral court environment, a top 10 team with regards to rebound rate as well. So this team travels. You've been able to get in that neighborhood about 11.5 points per contest out of Christian May. It has been Mayday, shooting about 35.5% from 3-point range. Now, Towson does turn the ball over about 13 times per contest, but Northeastern, they only generate about 6 steals per game as well. They've been dealing with Joe Pridgeon being in and out of the fold a little bit the last few years as well, and when he's been out there, he's been very inconsistent. It's a Northeastern team that's only shooting about 31% from 3-point range, and for everything that Towson does well with regards to their down-low defense, they are a little bit more prone from the perimeter, but still not bad, allowing opponents to shoot about 32% from 3-point range. Northeastern, meanwhile, they go up against a Towson team that isn't the greatest from 3-point range, but at the same time, they are allowing opponents to shoot about 34.5% from 3, including 36.6% from 3-point range at home. I do think that Towson going to be able to get the job done in this spot. Going to be willing to take them outright on the money line. And with this total, I did set mine at a 130 as well. I'm starting to see 129, 129.5 pop up. And if this continues to go lower, going to be looking at the overs. I do think that this is a game that we could see some late game falling in, and we should see a little bit of progression with regards to Northeastern, with regards to some of their outside shooting and regression with this Towson defense. So going to be taking a look at the over on anything less than 130, and Towson outright on the money line. 611, 612 on the betting board. Louisville is going to be playing us NC State. NC State is a 7 to an 8-point road favorite. Your total is between 145.5 and 147. Said NC State is a 9.5-point favorite. This line opened up at 6. Wholeheartedly agree with the movement. I'm going to be willing to lay with NC State. Congrats to Louisville on getting a nice win against Miami, as defense has been a little bit better recently, but that said, this is still a Louisville team that's outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This is an offense that has not been able to get to at least 70 points so far in their last 5 games, so I do think that we could see a little bit of higher scoring affair. Did set my total at a 147.5, so looking at the over, but with this NC State team, they're just so gosh darn efficient. Number 1 in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, with DJ Turn It Up Horn being able to give you 41.5% 3-point shooting, 14 points per contest. This is an NC State team that really doesn't have anyone other than Mohamed Diarra, who gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. He and DJ Turn It Up Burns both been able to give you about 4.5 to 5 rebounds per game, which means that if Louisville's going to be able to hang in this game, it's all on the shoulders of Brandon Hundley-Hetfield, who's been able to give you about 9 boards per contest. As NC State right around 203rd in the country with regards to overall rebound rate, but this is also a Louisville team that has struggled from 3-point range, shooting 31% from the outside. Mikey James has now been able to give you about 13.5 points per contest and is shooting about 40% from 3-point range, but for Louisville and what they do is so awfully with regards to their 3-point shooting offense, on defense they're not too bad. They are allowing opponents to shoot about 31.8% from 3-point range, so they've been able to do a relatively solid job with that regard. This is an NC State team that they themselves allow opponents to shoot about 29.5% from 3-point range at home, but more like 37% in a road/neutral court environment. You've been able to get some good production out of Sky Clark from a scoring perspective with about 14.5 points per contest, but this Louisville team just not the same as NC State in terms of taking care of the ball, about 12.7 turnovers per game. It is an NC State team that has been able to do a solid job defensively as well, as now they have given up 70 points or fewer in each out of their last 7 games, with the lone exception being their overtime game against Boston College. I'm pretty sure that they allowed 72 or less in regulation in that game as well. So I believe they've now given up 72 or less in regulation in each out of their last 9, but I do think that they're going to be able to get to a Louisville team that certainly has been giving up their fair share of points. They've given up 71 plus each out of their last 4 games, 77 plus in 3 of these contests. So I do think that NC State, with their overall just wiseliness and their ability to be able to take care of the ball, going to be able to win out in this spot. So I'm going to be taking a look at this NC State team, laying the number in with regards to Louisville and NC State. Did set my total at 147.5, so also looking at this total over 613, 614 on the betting board. Syracuse sits a road face-off against North Carolina. North Carolina is a 12.5 to a 13-point favorite. 153 to 154 is your total. Did set my line at an 11, so I'm going to be willing to take the points with Syracuse. It's an orange bunch that certainly has been a little bit hot and cold this season, going through the transition of no longer having Jim Boeheim. It's not easy, but Judemans is one of the better overall scorers that you're going to find in the ACC, supplying 18.5 points, 2.3 steals, 4 assists, shooting 37% from three-point range, and that has become quite a bit of a hallmark for the Syracuse team. They have been able to do a nice job of being able to generate turnovers, and they've also been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to guard the three-point arc as well. This is a team that now ranks in the top 100 with regards to three-point shooting defense, and how about this? North Carolina all of a sudden has been able to find some defense. I mean, I never thought I would see the day, but North Carolina really battened down the hatches on teams, giving up 65 points or fewer in their last few games. If you take a look nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this North Carolina team has weaseled their way into the top 50. So North Carolina doing a very good job on that front. 41st overall. They're giving up about 2.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road now. It's still a North Carolina team that's not going to generate any turnovers whatsoever. Meanwhile, Syracuse about 33rd in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but Harrison Ingram had himself a very nice double-double a little bit earlier in the week. I love the way that he's able to help this team out, as you know that Armando Bacot is going to help this team win the battle down low for North Carolina. In terms of overall rebound rate, they're 52nd in all of college basketball, and this is a Syracuse team that does have Malik Brown down low, who's able to give you about 6 rebounds per game, but that's really going to be a little bit of the undoing of Syracuse. Syracuse 252nd in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, and this is a Syracuse team that, while they do a good job of being able to guard the three, they only shoot about 32% from distance themselves. Judemans is able to give you a lot of production there, but J.J. Starlin only shoots about 25.5% from three. Stuffs the stat sheet with 11 points, 4 boards, 2.5 assists per contest, and then you've had Copeland down low, also be able to give you right around about 5.5 rebounds per game, but certainly with Bacot, he's going to be able to dominate things down low for North Carolina. A North Carolina team that is shooting 36% per three, with R.J. Davis chipping in there 20.5 points, 3.5 boards, 3.5 assists per contest. But this is still a little bit of a top-heavy North Carolina team with regards to their scoring. Cormac Ryan has been able to also give you about 11.5 points per contest. But I do think that Syracuse going to be able to hold in there against a North Carolina team that they've been much, much better with their defense. 60 points or fewer actually in their last 4 games. And last time they allowed opponent to be able to break the 70-point plateau, you have to go back to that game against Kentucky about 5 games ago. But that said, I do think that part of it has been some fortune for them. It's a Syracuse team that has now given up 73 or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games as well. So very interesting spot. I did set my total at 155. I do think that North Carolina has been the, shall we say, beneficiaries of some three-point shooting progression and some three-point shooting luck on defense. I do think that both of these teams going to sink some shots, and that is going to allow Syracuse to remain lively in this one. I did set my total at 155. I do think we see a little bit of reversal with that defense, so going to be taking a look at the over and the points with Syracuse. 615, 616 on the betting board. SIU Edwardsville is going to be playing us to Morehead St, and Morehead St does find themselves as a road favorite of 4.5 points. Your total on this game is 138.5, and I did set my total 134.5. I'm going to be diving in on the under with SIU Edwardsville. It's been really interesting because their team is well outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, but they're also 276th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against a Morehead St team that they play relatively slowly. They turn the ball over 13 times per contest, but they shoot well over 35% from three-point range as well. So it does lead to a little bit of a something's got to give sort of situation when it comes to Morehead St. They've been pretty solid with their defense. They're 149th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and it really doesn't take too much of a fall off when they're in a road/neutral-court environment. They're only allowing about 2 more points per 100 possessions away from home, with Riley Minix being your main man, being able to give you about 18.5 points, throwing in their 9 boards, and then you've got Jordan Lathan, who's also been able to give you about 6.5 boards per contest. This is a bunch that has been only shooting about 70% at the free throw line, but they do a relatively solid job of being able to facilitate with Drew Thelwell being able to give you 6 assists per contest. And for a mid-major team, Morehead St has been one of your better rebound rate teams in all of college basketball. As Morehead St clocking in 32nd in all of college basketball in that regard, but you got an SIU Edwardsville team that does have the Wright brothers that have a lot of versatility. Shamar and Lamar Wright have both been able to give you double figures as far as this season. Actually, Lamar down to about 9.5 points per contest, but is shooting 38% from three-point range. Shamar has been your main guy, 16 points, 4 boards, shooting 36.5% from 3. And despite the fact that these guys are right around about 6'6", 6'7", your top rebounder is DeMarco Minor, who's giving you 13 points, 8.5 boards, and I mean, he's a man that only stands right around about 6 feet tall. With SIU Edwardsville, the defense has taken a little bit of a drop-off from a season ago, and part of it, too, with SIU Edwardsville is that they're just not generating turnovers, but they do generate a turnover on about 18.5% of their possessions at home, only about 13.5% in a road/neutral-court environment. And for this Edwardsville team, it's all about being able to shoot the 3 ball, because this is a Morehead St team that has been very stout down low, but at the same time, if they do have a little bit of weakness, it is the fact that they are allowing opponents to shoot from 3-point range at a clip of about 36.5% when they're at home. That actually drops to 29.3% in a road/neutral-court environment, so I do think that we're going to see those numbers iron out a little bit for Edwardsville. Much better defensively at home rather than on the road, allowing opponents to shoot 30.7% from 3 at home, 39.2% on the road. And I do think that for Edwardsville, they do have the versatility to be able to hang in there. They're going to lose a battle on the glass, but at the same time, I do like this backcourt, and I do think that Morehead St gets a little bit too loose with the ball. Semi-total 134.5, looking at the under, and going to be one to take the points with Edwardsville, set them as a 2.5-point underdog, 617, 618 on the board. It is VCU on the road facing off against LaSalle. LaSalle's exploring a cover as a 5.5-point underdog. Total on this game is 135.5. For VCU, I feel like the metrics have been off on this team all season long, and I thought that perhaps we would find some value with them getting back Sean Bairstow, Joe Bejmili, 2 guys that were double-figure scorers a few seasons ago in the Atlantic 10, and they were out of the fold in the case of Bairstow, actually out there in the Mountain West playing for Utah State. But that said, I feel like they've now become a little bit overvalued once again. I set my line at a 3, so I'm going to be willing to take the points with LaSalle. LaSalle is just a well-coached team in general. They turn the ball over less than 10.5 times per contest. Fran Dunphy has done a really good job of taking a team that really doesn't have a ton down low, as right now their leader in rebounds is Deshaun Shepard with about 6.3 boards per contest, and got these guys to do a very solid job on the offensive side of things, as your main guy is Khalil Brantley, as he's been able to give you about 15.5 points per contest, gives you a little bit of facilitation with 4+ assists per contest, but Jabari Breakus, 5.1 assists per game is big. This is one of the few teams in all of college basketball, by the way. You've got 3 different guys, each have your top 3 scorers, give you at least 3.4 assists per contest. Breakus is your main 3-point shooter at 41.3% from 3-point range. Now you've been able to get 42.5% 3-point shooting and 8 points per contest out of Andres Marrero as well. They go up against a VCU team that has been prone to some issues with regards to the defensive side of things as well, and they themselves turn the ball over about 12.5 times per contest. When it comes to VCU, they allow opponents to shoot just 21.3% from 3-point range in a road/neutral-court environment. Just a highly unsustainable number. You've got Zeb Jackson, who's been able to give you about 4 assists per contest. He's been able to do a nice job of being able to be one of the main constants for an offense that has been involving a lot of moving pieces, and I do think that because there has been so many moving pieces, that has caused for VCU to be highly inconsistent with regards to this offense. As you take a look at what they've done over the last 5 games, they have scored 75, 87, 78, 82, and then 54 points, and this has been a squad that has now given up 70+ points in 3 of their last 4 games, going up against the LaSalle squad that they themselves have fallen on some tough times with regards to their offense, 66 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games against Division I competition. But I do think that for LaSalle, they're going to be able to do an okay job of being able to match up on the glass. This is a VCU team that they actually do a relatively solid job of being able to rebound by committee, but they really don't have a single guy that really gives you north of 6 rebounds per game. Toby Lowell is right now giving you about 5.7 rebounds per game, and I do think that the way that LaSalle takes care of the ball and the way that VCU turns it over, going to be a big difference maker in this one. I did set my total at a 145. VCU has been outside the top half of all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game. LaSalle, a relatively mid-tempo team as well, so I'm going to be taking a look at this total under, and with LaSalle, did set them as an underdog of 3 points, so I'm going to be willing to take those points. 619, 620 on the betting board. William and Mary, America's favorite tag team, as you get both of them. They're playing host to Stony Brook, and along with the tag team, you get 2 points. Total on this game is 143. With Stony Brook, I did set them as a 4-point favorite, so we're going to be fading America's favorite tag team, as got a William and Mary team that is in the bottom 20 in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and do recognize that the Stony Brook team is well outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis as well. But this is a Stony Brook team that all of a sudden has been able to get healthier. And for the Stony Brook team, you've got a lot of guys who are able to light it up from 3-point range. Tyler Stevenson Moore, your main scorer with 15 points per contest, shoots about 43% from 3-point range. Gotta love the versatility of Keenan Fitzmaurice. He's 7 feet tall. He shoots 36.5% from 3, 4.5 boards per contest. Now, you don't have a ton of rebounding. You got Andre Snoddy along with Charles Mado being able to combine for about 12 rebounds per game. But for William and Mary, with Noah Collier dealing with injury, it's caused for them to have Caleb Dorsey be their main rebounder. He's been able to give the team right around about 6-point boards per contest, about 7.5 points per game. And it is a William and Mary team that's able to light it up from 3-point range. Glenn Dorsey is able to shoot about 41+% from 3-point range. William and Mary as a whole, they do shoot about 33.5% from the outside. They also allow opponents to shoot 38.6% from distance. That is 356th in all of college basketball. William and Mary has been a team that's been really all over the place with regards to their tempo. They're sort of a go-with-the-flow team. If you play fast, they'll play fast. If you play slow, they'll play slow. This is a Stony Brook team that is a little bit slower, but they're not necessarily a snail. Meanwhile, for Stony Brook, when they are on the road, they're allowing opponents to shoot 41% from 3-point range. So I do think that there is going to be quite a few made buckets in this game. I did set my total as a result at a 148. I'm going to be taking a look at this total over as you got a pair of teams that just aren't necessarily doing a great job defensively. You've got Glenn Dorsey, who I was mentioning before, Lontre Moss. These two guys have been able to combine for about 27 to 28 points per contest. They are a little bit of a top-heavy team with regards to their scoring, though, with Stony Brook now being able to get back in the fold. Dean Knoll, along with Aaron Clark, who have missed a lot of time the last 2 seasons, being able to combine for north of 22 points per contest. And the way that William and Mary just has been getting completely cooked on defense as well. This is a William and Mary team that sends that game against Hampton, where Hampton has just not been able to give you anything whatsoever. They've given up 70-plus points to every single D1 team that they have faced since the beginning of the month of December. It's a Stony Brook team that has been quite touch and go with regards to their defense, as well as they have now given up 70-plus points in 5 out of their last 7 games. So did set my total 148, looking at the over. And with Stony Brook, made them a 4-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. 621, 622 on the betting board. San Diego State is the road face-off against New Mexico. And New Mexico is a 2 to a 3-point favorite. And your total, it is 150 to 150.5. So New Mexico is a 3.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with New Mexico. They're coming off of a rough loss against UNLV. That said, this is also a New Mexico team that has been able to do a really good job with their defense. They are 20th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and at the pit is a team that is allowing about 84.8 points per 100 possessions for San Diego State. For some reason, they were playing super up-tempo their first 5 or so games of the season, but ever since then, they've been able to find their seed like San Diego State back in the top 65 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But a little bit of a word of caution was the San Diego State team. They are allowing about 18 more points per 100 possessions in a road/neutral court environment rather than at home. So that's been a bit of an issue for the squad. You've got yourself a New Mexico team that now finally has their trio out there on the floor in terms of backcourt. It's Donovan Den. I do expect a little bit of regression for him, but he's been able to do a really good job doling out right around 6 assists, 15.5 points per contest. Jamal Mashburn Jr. is a little bit more of an off-the-ball scorer who's been able to shoot about 33% from 3, 16 points per contest. And then your best defender is Jalen House, 2.5 steals, 4 assists, 14.5 points per contest. San Diego State is just not getting that out of the backcourt with having your pair of guys that led the team to the NCAA tournament a season ago, Darian Trammell along with Lamont Butler, combining for about 16 points per contest and combining to shoot less than 30% from 3-point range. Jaden Ledee has been amazing down low, 22 points, 8.5 rebounds per game, but this is a New Mexico team that's also been able to do a really good job down low. Nelly Jr. Joseph, JT Toppin, they've been able to combine for about 15 or so rebounds per game with New Mexico. They're a team that ranks 62nd in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, and despite the fact that San Diego State has the dominator down low in Ledee, they're only about 103rd with this regard. It's a San Diego State team that doesn't have quite the same offense as you do with this New Mexico team as well. So there's a lot of things that do point towards this New Mexico bunch. There's just such a tough environment as well in this one as well, with the Pit being, in my opinion, one of the more underrated home courts in all of college basketball. And with the way that this New Mexico team has been able to fire on all cylinders with a lot of their guys being banged up, I do think that they're going to be able to get the job done in this spot. Did set my line at 3.5, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number in. In terms of the total, I set mine at a 145.5. A lot of people like to talk about this New Mexico offense, but this defense has been very supreme, and San Diego State has been looking to slow it down as well. So diving in on the under, willing to lay with New Mexico. 623, 624 on the betting board. The Citadel plays also Wofford. Wofford is a 1-point road favorite. Your total is 144.5. I said Wofford as a 2.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the single point. This is a Citadel team that has Quentin Malora-Brown down low, doing a relatively solid job. That said, this Wofford team, after they were deplorable on defense to begin the season, they've been able to bulk up a little bit, and Wofford is now a top 100 team with regards to rebound rate, and in terms of rebound rate in a road/neutral court environment, that's a top 75 mark in all of college basketball. That's big against a Citadel team that ranks about 88th in the country with this regard. Now, with the Citadel, they do have some very good talent up top. I really like what I'm seeing. Their two main guards, as they've been able to get north of 44% three-point shooting and about 14.5 points per game out of Elijah Morgan. He's been able to chip in there about 4 boards, closer to 43.5% three-point shooting, but still has been able to shoot it really well from distance. And AJ Smith is able to give you about 15.5 points per contest. Chip in there Michael Dewar, who's able to give you 11 points per contest. But outside of really that big three, this is a team that has been having their issues, and Smith is just coming off of injury as well, at 11 points in his first game back in about a month against Furman. So I have to figure that he might be a little bit less than 100%. Meanwhile, it is a Wofford team that has been able to have a nice duo in the backcourt as well. Corey Tripp along with Dylan Bailey have been able to combine for about 29.5 points per contest for a Wofford team that they do shoot 35% from three. Now, trepidation with Wofford in a tight spot. They do shoot just 62.7% at the free throw line. That is a little bit less than tremendous, and this is still a Wofford team that they themselves are going to give it up from three-point range. Wofford 304th in all of college basketball in terms of three-point shooting percentage. This is a Citadel team that's really been able to do a nice job of being able to build a new identity, as they're right around about 106th in the country in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. But Kyler Filewich, I do think is going to be able to do a good job down low against Malora-Brown. He's now been able to give you about 9.8 rebounds per game, and he's the biggest reason why this Wofford team has been so much better on defense. Like, if you looked at Wofford about a month to a month and a half ago, this team was one of the worst teams offensively in all of college basketball, but Kyler Filewich has been able to do an amazing job down low, 9+ rebounds in each of the team's last 5 games, and as a result, this is a team that has now given up 73 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games, with the lone exception being that overtime game against VMI, where I believe they had held them to fewer than 75 points in regulation. Meanwhile, it's a Citadel team that they themselves have had some almighty offensive struggles. They have now scored 71 points or fewer against a Division I team in each out of their last 5 games, so it is a spot where I do think that Wofford is going to be able to get the job done. Set them as a 2.5-point favorite, and did set my total at a 144.5. Right now, we're noticing a little bit of juice on that 144.5, and a few spots I was seeing a 145. If we can get to a 145, looking at the under, but going to be looking at Wofford. Set them as a 2.5-point favorite. 625, 626 on the betting board. Miami of Ohio is going to be playing against Eastern Michigan, and Eastern Michigan is a 7.5-point underdog. Your total on this game is 144, and with Eastern Michigan, did set them as an underdog of 8.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This is a Miami of Ohio team that still is ranking well outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I said this is also a Miami of Ohio team that has really been able to light it up from three-point range, as they're shooting about 38% from three-point range. Now, with this bunch, they are going to give it up from three-point range as well, but for Miami of Ohio, 18th in the country at three-point shooting percentage. That's actually quite startling. And then you've got the 300-pound big man in Anderson Marmbeau, who is out for the first 8 or 9 games of the season. He's come back and he's given this team double figures, and that's big because Darweshi Hunter is your only other player that has been able to give you double figures. So that gives this team a little bit more rough and tumble, and that allows them to be a little bit more, I guess you could say, having the ability to have that closeout guy. Meanwhile, for Eastern Michigan, they certainly do have that closeout guy in Ty Acuff. 22 points, 3 boards, 3 assists per contest. Problem is, the only other player that gives you north of 8.3 points per contest is Orlando Lovejoy, who's been able to give you about 11.7 points per contest. Eastern Michigan, not great with their offense, not terrible. Where they really get destroyed is on the glass, so you really have nobody other than Julius Ellerby, who's giving you north of 5 rebounds per game. Eastern Michigan, 292nd in all of college basketball guards their rebound rate. Now, Miami of Ohio, they are 343rd. That has been less than terrific, but with Marmbeau back in fold, that has been able to help them out quite a bit as well. And this is a Eastern Michigan team that they themselves, they turn the ball over about 12 times per contest. They just leave so many holes with regards to this defense. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, Eastern Michigan currently clocking in 330th, and for Eastern Michigan in a road/neutral court environment, they are giving up 20.3 points more per 100 possessions rather than when they are at home. This is a Miami of Ohio team that, while they don't do a lot of things amazing with regards to their defense, they have been able to force a few turnovers. They're about 114th in all of college basketball with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, forcing a turnover on about 21.5% of possessions when they are at home as well. And with the way that Eastern Michigan just has failed to defend all season long, and with the way that Eastern Michigan might not be able to get too many clean looks from the outside against the Miami of Ohio team that's allowing opponents to shoot just 25.8% from three-point range at home, Miami of Ohio should be able to get the job done and should be able to do a little bit better on defense as well. Eastern Michigan outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game, since up by total 142.5. Looking under at the Miami of Ohio, willing to lay up to 8 with them. 627, 628 on the main board. Creighton plays us to St. John's. St. John's is an underdog of 7 to 7.5 points. Totals between 151.5 and 152.5. I did set Creighton as a favorite of 8 points, so it's a number that I'm going to be willing to lay. Not willing to lay much more than the 7 to 7.5, but I'm going to be willing to lay it in. Despite the fact that Creighton has had a few doldrum games with regards to their offense, this is still a team that's 8th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and this squad is much different at home rather than on the road, scoring about 14.5 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside neutral corner environment. And this is a St. John's team that when they do leave St. John's, they've been a little bit of a different team defensively. Offensively, they really have not had too much of a fall off, as you still have Joel Soriano, double-double machine, doing a very solid job down low. He should be able to win that battle down low, but that's for the St. John's team. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they are giving up right in the neighborhood about 17.5 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home, and they do go up against a Creighton team that has done a nice job of being able to limit second and third chances with Creighton. It's not like they're the most amazing rebound rate team, but they're 16th in all of college basketball. When you've got a 7-footer in Ryan Kalkbrenner, it's also able to give you a block and a half per contest. That does really give you quite a bit of rough and tumble. They've also been able to get really good versatility out of Baylor. Shireman is able to give you 15 plus points, 6 plus boards, shoots it really well from 3-point range, as you throw in there Trey Alexander, being able to give you a north of 15 points per game as well, and you've got yourself a big three. Would like to see them go to the bench a little bit more. I like what Frederick King is able to do. Fran Farabello doesn't necessarily give you a ton of scoring, but he just does a really good job of being able to make some winning plays in general, and it does feel like for St. John's, things are really starting to form for this team. Guys like Chris Ledlum, someone like a Jordan Dingle, these guys that transferred in from the Ivy League, from these lesser schools, they're now finding their role. You've got Dennis Jenkins, who's been able to give you about 6 assists per contest, and it's starting to cut down on the turnovers. Overall for the season, right around about 12 turnovers per contest for this team. And for the St. John's team, they don't have to worry about turning the ball over too much. Creighton, one of the worst teams in all of college basketball at being able to create a turnover. That said, this is a Creighton team that is going to do a good job of being able to guard the three-point arc, allowing opponents to shoot just 27.9% from three-point range at home. So it is a circumstance where I do think that both of these teams are going to get plenty of clean possessions. That's going to lead to an over semi-total 152. And with Creighton, I do think that they do a solid job against Soriano and company down low. I do think that they hit their shots against the St. John's team that, with regards to their three-point shooting percentage, they are currently clocking in right around about 141st, allowing opponents to shoot 35.5% from three away from home. So going to be looking at the over semi-total 152 and one to lay up to 7.5 for the Creighton. So 629, 630 on the betting board. It is Vanderbilt. They hit the road. They are facing off against Ole Miss, and Ole Miss does find themselves as a favorite of 11 points. 143.5 to 144 is your total, and I did set my number at an 11. We saw 11.5 a little bit earlier. Now we're down to 10.5 in some spots, and 10.5 is going to be my buy point. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. A lot of people are going to look at the records and think that this line should be a little bit more demonstrative, but I do think that we're getting to that correct number. This is a Vanderbilt team that I do feel like they've been the victims of a little bit of bad variance, allowing opponents to shoot 39.8% from three-point range in a road/neutral court environment. And for this Ole Miss team, they're a top 20 team in all of college basketball with regards to three-point shooting percentage. I do think part of that is that Vanderbilt has been a little bit unlucky this year, and this Ole Miss team has been quite fortunate from three-point range, but still, you've got a bucket getter, Matthew Morrell, is able to give you 16 plus points per contest pretty much for this Ole Miss team. If you've averaged north of 3 points per game and have made at least 2 threes thus far this season, you're shooting north of 38% from three-point range. Every single one of these guys are. It's just absolutely incredible what we've seen there, but do you think that for Vanderbilt, what's going to be able to keep them somewhat lively in this game is the fact that Ezra Magnon is able to do a good job of being able to dole out the ball, 3.5 assists, shoots 36% from three, 16.5 points per contest. Van Allen Lubin has been able to give you 5 rebounds per game. He's been big coming back for the team because they've been without Colin Smith for about the last month or so, and he's really their top rebounder, and that has led to some issues for this team down low. Meanwhile, you take a look at Tyron Lawrence, and he's been able to be a relatively versatile and solid player for this Vanderbilt team. 13.5 points, 5 boards, doesn't shoot a well from three-point range, though, and Vanderbilt, they only shoot 29.2% from three-point range as a collective. I do think that should be going a little bit northward, and this is an Ole Miss team that they do a solid job on defense, 70th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. You've got the giant of the earth in Jamarian Sharp at 7'5". He's able to give you north of 2.5 blocks per contest. Musa Cisse has been able to do a relatively solid job down low as well. So I do think that this is going to be a little bit more of a defense-oriented game. Vanderbilt outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. That said, this is also a team that has been falling on some tough times with regards to the offense, 242nd in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and either of these teams are super up-tempo. So looking at the under semi-total 143, and with this Vanderbilt team, to make them an underdog of 11 points at the 10.5, going to be one to lay the number. 631, 632 on the betting board. Northern Kentucky, it's a road face-off against Detroit. Detroit does find themselves as an underdog of 10 points. Your total is 136.5, and with Detroit, I did set this line at a 9.5. 10 is my buy point on them. Northern Kentucky is a squad that I think should be able to get the job done. I think that Detroit is going to continue to be winless. They're on that Detroit Lions and Detroit Pistons trajectory. That said, this is going to be a relatively low possession game. Detroit is well outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game. Northern Kentucky is 336th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And Northern Kentucky is typically a team that ranks in the top 50 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, actually top 150. They are now 323rd. I mean, this team has been getting absolutely cooked recently with regards to their defense. So that has been a little bit less than terrific. Now, Northern Kentucky is able to generate about 9.5 steals per contest. They do a really good job there, and this is a Detroit team that is giving up right around about 13 turnovers per contest. But Northern Kentucky, they are vulnerable from the outside, 237th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Now, with Northern Kentucky, you've got two top-flight scorers for this team, as Marquise Warwick is your main guy throwing the ball in the basket with about 18.5 points per contest, and then you've been able to get really good versatility out of Sam Vincent. He gives you about 13 points, 2+ steals, 4+ rebounds per game, but this is also a Northern Kentucky team that last year they had Chris Brandon down low, was able to do a really good job of being able to rebound for the team, and that should allow Detroit to at the very least be somewhat competitive on the glass. Now, Detroit has the worst rebound rate in pretty much all of college basketball at home. There might be one or two teams that are actually worse. Nope, they are dead last in the country among teams that have had at least one home game, as their rebound rate at home is 40.7%, but Northern Kentucky is well outside the top 200 with this regard, as well as they don't have a single guy in the roster that's able to give you north of 6 rebounds per game. Now, what has been a big issue for this Detroit team is having Jaden Stone out of the fold, as he was their top scorer, being able to supply 15+ points per contest, shooting in the high 30s from three-point range, and he has not been seen in quite some time. Last time that he saw the floor was in late December against Loyola Marymount. So Marcus St. leaves to give you 13.5 points per game. Has had to step up for a Detroit team that is shooting only about 26% from three-point range. That said, this is a Northern Kentucky team that they have been pretty ghastly with regards to their defense. Northern Kentucky has now given up at least 70 points in each out of their last 6 games. And if you're looking at games only against D1 teams, each out of their last 7. Meanwhile, it's a Detroit team that they themselves 61 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games. Hard to believe they played within 1 point against Ole Miss to begin the season, but that said, I do think that with the slower tempo of this game, it is going to cause for Detroit to be able to hold in there. I did set my total at 133.5. I'm looking at the under. I just don't see who scores in this game, and at 10+, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Detroit. 633, 634 on the betting board. Furman is going to be playing us to East Tennessee State. ETSU is an underdog of 7.5 points. Total on this game is 152.5. I'm going to be taking a look at the under. I did set my total at 150. This is a Furman team that, no doubt about it, they have been terrible with their defense. They are well outside the top 280 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're facing an ETSU team that is outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game as well. ETSU, I do think, should be able to do a solid job down low, though, which is why I'm going to be taking a look at the points. E.B. Asamoah has been your top scorer coming in from Delaware, about 15 points per contest, shooting 36% from three-point range, but it is an ETSU team that they're going to shoot about 29% from three-point range. The Furman defense should be able to help them look a little bit better, as Furman 220th in all of college basketball in terms of three-point shooting percentage. And talk about a split. Furman is allowing opponents to shoot 22.7% from three-point range at home, 38.4% on the road. That should iron out quite a bit more. And for ETSU, they're not bad defensively. ETSU is allowing opponents to shoot about 32.2% from three-point range in a road/shoot-to-court environment. And I'm not saying that this is a monster as with regards to defense or anything like that, but you know what? For ETSU, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they're clocking in 155th. You've been able to have Jaden Seymour give give you about 6 or so rebounds per game. Karen Boyd, I like what he's able to do down low for this team. He's able to chip in there about 7 boards. Jaden Parker, who comes in from North Florida, has been able to give you a block and a half per game, so they should be able to hold up there. And this is a Furman team that they're just not the same team offensively as they have been in past years. JP Peaks has been a little bit in and out of the fold. Should be good to go in this one. He's been able to give you, when he's been out there, 17.5 points, 5.5 assists per contest. It's a Furman team, though, that they shoot about 30.5% from three-point range. A team that is typically very good from three-point range. Marcus Foster has not been seen since early December, so that's been hurting the team quite a bit. Carter Witt, he's been able to hunker down on the turnovers a little bit, but Furman also turned the ball over about 14 times per contest. It is a ETSU team that has been able to give up 70 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games, so they've done a solid job there. And for Furman, credit where credit is due, defense is starting to look a little bit better for this team, as they have now given up 73 points or fewer in now 3 of their last 5 games. So it is a spot where I set my total 150, looking at the under. Anything north of 6, take the points with East Tennessee. 635, 636 on the betting board. Belmont is the road face-off against Indiana State. Indiana State is a 12-point favorite with your total 165.5. Set my total at a 170.5. Let's have some fun. I'm going to be taking a look at the over. This Indiana State team has been a top 35 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and Belmont is getting completely cooked on defense. Well, outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And this is a Belmont team that, while they're only about 126th in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, you look at what they're able to do in a road/shoot-record environment, they do ascend into the top 75 with that regard, and you've got some good versatility with this team. Indiana State, not the world's worst defense, or inside the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but certainly this team can be had from the outside, as you've got a nice little combo player, Malik Dia, for this Belmont team at about 6'9", shooting 35.5% from 3, 18 points, 5.5 boards per contest, and then you've got Kate Tyson along Jacoby Gillespie combining for 33 points and 40% three-point shooting. Belmont also has been able to shoot it well at the free throw line with these two guys, combining to shoot about 85% at the charity stripe as well. When it comes to this Indiana State team and their perimeter defense, they're about 94th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and a very weird split. They're allowing opponents to shoot 36.6% from three-point range away from home, 20.4% at home. I do think that that's, once again, a place where we're going to see a little bit of regression. At Belmont, they're allowing opponents to shoot 34% from three-point range away from home, but what's really going to be the issue for them against Indiana State, an Indiana State team that they certainly are bombing it from three-point range. This is a top 20 team in terms of overall three-point shooting percentage, with Isaiah Swope leading the way, being able to give the team 18.5 points per contest. But how do you guard 6'10" Robbie Avila? Robbie Avila has been absolutely amazing for this team with his size. He's able to give you 4+ assists per contest. He's shipping in there 15 points, 6.5 boards. It's an Indiana State team that they really do a good job by committee of being able to rebound out of your top 4 scorers. 3 of them have been able to haul in there at least 5.3 rebounds per game, and that is a place where Belmont just has not been able to have a lot of success. With regards to Belmont, they give up tons of second and third chances. They're 277th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Not to say that Indiana State has been some just demonstrative rebounding team, but they're about 135th with this regard, throwing their Julian Larry, Xavier Bledson, giving you a combined about 7 assists per contest, and both shooting north of 42% from three-point range. And I do think that you get yourself a very high-scoring affair with an Indiana State team that is in the top 50 in terms of total possessions per game. At Belmont, cranking up their tempo as well. So my total at a 170.5. I'm looking at the over. Now with Belmont, I think that they knocked down some buckets in this game. I did set my line at a 10.5. I'm looking at the 12 of Belmont and the over. 637, 638 on the betting board. Mercer is going to be playing against Western Carolina. Western Carolina is a favorite of 3 points. Your total on this game is 138 with Western Carolina. Set them as a 3.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay this number. Western Carolina has been able to do a tremendous job being able to get their main man going, as Vontavious Wobright, one of the most versatile players in all of college basketball. 21 points and 12.5 rebounds per game, all while being able to pop some threes. Doesn't necessarily shoot a grade at about 28% from three-point range, but he's a headliner of a Western Carolina team that, because they're centered around him, they're a little bit slower. They're well outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game, but they're actually 123rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And if you look at what they've been able to do in a road/shoot-record environment as well, this team does ascend into that top 75 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They go up against a Mercer team that's been a relatively solid cover team. They really had their metrics plummet when they lost to D2 Clark Atlanta. Shout out to the alma mater of one Bomani Jones, who does a great job in the industry, but that said, Mercer about 204th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And this is a Mercer team that they're not really going to light you up from the outside. I do like Jalen McCreary down low, 15 points, 5 boards per contest. Only guy in the roster that's able to give you double figures. And also have a big concern for this Mercer team in a nip and tuck game. They do shoot only about 64.8% at the free throw line for Mercer. The team has also been giving up quite a bit from the outside. They are 270 fifth in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And while this Western Carolina team does a little bit more on the glass, this is also a Western Carolina team that in a roadside shoot-your-corner environment, they only allow opponents to shoot 29.7% from three-point range. Robbie Carmody has been able to shoot a ball from three-point range for this Mercer team. He's shipping in their 9.5 points, shooting 39% for three. And Jake Davis also shoots 39% from the outside, 9.5 points per contest. But I do think that Western Carolina, a team that is currently riding a nice 8-game win streak, and in this win streak, they have been able to do a pretty supreme job with their defense, giving up 71 points or fewer in every one of these games. They're going to be able to do a nice job holding down a Mercer team that they themselves have been able to give you some nice defense. 74 points or fewer, surrendered in 3 of their last 4 games. So this is a spot where I set Western Carolina as a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number and set my total 137.5. Looking under and looking Western Carolina. 639, 640 on the betting board. UMass, it's a road face-off against Rhode Island. Rhode Island is an underdog of 3.5 points with your total 151. And with UMass, I did set them as a 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. UMass has covered north of 70% of their games thus far this season. I really do think that they're going to be able to keep it rolling. This UMass team down low has been a tremendous rebounding team. In terms of percentage of misses that resulted in an offensive rebound, top 40 team in all of college basketball. Josh Cohen along with Matt Cross combining for 15 rebounds, 33 points per contest. Cohen is currently shooting 50% from three-point range. And UMass, despite being a team in the top 75 in terms of total possessions per game, they only turned the ball over about 11.3 times per contest, while this Rhode Island team that is in the bottom half of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game, they turn it over 13 times per game. Not to say that UMass is like completely pulverizing teams with their defense, but this is also an underrated defense. 63rd in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, while this Rhode Island team, well, they are very far from it. 229th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. To their credit, they give up 12 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot-your-corner environment. And now they've got David Green in full. David Green has been able to shoot 40% from three in his 3 games since being back, but was limited to just 11 minutes in that game against Davidson. That was more fouling, so it's not really an injury concern for those that are wondering, but that is something that is of a little bit of concern. This has been a team that is willing to put you on the free throw line. If there is a kryptonite with UMass, they do shoot less than 70% at the free throw line as a collective. You do have Rasul Diggins, though. He's able to give you 11 plus points per contest. He's able to shoot it relatively well from three-point range, and this is a Minutemen team that, with regards to their three-point shooting defense, has been very solid as well. A top 85 team in all of college basketball in that regard. UMass doesn't necessarily shoot it amazing from three-point range, but with Rhode Island allowing opponents to shoot 35% from three-point range, both at home and on the road. That should free them up for some looks. You've got Lewis Coatwright for this Rhode Island team, who's been able to give you some good facilitation, 3 assists and 1.5 turnovers per game, helping out Jaden House, who's able to give you 14 points per contest. But UMass, I think, should be able to win from within, going up against a team that does have David Futrich, who's able to give you about 7 rebounds per game, but too much size and just too much control for this UMass team. And it is a UMass team that is in the top 50 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, leading to enough dead possessions for an under. So I total 150.5. So here at the 151, looking under and one to lay up to 4 points with UMass. 641, 642 on the main board. Kent State, it's road face-off against Central Michigan. Central Michigan is an underdog of 6.5 to 7 points. So on this game is 141.5. Did make Central Michigan an underdog of 8.5 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay with Kent State. This Kent State team, clearly not the same team defensively that they were a season ago. Last year, Kent State was a top 25 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They are outside the top 100 this season, but Kent State doing a little bit of an okay job on the glass, as they've been able to get quite a bit from Chris Payton, who transferred in for Pittsburgh. He's been able to give the team 8+ rebounds per game, and that's something that Central Michigan, I just don't think is going to be able to keep up with. Brian Taylor has been their main rebounder. He's been able to give the team right around about 6.5 rebounds per game, but he's stands right around about 6'6". He's just going to be done in a little bit by that size. Now, the good news for Central Michigan is that reinforcements are on the way for the team. Marcus Harding was out for about 5 games. He stands right around 6'9", 6'10", 10.5 points, 4.5 boards, is able to let it fly from three-point range, but this is a Central Michigan team that they're turning the ball over 13.5 times per contest. Kent State, not as good of a team at being able to generate turnovers as a season ago, but still a relatively solid team with this regard. And this is also a Central Michigan team that's getting completely torched on defense. 296th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And then you compound that with the fact that this team is only shooting 66% at the free throw line. I do like what Anthony Pritchard is able to bring to the table. 14 plus points, 4 boards, 4 assists per contest. Shoots at a relatively solid clip from three-point range. But that said, this is also a Central Michigan team that, outside of allowing opponents to shoot only about 33% from three, a top 150 team in all of college basketball, they're just getting absolutely pummeled with regards to their defense as well. And Kent State should be able to have some success with Sileron Hornbeak down low. It is a Kent State team that they do turn the ball over about 13.5 times per contest. That is a little bit of an issue, as they've had to have Giovanni Santiago go into the point guard role after Sincere Carey last year was able to really, for lack of a better term, carry this team. But it's not like this Central Michigan team has been able to do an amazing job of being able to generate those turnovers themselves, as Central Michigan Michigan. They're about 82nd in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And then you've got a Penn St team that still is hovering right in the neighborhood, about 60th with this regard to generating a turnover on 20.7% of turnovers in a road/neutral court environment. That's a top 30 mark in all of college basketball. So to set Penn State as a favorite of 8.5 points, I'm going to be one late, and did some I told 142.5 because I do think that these are going to be live ball turnovers, and with Central Michigan just having a tough time down low, that should allow second and third chances for Penn State, and perhaps some late game following in this game as well. So looking at the over, and I'm going to be one late with the Penn State team that's on the top 150 in terms of total possessions per game. 643, 644 on the betting board. Hofstra is going to be on the road facing off against Campbell. Campbell is an underdog of 9.5 points at home. 135 is your total. Did set my line at 8.5, so here at the 9, I'm going to be taking a look at the points. This is a Campbell team that certainly has been having their issues with having Anthony De La Rosa just have to carry the team, as De La Rosa has been able to do a supreme job, giving the team 16 points, 6 boards, 3+ assists per contest. That's how you don't have anyone else that's able to give you double figures, but the good news for this team is that they're going up against a Hofstra team that has really had a tough time with their defense. They're outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for the Hoff, 295th in the country in terms of overall opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents to shoot 36.4% from distance in a road/neutral court environment. Now with Hofstra, typically this team is just getting absolutely cooked on the glass, but this is a Campbell team that really, outside of De La Rosa, you're not getting too much of anything, as for Campbell, you don't have anyone else on the roster that gives you north of 4 rebounds per game. They've been really looking to the 9.5 points and 4 boards per contest of Larinas Vatratis. Hopefully I said that correctly. He's been able to shoot about 34.5% from 3-point range. It is a Campbell team that ranks in the bottom 50 in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and this is a Hofstra team that they play at a relatively slow and controlled pace as well. For Hofstra, they rank in terms of total possessions per game right around about 239th, but they've got 2 guys who are able to just completely light you up on the offensive side of things. Tyler Thomas, Darlson Dunbar, combining for 40.5 points per contest and 38% 3-point shooting, and then Jaquan Carlos, 6.6 assists to 3 turnovers per game. Hofstra does a relatively solid job of being able to take care of the ball. They turn the ball over about 11 times per contest. They go up against Campbell team that, to their credit, they allow opponents to shoot just 26% from 3-point range at home, and this is a Hofstra team that they do rely quite a bit on that 3 ball, so I do think that that's going to take a little bit of something out of them. Now for this Hofstra team, to their credit, their 3-point shooting has been able to travel as well. This is a Hofstra team that overall as a collective, they're shooting right around about 35.5% from 3. They shoot right around about 37% from distance in a road/neutral court environment. But with this Hofstra team just not having it done down low, that should be able to help out a Campbell team that, with De La Rosa, I do think that he's going to be able to do a relatively solid job in the post. It's a Campbell team that they play pretty much even up with regards to rebound rate at home. They get completely pummeled on the road. That said, with Hofstra, with their rebound rate being right around 306th in all of college basketball, I think that that does just enough for this Campbell team to guard with regards to the 3-pointer and hang in this game. I did set my total a little bit higher at a 136.5. I do think that both of these teams sink a few threes, so I'm going to be taking a look at the over, and I did set my line at 8.5, so taking the points with Campbell and the over. 645, 646 on the betting board. UIC, Illinois, Chicago plays host to Bradley, and Bradley does find themselves as a 3.5 point road favorite. Total on this game, 136.5. So UIC is a 2-point favorite. I'm going to be taking a look at Illinois, Chicago outright on the money line. 2 of the better 3-point shooting defenses in all of college basketball. Bradley is allowing opponents to shoot 27.6% from 3-point range in a road/neutral court environment. That is a top 20 mark in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, for Illinois, Chicago, overall this team is 11th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. So I do think that that's going to be causing for a slow slog of a game. I did set my total 132. I'm going to be looking at the under, but with UIC, I do think that the versatility of Toby Akani is going to be able to match up with Malevi Leons. Leons is someone that stands right around 6'9" for Bradley. He's been able to give this team 13.5 points per contest, but hasn't really shot it well from 3-point range as far this season. Flip side, you've got someone in Akani who is shooting right around about 38-39% from 3-point range. Has done a very rock-solid job of giving this team right around 14 points in that neighborhood, about 7 to 8 rebounds per game. Bradley is a little bit of a better rebounding team, but they're also a team that they do turn the ball over right around 12.5 times per contest. Really, both of these teams do for Bradley in terms of overall rebound rate. They're clocking in 137th in all of college basketball. You expect that to be a little bit better. And for UIC, the forte of this team is not necessarily down low, but still 220th in the country. You could do a little bit worse than that. I did think that Isaiah Rivera has really done a nice job of being able to elevate this UIC team. Coming in from Colorado State, about 15 points per contest, shooting 40.5% from 3. It is a UIC team that as a whole, they do shoot about 36.5% from the outside. And for Bradley, they themselves have been able to shoot right around about 36% from 3-point range. But it's 3-point shooting that really hasn't traveled the world's greatest for this Bradley team, as they've really taken advantage of their home court, shooting 38.5% from 3-point range there, compared to about 34.2% in a road/neutral court environment. UIC, they shoot 41.5% from three-point range at home, 31.5% on the road. I do think that home court advantage going to reign supreme in a very defense-oriented battle. Semi-total 132, looking at the under, and UIC going to be willing to take them outright on the money line, made them the 2-point favorite. 647, 648 on the betting board. George Washington, our nation's first president, plays us to Davidson. George Washington is so daring that he's willing to lay a 1.5 all by himself. Total on this game is 149, and I did semi-total 150, looking at the over. Davidson is actually dead last in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, you've got a George Washington team that is in the top 30 in terms of total possessions per game, but Davidson, they are outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and it's a Davidson team that on the road, they're allowing opponents to shoot 36.1% from three-point range. George Washington, actually to their credit, they're allowing opponents to shoot just 28.4% from three-point range. I do think that that's going to be regressing just a little bit, going up against a Davidson team that they do have quite a bit of versatility. This Davidson team has been able to do a really nice job of being able to get, if it's Skogman, some relatively good looks, as it's a Davidson team that doesn't necessarily have that one demonstrative score. Skogman has been able to give you 13.5 points per game to lead the way at 6'10", shooting 45% from three-point range. But that said, from there, you've got guys like Bobby Dirk and Connor Kuchera, along with Grant Huffman. I'll give you between about 10 to 11.5 points per contest, and to the credit of Huffman, 5 boards, 5 assists per contest for a Davidson team that they only turn the ball over about 10.5 times per contest. And George Washington, a little bit of a top-heavy team as well, but you've got 4 separate guys that give you at least 13 points per contest. James Bishop and his 20 points per game leads the way, but you've got Darren Buchanan along with Maximus Edwards and Garrett Johnson right behind him, being able to combine in this trio about 42 points per contest. Johnson and Edwards, 13.5 rebounds, both shooting north of 41% from three-point range, and George Washington just goes into flamethrower mode from three-point range there, shooting 38.5% from three-point range. That is a top 20 mark in all of college basketball. I actually shoot a little bit better in a road/neutral court environment rather than at home, but both of these teams I do think are going to be able to light it up from three-point range. I do think that there's going to be plenty of second and third chances to be had by both of these teams as well, but I do think that George Washington is going to be able to do the better job on glass. This is a Davidson team that's just highly suspect with their defense. I do think that this is going to be close enough for late game felling. Despite the fact that Davidson is such a low-tempo team, this is a squad that has really been able to put the ball in the basket. As for Davidson, they've gotten to at least 72 points in 4 of their last 5 games, and you're looking at a George Washington team that, my goodness gracious, this team has just been able to put up points upon points. This George Washington team has been able to get to at least 71 points in all but 2 of their games thus far this season, so I do think that we're in for a relative shootout here. I did semi-total 150, looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay with George Washington, made them a 4-point favorite. 649, 650 on the betting board. Providence is going to be playing against Xavier. Xavier does find themselves as underdogs of 3 to 3.5 points. Totals between 139 and 140, and I'm going to be taking a look at the points with the X-Men. Semi-total at a 141. Very interesting to look at this Providence defense, one that ranks in the top 20 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, ever since Bryce Hopkins has been out of the fold, this has been a little bit more touch and go. They were able to do a solid job in that first game against Creighton, but we did see them give up quite a bit against St. John's. Now, the offense was able to rally them, but I do have my question marks with a Providence team that has been a bit careless with the ball this far this season, with about 13.2 turnovers per game. Now, Devin Carter, he's a guy that's able to do it all. A block, a steal, 18 points, 8.5 boards, shoots 38.5% from three-point range. That has been absolutely tremendous. And then Josh Aduru chips in there about 6.5 rebounds per game. Who else is going to be able to step up, though? You're looking at Devontae Gaines being able to give the team double figures in each of the last 2 games. I think that he's going to be relatively rock solid. And for the Xavier team, this has been a highly suspect defensive team over the last 2 seasons. They were well outside the top 100 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis a season ago. And last year, they were able to make do because their offense was so good. This year, they're about 184th in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. That said, I do think that we are going to see a little bit of regression with the fortune that Providence has had in terms of opponents' three-point shooting, as Providence, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, currently they're clocking in right around about 73rd in all of college basketball. Now, this is an absolutely incredible environment that you've got for Providence as well, one of the best home courts in all of college basketball, but I do think that Xavier is going to be able to hold up in this spot. Xavier is allowing opponents to shoot just 30.8% from three-point range in a road/church court environment, and it's a Xavier defense that has been getting better as the season goes along. Abdul Usman, who comes in from North Texas, is able to give you a little bit over a block, 6.5 rebounds per game. And then Tyshawn Clark, Quincy Oliveri. These guys have really been elevators on the offensive side of things, being able to combine for about 33 points per contest. It's a Xavier team that they only shoot right around about 33.5% from three-point range, but You got Davion McKnight give you about 5 assists, a steal and a half, 4 boards, 9.5 points per game. And this is a Xavier team that just by committee, they've actually been able to do a halfway decent job on the glass. Not saying they're amazing or anything like that, but right around 90th in the country in terms of rebound rate. That's going to fly in with Providence. Dealing with the injury to Hopkins, dealing with a few guys just being in and out of the fold, and being a top-heavy team in general. I do think that that's going to allow Xavier to hold in there. And this is a Xavier squad that certainly has been having their warts with regards to their defense, but offensively, this has been a team that has been able to do a pretty rock-solid job as they've been able to get to at least 74 points in 4 of their last 6 games. Meanwhile, it's a Providence team that all of a sudden has now given up 69 plus in 3 of their last 4 games and has been suffering a little bit on that end without having in the fold Bryce Hopkins. So I'm going to be taking a look at the 3.5 here with Xavier, set my line at 3, and at 141, I did set my total there. I'm going to be taking a look at the over, 651, 652 on the betting board. IUPUI, it's going to be playing us Oakland, a 13.5 to a 14-point road favorite, and your total on this game are between 144.5 and 145. Set my line at 14. I don't want to be laying anything more than 13.5, but I'm going to be willing to lay it. It is an Oakland team that once again does find themselves well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and this has been one of the worst 3-point shooting defenses in all of college basketball. And I do think IUPUI is doing for a little bit of positivity. This team stinks. There's no question about it. You take a look at IUPUI and you see the straight-up wins being at 5. 3 of those were against non-Division I teams, so there needs to be a little bit of context there. And for IUPUI, man, its offense has not been great, to say the least. They have now scored 67 points or fewer against Division I competition. Once again, taking out those games against non-D1 teams in 5 out of their last 6 games, and in all but 2 of their games against Division I teams ever since they played against Elon in the Winthrop Invitational, I think about 11 or 12 games ago. But you do have Jalen Counters. He's able to give you 4 boards, 14.5 points, nearly 3 assists. He shoots 35.5% from 3-point range. And IUPUI, they turn the ball over 14.5 times per contest, but they do go up against an Oakland team that really doesn't generate a lot of turnovers. That said, this Oakland team is going to be able to absolutely plow down low. Trey Towson give you 17.5 points, 7.5 boards. It's an Oakland team that they themselves only shoot about 33% from 3-point range, but they go up against an IUPUI team that has been PU from the defensive perspective as well, 315th at opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Oakland actually playing quite a bit more slowly this season. They are well outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game. You've also got an IUPUI team that's looking to play quite slowly as well, but you've been able to get quite a bit of production out of someone like a Jack Wilkie, who's come in from the non-D1 level. He's been able to give this Oakland team right around about 10.5 points per contest, and after Vincent Brady last year shot it well from 3-point range for IUPUI, currently shooting 26% from 3, has risen up a little bit more, but with Quanzi Samuel being really the only guy on this roster giving you north of 4.3 rebounds per game, Oakland should be able to win and should be able to win convincingly, so I'm going to be willing to lay up to 13.5 points with Oakland. I did set my total at 142. I just simply don't think that IUPUI is going to do their part with this total, so looking at the under end, going to be willing to lay with Oakland. This is going to be my DK Network write-up pick. 653, 654 on the betting board. It is Kansas playing against Oklahoma. Oklahoma's an underdog of 5.5 points with your total between 142 and 143, and I did set my total at 144.5. I'm going to be looking at the over. You've got a Kansas team that is just so different with their 3-point shooting at home rather than on the road, and I do think that the fact that this game is in Lawrence is going to be the difference maker. My DK Network write-up, that is going to be laying this number with Kansas. I did set them as an 8.5 point favorite with this Oklahoma team. They've been able to do a very solid job with their defense. They're 11th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They allow opponents to shoot just 27.9% from 3-point range. I think that that's a little bit of fool's gold, and I do think that that's going to get exposed by a Kansas team that is shooting it very well from 3-point range at home, and also with this Oklahoma team. They are allowing about 18 points more per 100 possessions when they're in a road/neutral court environment rather than when they're at home. This is also a Kansas team that they benefit oh so greatly from being out there at the Fog, 19.8 points more per 100 possessions with their offense rather than in a road/neutral court environment. And for this Kansas team, I do think that they should be able to control things down low with Hunter Dickinson, giving 19 points, 12 boards, shooting 51% from 3, which I do think that there's going to be a little bit of a fall off there coming ahead. But that said, DeJuan Harris, he's been able to do such a good job throwing out the ball. Want to see a little bit more scoring out of him. He's literally got more assists and points this season, but 7 assists per contest, doesn't turn the ball over a ton. This is a Kansas team that they do turn the ball over about 12.9 times per contest, but this is also an Oklahoma team that in a road/neutral court environment, they turn the ball over on 19.5 44% of possessions. That ranks 266th in all of college basketball. You've got KJ Adams giving you about 12.5 points per contest, and if you could just get a little bit of something out of guys like Marco Jackson, Johnny Furphy, Nick Timberlake, this team is going to be fine. Meanwhile, for Oklahoma, I always say the same incorrectly, but Owen Away has been shooting 66.7% from three. That is going to see a little bit of a fall off. This Oklahoma team has not shot the same on the road rather than at home, both from three-point range and at the free throw line. That, I think, is big as well. In a nip-and-tuck game, Oklahoma shoots 71.5% the charity stripe away from home, 78.3% at home. Kansas, 78.1% at home, 68% away from home. Javion McCollum has been able to do a solid job for this Oklahoma team, shooting about 40% from three, 15 points per contest. But for this Oklahoma team, you really don't have a ton of rebounding for this team. You've been able to have Sam Godwin give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. Jalen Moore has been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds. But I do think that you're going to be able to have Hunter Dickinson win that battle. And Kevin McCullough has been one of the most underrated players in all of college basketball. Chipping in there darn near 20 points, 8+ rebounds, 4+ assists. I mean, this guy is currently doing absolutely everything, and I do think that Kansas at the Fog, coming off that loss against Central Florida, they're going to restore order. They're going to take it to an Oklahoma team that has not been the same on the road this far this season. I think the Kansas continues to knock down threes. So I'm going to be taking a look at the over. I did set my total 144.5. This could be potentially close enough for late game following as well. So looking over and with my DK Network write-up, I'm laying the points with Kansas. 655, 656 on the betting board. Virginia, so on the road facing off against Wake Forest. Wake is a 5 to a 5.5 point favorite with your total 131. Looking at the over, I set my total 133. This is a Virginia defense that still is one of the best in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but feels like it's been a little bit more wobbly recently, as it's a Virginia team that is 13th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but this very much needs to be pointed out. They're giving up 31 more points per 100 possessions in a road/neutral court environment rather than at home, and a big reason why is because they've been playing against outmatched competition and generating a bunch of turnovers when they've been away from home. What is going to be paramount for Wake Forest is taking care of the ball. Virginia, top 25 team in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but Wake Forest, a relatively mid-tempo team, has only turned the ball over about 11 times per contest. You've got Kevin Boopy Miller, Hunter Salas leading this backcourt, giving you just under 36 points per contest between the two of them. And it was a top-heavy team to begin the season, and it's still a little bit of a top-heavy team to call it what it is. That said, with being able to get Efton Reed back in the fold, being able to give you about 9 boards, 8 points per contest, that has really helped the team out. With Miller and Salas, they combined to shoot about 37% from three-point range. And all of a sudden, off the bench, Parker Fredrickson has been able to shoot 42.5% from three-point range as well. This is a Virginia team that can get gashed a little bit from the outside. With this Virginia team, Ryan Dunn is the only guy that's getting her done down low. He's the only guy in the roster that's giving you north of 4.5 rebounds per game now. Along three, Speakman have been able to combine for about 4.5 steals per contest. Speakman give you double figures, and it is a Virginia team that certainly has been able to hunker down with a three-point arc at home, but on the road, they're allowing opponents to shoot 37.7% from three-point range. I think that that's the root of all these issues as well, because Virginia, also a really good three-point shooting team at home, not quite the same on the road. Virginia, 40.3% three-point shooting team at home, 27.4% in a road/neutral court environment. Now they have to match up with Austin Carr, was able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game as well. I think that this is a real doomsday spot. I do think that there's potential for this to be close enough for late game following, so I did set my total 133, and this is still a Virginia team that they don't beat themselves going up against a Wake Forest team that is better on defense, but in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they still leave a little bit of something to be desired. 99th with that regard, so I'm going to look at the over, and with Wake, did set them as a 5-point favorite. While I do think that they get the job done, I do think that this is going to be a game in which the team is going to be able to remain relatively lively. So going to be taking a look at this total over, set my line at 5, so at a 5.5 or more, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Virginia as well. 657, 658 on the betting board. It is Kentucky. They hit the road. They're facing off against Texas A&M. A&M does find themselves as a 1.5 point favorite. Your total on this game is 154.5. Set my line at 3.5 with Kentucky being the favorite. I'm going to be willing to take them outright on the money line. With Texas A&M, this is certainly a good spot for them. They are going to be taking on a Kentucky team that I think is doing for a little bit of regression. I'm just out on this Texas A&M team, though. They are outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And this is a Texas A&M team that I thought was going to be solid on defense. I'm not surprised that the offense is struggling, though. Less than 31% three-point shooting is relatively ghastly, I'm not going to lie. But that said, with Texas A&M, they're outside the top 100 in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis. Granted, giving up 14.4 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. And certainly this is a Kentucky team that because they have put the pedal to the metal on offense. They're leaving a bit of something to be desired on defense. They're about 81st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but this Kentucky team is in the top 5 nationally in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They're shooting 39.9% from three-point range, and what has been so impressive about this Kentucky team is that their three-point shooting has been able to travel. Now, I do think that Reed Sheppard is not going to continue to be able to shoot 53.5% from three-point range. I don't think I'm being outlandish in saying that, but that said, you just have so many guys. Antonio Reeves shoots 41% from three-point range. Rob Dillingham and Reeves combined for about 33 points per contest. He shoots about 44% from distance. It is a Kentucky team that they do see a drop-off to about 35% three-point shooting in a road/court environment, but they don't get out of sorts. They now have also in the fold to be able to help out with this as well, Mr. Ahmad Bradshaw, who's been able to give you about 5 boards, 8 points per game. So even if the three-point shooting goes a little bit colder, they're still able to do a relatively solid job of being able to maintain there. And like I was mentioning with this Texas A&M defense, it's not so great. And where they really get gashes from beyond the arc, they're 186th in the country in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. With Texas A&M, this team should be able to win the battle down low, as you've been able to have Anderson Garcia be able to give you about 8.5 rebounds per game. You've got a good big man in Henry Coleman who's been able to give you 12.5 points, 8.5 boards. And for this team, 26% three-point shooting. Good grief. That should be going northward. That should be very much going northward. And this is an A&M team that they're well outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, so they're going to look to slow this thing down a little bit. And even with Wade Taylor shooting just 25.5% from three, still gives you 4 assists, 2.5 steals, 17.5 points per game. But with Texas A&M, I think that they've just really met their match against a Kentucky team that they have been cutting through defenses like a hot knife through butter. This Kentucky team has gotten to at least 80 points in all but I believe one of their games thus far this season. That was that loss against UNC Wilmington. And for Texas A&M, they themselves have scored 66 points for free or 3 of their last 5 games. So it's a good old situation of something's got to give. Now to the credit of Texas A&M, 70 points for fear surrendered in each of their last 5 games. So I do think that this is a little bit too high of a total. I did set my total 153.5. I'm going to be looking at the under. I do think that Kentucky, especially with Bradshaw now in the fold, prevails. Going to be taking Kentucky on the money line and the under. 659, 660 on the betting board. It is Penn State, and they're going to be on the road. They're going to be facing off against Purdue. Purdue does find themselves as 17.5 to 18.5 point favorites. Totals between 152 and 154.5. I did set Purdue as a 19.5 point favorite. I was seeing some higher numbers out there a little bit before, but that said, this is going to be a number that I'm going to be willing to lay with Purdue. With Purdue, this team has been able to do an absolutely magnificent job of being able to control the glass, and I do think the Penn State is going to have some issues there. Qudus Wahab has been able to do a solid job giving this Penn State team right around about 8.5 rebounds per game, but past that, you really don't have anyone else that gives you north of 5 boards per contest. For Penn State, 305th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, and Purdue, they're number 6. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of an issue. And then you also have Braden Smith, who's been able to do such an incredible job for the team. 12.5 points, 5.5 boards, 6.5 assists. He's really taken that leap from when he was freshman a season ago. Fletcher Lawyer has been able to shoot 41% from three-point range. Purdue as a whole, they're shooting 39.5% from the outside. Even Trey Kaufman-Renn has been able to shoot some threes. Mason Gillis is shooting darn near 50% from three-point range. You're really getting production from so many different aspects, and it is a Purdue team that they do turn the ball over 12 times per contest, and to the credit of Penn State, they're not a top 40 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but this is also a Penn State team that, because they do gamble for so many turnovers, they do leave themselves very much open to giving up quite a few three-pointers. They allow opponents to shoot 33.5% from three-point range when they're away from home, and this is a Purdue team that they're actually giving up fewer points per possession this season than they did a season ago. They're just playing a little bit faster, which is why they're giving up more points per game, and for Purdue, they're really locking down from beyond the arc, allowing opponents to shoot 25.6% from three-point range when they are at home. Now for Penn State, you've been able to have Ace Baldwin be able to give you about 12.5 points per contest, does a good job of being able to generate some turnovers. Camden Cleary has been able to do a relatively solid job, as well as he's been able to do a solid job of being able to give you about 19 points per contest for Kanye Cleary. And then for this Penn State team, you do have a little bit of depth with being able to get someone like a Damian Dunn to be able to give you 7 points per contest. That said, this team is only shooting about 30% from three-point range. This Purdue team are coming off of a bad loss against Nebraska. I think that they're going to be hungry in this one to be able to atone for that, and they're going up against Penn State team that just night in and night out, they have been getting completely cooked with their defense, as this bunch has now given up at least 75 points in all but 2 of their games ever since the beginning of the month of December, and I believe that if you're able to date it back a little bit further, 9 out of their last 11 games. So I do think that Purdue is going to lay it on them. I'm going to be one to lay the points with Purdue, and I did set my total at a 153.5. Now that we're down to a 152, I'm going to be looking at the over to go along with Purdue. 660, SEC duo on the betting board. Notre Dame plays us Florida State. Florida State, a 1 to 1.5 point favorite. Your total is 135.5, and Florida, the road team in this one. And with Florida State, did set them as a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the very small number. Credit where credit is due for Notre Dame. This team has been able to cover 4 straight games in ACC play. I still have my question marks with them, though, and this has been a different team when they've been in South Bend rather than in a roadside-shoot-record environment. And for Florida State, still not necessarily a tremendous defense. They have now given up at least 71 points in each of their last 4 games, but this Florida State team, they are playing at a fast tempo. They're in the top 75 in terms of total possessions per game, gotten to at least 75 points in each of their last 4 games, and they go up against a Notre Dame team that's outside the top 275 in terms of taking care of the ball. The turnovers have been very bad for them, as Marcus Burton is in the top 5 nationally in terms of qualifying players in terms of turnovers on a per-possession basis. Now, credit to Notre Dame with regards to their three-point shooting defense. They're about 118th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. This is a Notre Dame squad that has certainly been having their ups and downs with regards to their own three-point shooting, as they're in the bottom 75 with that regard. But they go up against a Florida State team that is allowing opponents to shoot north of 34% from three-point range. So I do think that we're going to see the ball go through the basket really for both of these teams. This was an opener of 133.5. It's now up to a 135. I'm seeing a few straight 134.5 still out there as well. So I had a 134.5 or less. Still going to be taking a look at the over, but I do think that for Florida State, they're going to be able to do a relatively solid job down low. You've got Jameer Watkins, you've got Baba Miller, who are both able to give you 5 rebounds per game. They've been dealing with some injuries, and they now have Primo Spears in the fold. He's only been able to give the team 10.5 points per contest. He's only shot 18% from three-point range. I do think that that's going to be going a little bit more northward, and for Florida State, this is a team that, while they are hit or miss with regards to their three-point shooting, the team has been able to do a nice job of being able to knife the ball a little bit more inside as well. They've, overall for the season, only been hitting about 49.5% of their twos, but in the last 3 games, that's been north of 53%, so I do like to see that coming to the forefront a little bit more. And for Notre Dame, just to have so many issues with regards to the backcourt of this team and the way that things have been run, with Burton having to do a little bit of everything. J.R. Kozensky has been able to give you 9.5 points, 6 boards, and I will say, coach's son in Brandon Shrewsbury has really been able to step up 8.5 points per contest, but still, this is a Notre Dame team that in regulation, because that Georgia Tech game that did go to overtime, they have scored really 66 points or fewer in all but 2 of their games thus far this season. So I do think that it's going to be a good old situation of something's got to give. Notre Dame rising up with their defense, but Florida State pumping it up with their offense. Did semi total 135. I do think that this is going to be close enough for late game falling. I do think that Florida State going to be able to get it done. So at a 134.5 or less, going to be taking a look at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay the very small number here with Florida State. 663, 664 on the betting board. Fordham hits the road face off against St. Bonaventure. The Bonnies are an 11-point favorite. Total on this game 141.5. Did semi total at a 140.5. Looking at the under, do have a Fordham team that ranks in the top 75 in terms of total possessions per game, and a Bonnies team that ranks in the bottom 75 in terms of total possessions per game. And when it comes to this Fordham team, they certainly have been doing a solid job defensively thus far this season, but it's been very touch and go for them. And this Fordham team, they just don't have a lot of shooting in general. 14.5 turnovers per game in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Bottom 100 team in all of college basketball. They shoot about 33% from 3, with the South Metter being able to shoot 38.7% from the outside. But this is also a Fordham team that they are allowing opponents to shoot nearly 35% from 3, 250th in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, St. Bonaventure has been able to do a much better job from the perimeter. Bonnie's 42nd in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, so I do think that the Bonnies should be able to do a relatively solid job here. But that said, I still only set my line at a 8.5. Jan Farrell is now going by some other name that I have a tough time pronouncing. He just hasn't given the team the same amount down low as he did a season ago, and this is a Fordham team that has been able to get quite a bit from Abdul Sambilia, about 10 points, 8.5 rebounds per game. Antrell Charlton is really helping out Metter in the backcourt. Both of these guys have now been able to give you right around about 3 assists per contest, so I think that that's going to be very paramount for a Fordham team that they need to win the rebound battle down low to be able to hold in this game. Fordham just 136th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, and to the credit of the Bonnies, they're a top 75 team with this regard, as a big reason why has been the versatility of Charles Pride. He's been able to give you about 6.5 boards, chipping in there about 11.5 points per game, and the Bonnies, they are shooting about 37.5% from three-point range, 77.5% at the free throw line. But this is a Fordham team that all of a sudden, the offense has been there for them. 76 plus points each of their last 4 games. It is a St. Bonaventure Bonaventure team that sans that big giant hiccup that they had against VCU. Against VCU, that was a game where both teams were able to exceed 75 points, but really aside from that game, the only other team to break 70 against them has been Auburn, but that does lead to some lower scoring games that makes it a little bit harder to be able to win by margin, and this is a Fordham team that has been able to generate right around about 9 steals per contest. For St. Bonaventure, they only turn the ball over about 11 times per contest, but I do think that Fordham, with the way that they've been able to play defense, even with all the hiccups that they've had on defense in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this has still been a team that has come to play. They're in the top 100 with this regard. And for Fordham, if you look at their road points allowed on a per possession basis, this is a top 25 mark in all of college basketball. I do think that they hold in there and allow this to be a little bit of a lower scoring game, even though it's going to be a higher possession. I did set my total 140.5, looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with Fordham. 665, 666 on the betting board. Utah State is on the road. They're facing off against UNLV, and UNLV does find themselves as underdogs at home of anywhere between 2 and 3 points. Their total on this game is between 145.5 and 146.5. Did set my line at 2. Now that we're getting to a 2.5 to a 3, I'm going to be willing to take the points. This is a UNLV squad that, with both of the Boone brothers out there in the fold, this team has been just such a vastly different bunch, because before you got the other of the Boone brothers, I always get their names mixed up, but that said, before you got both of them out there, this UNLV team was one of the worst teams offensively among the Power 6 plus the Mountain West. They are still overall for the season outside the top 150 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but if you look at them recently, they lost 73 points to New Mexico, but there's really no shame there. That's the only time that with both of the Boone brothers in the fold, they have allowed north of 70. They held St. Mary's to 69 points in 2 overtimes. They held Creighton to 64 points. They've really done a nice job of being able to hunker down with regards to their defense. They've also been able to get quite a bit out of their freshman point guard in Dedrin Thomas. Thomas has been able to give you 6 assists, shoots 39.5% from 3-point range, double figures in each of the last 3 games, so he has been rock solid. You do have to make sure that he doesn't get too loose with the turnovers, as he's had a combined 9 over the last 3 games, but this is a UNLV team that is really starting to step up now. They go up against a Utah State team that has been amazing with their 3-point shooting defense. They're allowing opponents to shoot 26.3% from 3-point range in a road/short environment, and Grados Bohr, he is still going to be great down low for this Utah State team. 9.5 boards, 18.5 points per game. He has been absolutely tremendous for a Utah State team that overall, they only do shoot about 31.5% from 3-point range, but they take care of the ball. Darius Brown has been able to give you 7.5 assists to 1.4 turnovers per game. Ian Martinez, he shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range. He's able to chip in their 12 points per contest, and this is a Utah State team that they just really do the little things well. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this Utah State team is ranked right around 33rd in all of college basketball, and in a road/shoot-record environment, they're actually number 1 in all of college basketball. Big reason why is that Utah State is ranked in the top 40 with regards to overall rebound rate, and UNLV currently 322nd, but that's been going northward ever since the Boone brothers have been back, and I do think that UNLV is going to be able to put the ball in the basket quite a bit in this spot. I do think we're going to see a little bit of regression with this Utah State defense, but this is also a UNLV team that is outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game. Utah State, they've gotten to at least 77 points in each of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, you've got a UNLV team that scored 74 plus in 4 of their last 5. So I did set my total 146 here at the 145.5 to 146.5. Would rather have the 146.5 under rather than the over on 145.5. And with UNLV, won't take anything north of 2 with them. 667, 668 on the betting board. Seattle, it's a road face-off against UT Arlington. UT Arlington between a pick'em to a 1.5 point underdog. Your total is between 140 and 141, and I did set Arlington as a 3-point underdog, so I'm going to be willing to lay it with Seattle. The Seattle team has been able to do a really good job hunkering down with their defense. Seattle in the top 25 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and it's a Seattle team that they've got their primary scorer. That would be Cam Tyson. He's been able to do an absolutely incredible job, giving this team right around about 19 or so points per contest. We've seen a little bit of a slide with that recently, but I mean, he's been able to do a nice job shooting 37% from 3-point range, but now he's got a lot more help. You've got the Creighton transfer in John Christofilis, who's been able to give you double figures. You've been able to get some good rebounding out of Kobe Williamson, Brandon Chatfield, that combined 12 boards, about 20 points per game, and then you get some shot blocks out of both of these guys as well, and they go up against a UT Arlington team that they just can't hold on to the ball. Bottom 30 team in all of college basketball with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, it is a Seattle team that is coming off of giving up 81 points to UT Rio Grande Valley, but if you look at regulation and regulation only for the Seattle team, last time they gave up north of 70 points in regulation was that Washington game, in which things were just all sorts of harebrained and crazy there. That was a game that went to double overtime, but I mean, that is really one of just 2 times this far this season. They've allowed north of 71 points in regulation. Meanwhile, you've got a UT Arlington team that the scoring has been bumped up a little bit more. They've been able to get to at least 70 points each of their last 3 games. Being able to get in Philip Russell, who's the top scorer over at Southeast Missouri State last season, has been able to help out with that quite a bit. But that said, this is still a UT Arlington team that shoot about 34% from 3 to try to offset those turnovers, and that's just not going to cut it. Now, DeJuan Gordon, Shamar Wilson, both of these guys have been able to give you about 15.5 rebounds per game, so that's been a little bit helpful. But UT Arlington, they're still getting torched from the outside. This is a team that ranks 263rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and despite the fact that you've got 2 very good rebounders for this UT Arlington team, in terms of overall rebound rate, they're still only about 131st. I will say that rebound rate at home, that is by far a top 100 mark in all of college basketball. But that said, with Seattle, their ability to be able to rebound by committee, they're a top 55 mark with this regard. It travels really well. They've been able to do a good job of being able to guard the 3-point arc themselves. I do think that for UT Arlington, they're just going to be stuck in the mud in this spot. It's a pair of teams that are relatively mid-tempo, so it is a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Seattle, set them as a 3-point favorite, and did make my total 139. So looking under and going to be willing to trust in the Seattle defense, willing to lay it with them. 669, 670 on the betting board. Denver is going to be playing those to South Dakota State. South Dakota State just find themselves as a favorite of 1.5 total on this game, between 161 and 163. And with South Dakota State, I did set them as an underdog of 4 points. I am going to be willing to take Denver outright on the money line with South Dakota State. I just see a lot of issues with this team. They are now outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, and not that South Dakota State has been some sort of a world beater on defense, but that said, 335th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're now allowing about 17.9 points more per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than in a road/neutral court setting. And when it comes to South Dakota State team, certainly this isn't going to be a team that's going to live and die by the 3-point ball. They are going to have a tremendous player out there, and Zeke Mayo is going to be the most versatile player in the game, but is not the best scorer. With Mayo, 18 points, 6.5 boards, 3.5 assists per contest. But Tommy Bruner, 25.4 points per game. He leads all of college basketball, shooting 42.2% from 3-point range, throws in their 4 assists per game. Now, both of these teams should be able to hit quite a few threes. South Dakota State, 233rd in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Opponents are shooting north of 35.5% from 3 in a road/neutral court environment. Meanwhile, this is a Denver team that they're 333rd in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. That does, though, fall to 34.4% when they are at home. So they've been a tad bit better with that regard. Now, you've got Charlie Easley along with Luke Capel for the South Dakota State team. They've been able to combine for a little bit north of 20 points per contest. Both of these guys are shooting north of 38% from 3-point range. It easily has been able to give you about 2 steals per contest, but Denver should be able to do a good job protecting the ball. They're only turning the ball over 9.7 times per contest, and this is a team that's in the top 40 nationally in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. You've also got Tuki Tanemo, who's been able to do a really good job for the Denver team, being able to give you 8+ rebounds per game. Jackson Brenchley, who comes over from Utah, he's been able to chip in there a few assists. He's able to give you 5+ rebounds per game, and despite the fact that South Dakota State shoots well from 3-point range, this is a squad that they do have their issues with regards to the glass. On South Dakota State, they themselves 31st in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. So you've got a pair of teams that are able to score it really well, but you do have a South Dakota State team has really slowed it down with regards to their tempo as well. My biggest fear in this one is that you just don't get enough possessions for and over. It is a South Dakota State team that, to their credit, they've gotten to at least 80 in 3 of their last 4 games, and this Denver team, my goodness gracious. Last time they did not get to 80 points in a game. You have to go all the way back to when they played against BYU. BYU is the only team that has held this team below 80 points since the beginning of the month of December. So it's an interesting circumstance. I do think, though, that we've went just a little bit too far as Denver has been able to guard the arc a little bit better at home rather than on the road, and I think that they get it done here. I did set Denver as a 4-point favorite, take them outright on the money line, and made my total a 158. So also looking under 671, 672 on the betting board. Boston College, it's the road face off against Clemson, and Clemson is a favorite of 9 to 9.5 points. Your total on this game is 151.5, and with Boston College, did set them as an underdog of 9.5 points. Here at the 9, I'm going to be willing to lay with Clemson. Clemson certainly had that stinker last week against North Carolina where they went like 1 for a trillion from 3-point range. That said, you saw BJ Hall giving 19 points, 6 boards per contest, and it's a Clemson team that we've seen a little bit of a downtick with regards to their 3-point shooting, but they're still shooting as a collective about 37.1% from 3-point range, and they go up against a Boston College team that you want to talk about versatile big men. Quentin Post shooting north of 45% from 3-point range. He's able to give you 18.5 points, more than a block and a half per contest. He has been absolutely tremendous for the squad, but I do think that Clemson is going to be able to win the battle on the glass. They're a top 75 team with regards to rebound rate, with Ian Shefflin being able to give you 9.5 rebounds per game. And then you've got a pair of guys in Joe Girard, coupled with Chase Hunter, who just do such a good job at the backcourt. Hunter has not shot it well from three, only about 29%, but gives you 3 assists, 11.5 points per contest. And Girard is that guy that's able to bomb from three. 42% three-point shooter, 3.5 assists per contest, going up against the Boston College team that ranks well outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Claudel Harris is able to shoot 44.5% from the outside, and Boston College does a good job taking care of the ball. Both of these teams, top 50 teams in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Jaden Zachary, a few seasons ago, was a tremendous three-point shooter. He's only shooting 25% this season, but it's done a nice job keeping things clean for the team. 4.3 assists to 1.5 turnovers per game, but with this Boston College team, it's a little bit more top-heavy. Meanwhile, for Clemson, you are able to get some ancillary production, like an 8 points per game out of Chauncey Wiggins and things like that. And I do think that Clemson is going to be able to do a solid job inside. This is a Boston College team that certainly has been getting gashed with regards to their defense, as they have now allowed at least 80 points in 3 of their last 5 games. And for this Clemson squad, they themselves have been able to rise up a little bit more defensively, 65 points for fewer surrender in 2 of their last 4 games. Certainly, I do think that offensive efficiency is going to be there in this game, but this is a Clemson team that's still relatively slow, and this is a pair of teams I do think are going to still see a little bit of regression with their three-point shooting. So I did set my total 149.5, looking under, as Clemson willing to lay up to 9 with them. 673, 674 on the betting board. It is Texas State, and they're facing off against Louisiana Monroe. Monroe does find themselves as a home underdog of 4 points. Draw this game is anywhere between 131.5 and 132, and when it comes to Louisiana Monroe, I did set them as an underdog of 4 points. We're right now seeing a few 4.5s pop up, and at the 4.5, that'll be my buy point. This is a Texas State team that has been just really all over the place over the last 12 or so months. Now, they bring in Colton Benson, a double-figure scorer from Army. He had to sit out due to, I believe, the NCAA's ruling on transfers and everything like that. Now that he's in the fold, he's been able to give the team a little bit more offensively, but this is still a Texas State team that you're just not used to seeing them outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, Louisiana Monroe, you're very used to seeing them towards the bottom of so many different metrics, as Louisiana Monroe outside the top 240 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, but they are getting a little bit more out of Tariq LaCour, who's been able to do a solid job throwing there about 10.5 points per contest. Nika Merkatavashvili, hopefully I said that correctly, he's been able to give you about 10.5 points. He's only shooting about 21% from three-point range. That said, it's not like the Texas State team has been anything amazing from three-point range themselves, shooting about 32% from three, and the 13.5 turnovers per game is quite concerning with this team. With Louisiana Monroe, they do have quite a few warts. They're going to lose this battle down low, but they're an okay three-point shooting defense, about 216th in all of college basketball. Texas State, to their credit, they're about 71st, but I do think that though Texas State is going to be able to win the battle down low, it's still not going to be quite the same because they've been dealing with that injury to Tyrell Morgan, who's looked to be the do-it-all player down low. They still got Brandon Love giving you about 11.5 points, 5.8 rebounds per game, and the team has been able to elevate a little bit with Jordan Mason being in the fold. Mason, he was injured for the first few games of the season, so I've been able to give the team 12.5 points per contest, but just has not been able to give the team as much recently. And for Texas State, they've given up north of 70 points at each of their last 5 games. It's a Monroe team that they have scored now 65 points or fewer for their last 5 and 68 or fewer in all 5. So it's a good old situation of something's got to give, as both of these teams are riding 5+ game losing streaks. I did set my total at 132, as I do think that this game is going to be close enough for late game filling. So at the 131.5, looking at the over and anything north of 4, going to be able to take the points with Monroe. 675, 676 on the betting board. Missouri plays us to South Carolina. South Carolina, a 1.5 to a 2.5 point underdog. Your totals between 140.5 and 141, and with Missouri, I did set them as a 2.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the 1.5. The South Carolina team has been able to do an absolutely superb job of being able to rise up this season. They don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game. BJ Mack has really been your main man, but my goodness, this has been a team that has just been on fire from three-point range all season long. For the South Carolina team, among your top 5 scorers, pretty much every one of them shoots at least 35% from three-point range, and Davon Cooper being just so efficient for the South Carolina team has been a big reason why they've been able to elevate. For Davon Cooper, he gives out about 4 assists, just over 1 turnover per game. It's a South Carolina team that's only turned the ball over about 10.5 times per contest. We have seen a little bit of Coolidge coming in for their three-point shooting, though. Now overall, they're shooting about 34% from three-point range, so that's a little bit of an issue. You do have Michi Johnson, though, being able to give you about 18 points per contest, and they do go up against a Missouri team that's been a little bit all over the place with regards to their defense, still doing a solid job being able to generate some turnovers. They're about 138th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but this is also a South Carolina team that's not the same on the road rather than at home. They're allowing opponents to shoot 35.8% from three-point range. Sean East in a road environment has not been the same defender as he has been at home. Now, Shawnee's shooting darn near 50% from three-point range, given the team double figures. He's been able to do a very solid job with that regard. But for Missouri, they are about 170th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 17.2 points fewer per 100 possessions at home. So I do think that that's very significant in this spot. Meanwhile, you've got a South Carolina team that was alluding to it a little bit before. Feels like the air is starting to come out of the balloon just a little bit for this team. They're giving up about 15.7 points more per 100 possessions in a road/shoot-record environment rather than at home. I just have no idea why 7'5" Connor Vanover is not seeing more minutes for a Missouri team that's outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate. So that should be able to keep South Carolina very lively in this game. But I do like all the guards that you do have for this Missouri team. You've been able to get Tamar Bates. You've been able to have Nick Honor be able to give you 10.5 points per contest, both shooting north of 39.5% from three-point range. And then on top of that, you've been able to get a little bit more production recently down low. So you get about 4 boards per contest out of Aiden Shaw. He's been able to rise up as a little bit of a sophomore, given this team 5+ rebounds in 2 out of the last 3 games, a block plus in now each out of the last 4 games. So I do think the Missouri does just enough to be able to get it done against the South Carolina team that's had their struggles on the road. And I do think that this is going to be a close enough game for late game falling. And I do think that Missouri's going to be looking to push tempo a little bit more moving forward, as it is a Missouri team that's now gotten to at least 73 points in 4 out of their last 5 games. And I do think that South Carolina, just a different defense on the road. So going to be looking at the over and going to be one to lay up to deuce with Missouri. 677, 678 on the betting board. Louisiana hits the road to face off against Arkansas State, and Arkansas State does find themselves as 2.5 point favorites. Their total on this game is 153. With Louisiana, I did set them as a favorite of 5 points, so I'm going to be taking a look at them outright on the money line. This is a Louisiana team that is very dangerous from three-point range. Joe Charles has been able to give this team 9.5 rebounds per game, and I just am sort of out on this Arkansas State team. With Arkansas State, they have been very much an all-over-the-place sort of team. They're very much made up of transfers, and perhaps if this were a game that were being played in March, might be thinking a little bit differently about them, but it's an Arkansas State team that I feel like is still trying to find its identity a little bit. 12.5 turnovers per game. They do shoot about 35.8% from three-point range. Caleb Fields, Freddie Hicks, Tyron Todd have all been able to give you about 10.5 to 11.5 points per contest, and credit where credit is due for Arkansas State. They've been able to go on a nice 3-game winning streak, but it's been against Georgia Southern, Texas State, and Old Dominion. These teams are pretty deplorable, and in every one of those games, they gave up at least 75 points. So I did think that you're going to be able to get a nice higher scoring affair in this one, which is why I did set my total more around a 153. I'm seeing a 152.5 out there. Would be willing to take a look at the over, and heck, even though I made my number 153, even at a 153, if this is all you got, I'd be taking a look at the over. I'm going to call it what it is. But for Louisiana, you do have the best facilitator out there in this game, despite the fact that Caleb Fields gives you about 5.5 assists per contest for Arkansas State. I prefer Thamus Folks. He only gives you about 4.5 assists per contest, but he's done a nice job being able to just get guys in good position to be able to bomb from 3. As Louisiana, they shoot about 36.5% from three-point range. You also have each of your top 6 scorers generating at least a steal per contest. Kentrell Garnett, he is shooting north of 40% from three-point range for a 3rd straight season. This is an Arkansas State team that, with regards to guarding the three-point arc, they've been relatively okay, but at home they allow opponents to shoot 37.4% from three-point range as well. There's a lot of red flags. This just feels like a really bad matchup spot in general. It is a Louisiana team that they themselves have been in the top 30 nationally with regards to their three-point shooting defense, with Charles being able to do a relatively solid job down low. Kobe Julian giving you 17.5 points, 4 boards per contest. I think Louisiana gets the job done outright on the money line. I do like them here, and at a 153 or less, going to be taking a look at the over to go along with Louisiana on the money line. 679, 680 on the betting board. Coastal Carolina plays us Old Dominion. Old Dominion is a 1-point road favorite, and your total on this game is 150.5. Anyone who had Old Dominion a few nights ago probably never wants to bet on them again after they had a 20-point lead against Georgia State and did not cover 6. That's not great, to say the least. And this Old Dominion team, right now they're dealing with, I believe it's Jeff Jones as their main coach. He's been dealing with health issues. He's been away from the program. It's really showing. This is an Old Dominion team that typically is a good defensive team, a little bit hit or miss on offense. They're outside the top 285 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Not to say that this Coastal Carolina team has been any good. They're outside the top 250 of points allowed on a per possession basis, but Gianna Ojiaka, who comes over from George Mason, he's been able to do a solid job giving the team darn near 10 rebounds per contest. Coastal Carolina has been okay with their three-point shooting defense as well. They're about 160th in all of college basketball in this regard. It's an Old Dominion team that's getting absolutely torched from three-point range, 336th, and that's going to be big for a Coastal Carolina team in which the backcourt has been a little bit shaky for the team. Kevin Easley, he comes in as a little bit of a combo player from Duquesne, TCU, 8.5 points, 5.5 boards per contest. It's a Coastal Coastal Carolina team turn the ball over about 13.5 times per contest. They shoot just below 32% from three-point range, and then you do have Chauncey Jenkins coupled with Vashon Alouette. They've been able to combine for about 32 points per contest, with Jenkins to be able to shoot about 37% from three-point range. And RJ Blakeney, who comes over from Dayton, he's been able to give you some points, shoots 41.5% from the outside. It's an Old Dominion team that they do a better job of being able to hold on to the ball, but for Old Dominion, I really do question how they're going to be able to fare down low. This Coastal Carolina team, if you look at their overall rebound rate, and it's about 153rd. It's nothing great, it's nothing terrible, but this is an Old Dominion team that they're also getting smoked on the glass as well. 313th in all of college basketball. I have no idea why Old Dominion is favored in this spot. Fully recognize that Coastal Carolina is not a great team, but this Old Dominion team is clearly out of sorts without their coach, and I'm going to be willing to back Coastal Carolina outright on the money line as a result, and did so my total at a 147. You've got a pair of teams that they aren't necessarily super duper up tempo, and I do think that for this Old Dominion team, they're just not going to be able to do their part offensively, despite the fact that they hold on to the ball. They don't necessarily take the world's greatest shot. So going to be taking a look at the under and Coastal Carolina outright on the money line, 681, 682 on the betting board. It is BYU on the road facing off against Central Florida. Central Florida is a 5 to a 5.5 point home underdog. Your total is between 143 and 143.5. With BYU, I did set them as a 4-point favorite. So you're at the 5+. We're going to be willing to take the points from Central Florida. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull off another big time win, much like they did a few nights ago, but this Central Florida team really bears down on defense, and I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a slugfest from a defensive standpoint. I did set my total at a 144. Here at the 143.5, it's a max I'm going to be taking a look at the over on. It is still a BYU team that does a good job of being able to shoot from three-point range. They've still been a top 20 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis on offense, and this is a BYU team that is actually number 3 in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis on defense, but they do allow 13.9 points more per 100 possessions when they are on the road rather than when they are at home. And for Central Florida, number 4 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 25 points per 100 possessions if you're at home rather than on the road. I do think that that split is going to iron out just a little bit more, but for Central Florida, I think that they're going to do a relatively solid job down low. You got Abrima Diallo, who's able to give you about a block and a half to 2 blocks. He's able to give you 6 rebounds per game. It's a BYU team that, even with Fusani Traore being banged up, this has been one of the best teams on the glass in all of college basketball, number 4 in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, it's a Central Florida team that, while they do a solid job down low, they might not be able to quite win that battle. Right around 46, Noah Waterman for BYU has been able to give you about 6.5 boards per contest. Jackson Robinson has been your main man with about 15 points, shooting 39% from three-point range. And when it comes to this BYU team, out of their top 4 scorers, 3 of them shoot at least 38.7% from three-point range. Trevin Nell has been able to do a solid job shooting 47.5% from the outside. But I do think that we're going to see some positivity moving forward out of Jalen Sellers as well for Central Florida. He was able to go off in that game against Kansas. Was only shooting 28.5% from 3 this season. Shot north of 40% at Ball State last season. I don't think he gets a 40%, and that was at a lower level of competition, but that should be rising up a little bit. Meanwhile, you've got Darius Johnson along with Marcelius Avery, who have both been able to shoot north of 38% from three-point range. Avery has been able to chip in their 4.5 boards per game. Johnson gives you 14 points and is able to generate some steals. This is a Central Florida team that they do turn the ball for 13 times per contest, but they do induce a lot of turnovers as well. It's a BYU team that is currently number 8 in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but again, big-time home and road splits, 25.4% at home, 32.1% in a road/neutral court environment. Meanwhile, with the Central Florida team, they're about 100th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but that dips to 28 when they are at home. I do think the BYU finds a way to get the job done. Both of these teams, they're brisk tempo teams. They're not necessarily just absolutely running it and gunning it, but at the same time, this is a Central Florida team that, on the down low, they've actually been playing with quite a few possessions in quite a few of their games. Top 75 in all of college basketball with that regard. BYU more around 90th. So I do think that you get enough possessions for an over. I do think that you get some late game fouling. So looking over and set Central Florida as a 4-point dog. So taking a look at the points as well. 683, 684 on the betting board. Bowling Green is on the road facing off against Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois is a 1 to 1.5 point home underdog with your total 150.5. And with Bowling Green, set them as a 2-point favorite. And Todd Simon, we trust. I am going to be willing to lay this very small number. Been highly impressed by what we've been seeing out of Todd Simon's squad thus far this season. As for Bowling Green, I do think that they're going to be able to do a solid job down low. You've been able to get right in the neighborhood about 8.5 rebounds per game out of Rashawn Agee. Jason Spurgeon, when he's been out there, has been able to do a solid job with about 5.5 boards, a little bit over a block per contest. Bowling Green, I think, should see some positivity with their shooting. 66% at the charity stripe, 31.5% from three-point range, but it's really been the defense that has allowed Bowling Green to be able to have so much success as far as Bowling Green, a top 100 110th team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and it travels. In a road/neutral-court environment, this Bowling Green team has been a top 50 defense in the country, and Northern Illinois has not been a top 50 defense in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They are getting lambasted on the glass as Northern Illinois 346th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You've got Xavier Amos, who's able to give you about 6.5 boards per game, and then you've got Johan Conan Niederhauser, who down low is able to give you about 5 boards, 2 blocks per contest for a team that does shoot 35% from 3-point range. David Coit, Zariq Nutter, they combine to shoot 37% from the outside. Coit gives you about 4 assists. He's been very solid with his offense, but also for Northern Illinois, they shoot even worse than Bowling Green at the free throw line, 66.2% at the charity stripe. Marcus Hill being able to give this Bowling Green team 15 points per game, I think is going to be big as well for Northern Illinois. The offense just hasn't been there for the team either. 66 points or fewer in 3 of their last 5 games. Bowling Green, they've been giving up a few more points recently. They've given up 78 plus in each of their last 3, but offense has been there for them in this time span as well. They've now been able to get to at least the 75-point plateau in each out of their last 7 games. I do think that this is going to be a Bowling Green team that, moving forward, they're going to be able to get a little bit more offensive production, and I'm going to be willing to lay the 2 with them. And with regards to the total, I did set mine at a 156. I think that this is going to be a game cranked up-tempo. Todd Simon over at Southern Utah was a more up-tempo guy as well. So looking at the over and looking to lay it with Bowling Green. 685, 686 on the betting board. Wyoming plays against Fresno State. Fresno State is an underdog of 4 points with your total 139, and with Wyoming, I did set them as a favorite of 6 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay it. You have to award more than 3 points for a home court with this Wyoming team, as for Wyoming, this team just has so much of a home court advantage with regards to elevation. Now, the big thing for the Cowboys is not turning the ball over, as this has been a squad that's been turning the ball over right around 15 times per contest. That's been a little bit unsightly. That said, they get to go up against the Fresno State team that they really don't induce a lot of those turnovers, and for Fresno State, they've been a little bit better with their 3-point shooting. Xavier DeSalle, he knows this program very well. Began his career at Wyoming. He's a double-figure scorer that's able to shoot about 35% from 3-point range, but Wyoming allowing opponents to shoot 37.6% from 3-point range on the road. That is well outside the top 250 nationally. This is a Wyoming team that they themselves are going to keep themselves open to giving up some shots, as opponents are shooting 37.5% from 3-point range at home against them. Strangely enough, only about 28% in a road/neutral-court environment, so I do think that that's going to iron out a little bit, but Sam Griffin, who comes in from Tulsa, should be the best scorer in this game. He's been able to do a solid job for this Wyoming team, chipping in their 16-plus points per contest, relatively good 3-point shooter, as it's a Wyoming team that is shooting well above 36% from 3-point range. I think we should be seeing a little bit of a drop-off there. As a matter of fact, it's 38% from 3-point range, as Akul Kot has also been able to give you about 15 points per contest. It's a Wyoming team that they do a relatively solid job by committee of being able to rebound as well. You've got 3 separate guys that give you at least 5.4 rebounds per game. Now for Wyoming, Eduardo Andre 3000 is a very good low-post defender and has been able to do a good job of being an eraser with that regard. So I do think that Fresno State is going to have a little bit of an advantage there, along with Anyak Boyaki, who's been able to give you about 8 or so rebounds per game. In terms of rebound rate, as a Fresno State team, that's right around 144th in all of college basketball. But with Fresno State turning the ball over 15.5 times per contest themselves, and this Wyoming team certainly having a big-time home court advantage, while Fresno State, they had just not been able to get anything going with regards to their offense. If you look at regulation, because their game against Portland State went to overtime, they have scored 71 points or fewer in regulation in each of their last 6 games. And I do think that for Wyoming, they're going to be able to take full advantage and get the job done in the spot. Set Wyoming is a 6-point favorite, going to be willing to lay it, and just set my total 142. As I do think that both of these teams drained quite a few outside shots, so I'm going to be looking at the over along with Wyoming. 687, 688 on the betting board. St. Joe's, they play host to Loyola Chicago. Loyola Chicago is an underdog of 6.5 to 7 points. Total on this game is 141 to 142, and with Loyola Chicago, I did set them as a underdog of 8 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it with St. Joe's. St. Joe's has been able to do a tremendous job with their defense. Now, for St. Joe's, it's been a little bit of a rocky start to them for Atlantic 10 play, but that said, you still have guys that are able to do a very solid job of being able to elevate the game, as you've been able to get in that neighborhood about 17.5 points per contest out of Eric Reynolds. Reynolds has been able to shoot from 3-point range about 41.5% for a team that as a whole. They do shoot about 36.2% from 3-point range, going up against the Loyola Chicago team that, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they themselves have been a top 35 team in all of college basketball. When it comes to St., don't call them average Joes. They're about 44th in all of college basketball, but they're giving up 22 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral-court environment. And they go up against the Loyola Chicago team that actually do a relatively solid job with regards to the rebound rate. That said, this is a Loyola Chicago team that, for one, they're giving up 23.7 points more per 100 possessions on the road rather than at home. And two, Miles Rubin with 4.6 rebounds per game leads the way with regards to their total rebounds. Philip Ellison to be able to give you about 13.5 points, chips in their 4.5 boards for the Loyola Chicago team that they are shooting about 35.5% from three-point range, but St. Joe's, they've been one of the best teams at being able to guard the arc in all of college basketball. Opponents are shooting 27.9% from three-point range against them. Loyola Chicago, also a little bit sloppy with the ball. They have turned the ball over about 12.5 times per contest, and Loyola Chicago on the road allows opponents to shoot 38.8% from three-point range. I do think that St. Joe's going to be able to win this game from the outside with having Rasheer Fleming now being able to give you 7 boards per contest, with the St. Joe's team being able to have Lynn Greer giving you 4 assists, keeping it relatively consistent with regards to not turning the ball over as well, and with the St. Joe's team as well being able to get Xavier Brown going for about 11 points on 48% three-point shooting. Just a little bit too much offense by St. Joe's in this one. Willing to lay up to 7.5 with St. Joe's, and did semi-total 144, as I do think that both of these teams going to be able to sink some outside shots. Looking at the over, and I'm looking at St. Joe's laying the number. 689, 690 on the betting board. SMU hits the road to face off against East Carolina, and East Carolina does find themselves as 5 to 5.5 point home underdogs. So on this game between 136.5 and 137.5. I did set SMU just a 4.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to take the points. It is an SMU team that has been able to do amazing work defensively. How about a top 25 mark in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis? And with this SMU team, they've been able to find a little bit more three-point shooting. Chuck Harris, he's been able to shoot darn near 40% from three, giving this team a double-figure amount of points per game, but for East Carolina, I do think that their numbers on defense are a little bit misleading because right now they're well outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But look at the way this team has played recently, giving up 65 points or fewer each of their last 2 affairs, and now they've given up 70 points or fewer in all but 3 of their games since the beginning of the month of December. A lot of the reasons why their numbers have been looking so bad on defense is that Brandon Johnson was out of the fold for a few games in November, and when he was out there, was dealing with a little bit of an illness. Now he's 100%, giving the team 15 points, 9.5 boards, shooting 36.5% from three-point range. And for this East Carolina team, each of their top 3 scorers all give you at least 13.5 points, all at least 5.4 boards, and all shoot at least 36.6% from three-point range, including RJ Felton, 16.5 points, 6.5 boards. You've got really good versatility with this team. Now, I don't know if they're going to be able to quite win the battle on the glass against SMU. It's a top 45 team in the country in terms of rebound rate, but for East Carolina, this team is in the top half of all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Bobby Pettiford has been able to keep things clean at the point guard spot. 4 assists, 1.1 turnovers per game. He's been able to give you 9.5 points per game. The shooting has been a little bit hit or miss for him, and Cam Hayes has just really given the team nothing when he's been out there. He just hasn't really been too much of a difference maker. That said, with this SMU team, it does feel like a squad that's just rather inconsistent with regards to their offense, as Tariq Phillips is able to give you 14 points, but he only shoots about 23% from three-point range. This SMU team also shoots less than 66% at the free throw line. In a closeout spot, you got to be feeling a little bit nervous about that, so I'm going to be taking a look at the points with East Carolina. I did set them as an underdog of 4.5, and did make my total 134.5. I think that we get a low-scoring slog with a pair of teams that are outside the top 150 in terms of total possessions per game. So diving under and looking at the points with East Carolina, 691, 692 on the betting board. It is Southeast Missouri State on the road taking on Tennessee Tech. Tennessee Tech is a favorite of 7 points here total on this game, and between 145.5 and 146.5, and with Tennessee Tech, I did set them as a favorite of 5.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Southeast Missouri State now. Southeast Missouri State getting cooked on the glass. They're outside the top 300 in terms of overall rebound rate. They don't have a single guy in the roster giving you north of 5 rebounds per game. Not like the Tennessee Tech team has necessarily been world beaters on the glass as well. Daniel Ijabunue has been able to give you about 6 boards, 12 points per contest, and it is a Tennessee Tech team that they do shoot about 32% from 3. They turn the ball over about 12 times per game. I like Javius Harvey, who's been able to give you about 15 plus points per contest, shoots the 930s from three-point range, but this is also a Tennessee Tech team that's surrendering a lot of very good looks at the basket, as they are allowing opponents to shoot about 35.5% from three-point range in their home games. Now for Southeast Missouri State, it's been really awful for them, both on offense and on defense, outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're allowing opponents to shoot 35% from three-point range as well, but Dylan Branson coming back in the fold is very big. He's a big reason why the team was able to make the NCAA tournament. 6'5", do a little bit of everything sort of player that over the last 2 years has shot in the mid-30s from three-point range. Is able to give you about 4.5 rebounds per game. And then you do have a pair of guys who are able to facilitate for this team. And Aquin Smart, Rob Martin, they've been able to combine for just under 22 points, 6 assists. Martin is able to shoot about 40% from three-point range for a bunch that they only shoot about 31% from distance, 67% at the free throw line. So it's been really rough sledding for both of these teams. It is a Southeast Missouri State team that has been certainly giving up their points all season long, but that's been able to be a little bit better recently. They have now given up fewer than 70 points in 2 of their last 3 games, and if you look in regulation, because their game against Southern Indiana went to overtime, 74 points or fewer surrendered in all but 1 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Tennessee Tech team that has allowed 80 plus in 4 of their last 5, so I'm going to be willing to take the points with Missouri State, set this line at 5.5, and did make my total a 143.5. I do think that Southeast Missouri State starting to buckle down on defense, and they're playing significantly lower tempo than they did a season ago. So looking under and looking at the points with SEMO, 693, 684 on the betting board. James Madison is playing us Appalachian State. Appalachian State does find themselves as underdogs of 4.5 to 5 points. Your total on this game between 149 and 149.5. Set App State as a underdog of 6.5 points. So going to be willing to lay with James Madison. This James Madison team is going to be facing really their toughest test on defense all season long. Appalachian State does a very solid job of being able to keep things just very, very out in front of them. They don't necessarily generate a lot of steals or anything like that, but they just get up in your grill, a top 50 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But you know what other defense has been able to come to the forefront? How about James Madison? They got cooked in that one game against Southern Miss, but past that, the team has been very impressive with that regard. 35th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and with James Madison, you just have a breadth of different options who are able to shoot from 3-point range. James Madison is able to go about 9 or so deep. They're doing a much better job on the glass, as well as they've been able to have TJ Bickerstaff be their main man with about 9 rebounds per game. But now you've got your top 3 scorers all being able to give you north of 5 rebounds per game. Noah Friedel, 12 points, 5 boards, shooting 38% from 3-point range. And when it comes to this James Madison team, it's not like they're relying upon 3-point shooting anymore. They're shooting 34.5% from 3, which is solid, but that's not very, very sustainable. Meanwhile, for James Madison, they've done a very solid job of being able to cut off the 3-point arc as well. With James Madison, 15th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. You've got an Appalachian State team that they are allowing opponents to shoot about 33.5% from 3-point range in a roadside shoot corner environment. And Appalachian State also doesn't rely too much upon their 3-point shooting. They're shooting less than 32% as a collective, but they've been able to have a lot of guys just have tons of versatility, as you've got Trayvon Spillers, who's been able to give you about 13.5 points per contest. With this App State team, they have also been able to just get a lot of guys doing great work on the glass. Justin Abson has been able to give you 2.5 blocks, 6.5 rebounds per game. Donovan Gregory, 13 points, 3 assists, 4.5 rebounds per game. So this App State team should be able to have quite a bit of success on the glass. Overall, their rebound rate for the season hovering in that neighborhood of about 123rd, but they actually have a positive rebound rate on the road. But I do think that James Madison going to be able to control this game. James Madison has a target on their back, but they do a great job being able to generate turnovers against an Appalachian State team that they do protect the ball quite well. It's an App State team that comes in having allowed 66 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games, but James Madison, they themselves have allowed 65 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 4 games. So I do think that this is going to be a spot where we do see a little bit more defense than normal in a James Madison game. I did set my total at a 146.5, so I'm going to be looking at the under of James Madison, willing to lay up to 6 with them. 695, 696 on the betting board. Texas Tech plays host to Kansas State. Kansas State is an underdog between 6 and 7 points. Totals between 140 and 141.5. I did set my line at 7, so I'm going to be willing to lay the 6 to 6.5 with Texas Tech. This is a Kansas State team that's actually been able to do a really good job on defense. In regulation, they've given up 70 plus points, I believe, just 2 times all season long. So they've been able to hold up there. This is not the same Kansas State offense that we saw a season ago. I think that they're doing for some positivity. Like Tyler Perry, you saw him on the silver screen. Now you're seeing him out there on the hardwood, and he comes in from North Texas, where he was shooting north of 40% from 3-point range, and he's still been able to give you a lot of production, but instead of shooting like 40% from a season ago, he's only shooting like 32% from 3-point range. This team actually did have quite a few turnovers last year that is translated to this season, but only 30.2% 3-point shooting. I do think that this is going to be going northward as the season goes along. Is this a Kansas State team that, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, right now they're right in the neighborhood about 117th. This is a Texas Tech team that they've been able to find their sea legs quite a bit more. This is actually a top 20 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they very much do benefit from being in Lubbock, as they've been able to score about 6.5 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road, as you got Pius Isaacs, who's been able to give you about 16.5 points per contest. Texas Tech now shooting about 36.8% from 3-point range. Kerwin Walton is shooting north of 50% from 3-point range. You've been able to have Darion Williams along with Chance McMillan be able to combine for about 18.5 points. Both are shooting north of 40% from 3-point range, but ultimately I do think that even though Arthur Kaluma has been able to give this Kansas State team right around about 8 or so rebounds per game, he's been able to do a very solid job being able to give this team some versatility, as Kansas State actually 35th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. I do think that 7-footer like Warren Washington, like I was mentioning with Williams, he's able to give you about 7+ rebounds per game. I do think that these guys are going to be able to do a solid job on the glass, and it's the Texas Tech team that is no longer beating themselves, only about 10.5 turnovers per game with Joe Toussaint. Give you 4 assists, less than 2 turnovers per contest. I do think that in the end, Texas Tech gets it done in a very slow, nip-and-tuck game. Texas Tech, they are now under the tutelage of Grant McCaslin, who comes over from North Texas. Tempo is really cranked down, and this is just not the same Kansas State offense that we saw a season ago. So diving in on the under, and with Texas Tech, willing to lay up to 6.5 with them. 697, 698 on the betting board. Seton, Cal State Northridge plays us at Cal State Fullerton. Fullerton does find themselves as 4.5 to 5-point underdogs. Total on this game is anywhere between 143.5 and 144, and with Fullerton, I did set them as an underdog of 8 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number of Seton. Seton has covered all but 2 of their games thus far this season. Took it on the chin a few nights ago, but really do like what I'm seeing out of the team. This is a Seton team that ranks in the top 30 nationally with regards to rebound rate, top 60 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. If they do have a bugaboo, it is the turnovers, 15.1 of them per contest, but Deshaun Allen Ikens, Deontay Bostic have been able to combine for about 34.5 points per contest. They're both shooting north of 38.4% from 3-point range as well. Now they get G.N.I. Hunt in the fold as well, part of that Oregon State team that was able to make the Elite 8 a few seasons ago. He's able to give the team a little bit more facilitation, hopefully cut down on the turnovers, as he's had 4+ in each of the last 2 games. But this is not a Fullerton team that's going to go out there and is going to get an almighty amount of steals. It's a Fullerton team that typically is based around their defense, but this has not been the case this year. They lose pretty much 3 out of their top 4 scorers from a season ago, so Max Jones has had to do it all. 16.5 points per game, shoots 36% from 3. That's solid, but the team as a whole, they're only shooting about 31.8% from distance. It's a Fullerton team that's really seen a fall off with regards to their defense as well. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 227th in the country. They're allowing about 7.8 points more per 100 possessions this season than they were a season ago. And this is a Fullerton team that they're going to give up quite a few open looks. They're about 175th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Northridge, top 60 team in all of college basketball. And for Fullerton, they're just not going to be able to match up on the glass. Grayson Carper, your only guy on the team that's really giving you north of 5 rebounds per game. In terms of overall rebound rate, Fullerton 301st in all of college basketball. I think that this is just a good old classic mismatch. Seton, they do crank up their tempo. They're a team that ranks in the top 75 in terms of total possessions per game. Love what Andy Newman has been able to do with the program. I do think that he gets it done against a Fullerton team that's much worse than most years with regards to their defensive effort. I did set my total at a 144, so you're at the 143.5 looking over. And with Seton, wanted to lay up to 7.5 points with them. 699, 700 on the betting board. It is Florida. They're going to be playing Arkansas. Arkansas is an underdog of anywhere between 7 and 7.5 points total on this game, or between 162.5 and 163.5. It's the old disappointment bowl out there in the SEC, and I like Florida in this spot, laying up to 8 with them. I set them as an 8.5 point favorite. Man, this Arkansas team just has not been able to find it at all. And I mean, the crux of the issue for Arkansas is on the defensive side of things. 172nd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and honestly, they don't see much of a dip when they leave Bud Walton Arena. They're only giving up 2.1 points more per 100 possessions on the road rather than at home, but the team just has not been able to find their footing. Felt like they really plateaued with that win against Duke, and ever since then, it's just been big, giant disappointment. I mean, you've got Tremont Mark along with K-Leaf Battle are combining for 30 points per contest between the two of them. They shoot about 39% from 3-point range. They go up against a Florida team that has been tremendous on the glass. This is a top 40 team with regards to overall rebound rate. Alex Condon has been able to give you 5.5 rebounds per game. Therese Samuel, he's been able to do a good job pounding the glass. Mike Hanglon as well, but now they have to go up against a Florida team that's allowing you to shoot 24.4% from 3-point range at home. Now, that goes to 40% in a roadside shoot-to-court environment, but Arkansas, they certainly allow a lot of open looks as well. They're 95th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and for Florida, even though they've been able to get to 80-plus points on the regular this season, it's not really an efficient offense. With Florida, they're only shooting in the low to mid-30s from 3-point range. Walter Clayton has been able to give you 16 points per game, and I like Zion Pullen at the point guard spot. He's pulling in buckets, 5 assists, 15 points, shoots 42% from 3-point range, but I mean, the team shoots 65.5% free throw line. They turn the ball over 13.5 times per contest. I mean, there's really not a whole lot to love with this Florida team. As a matter of fact, I mean, for Florida, it's really been just all about being able to get second and third chances, as they're a top 10 team with regards to overall rebound rate. But if you look at both of these teams in terms of their offensive efficiency, it's not necessarily too great. I do think that Trevon Brazile is going to be able to do an okay job down low for an Arkansas team that ranks about 133rd in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but in a roadside church corner environment, scoring 15.2 points fewer than at home. Meanwhile, Florida, they're about 32nd in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. I do think that a lot of that has to do with the second and third chances, and I do think that you're going to see quite a few points in this game, despite total at a 162.5, but at the 163.5, I'm going to be willing to go under just because I don't think that Arkansas does their part with this offense, and Florida, not the world's greatest three-point shooting team, but with the way that Arkansas has been so dysfunctional, the way that I think that they get destroyed on the glass, I'm going to be willing to lay with Florida, set them as an 8.5-point favorite. 7-1, 7-2 on the betting board. Charleston plays host to Monmouth, and Monmouth does find themselves as underdogs of 10 points. Seeing 10.5 out there as well. Totals between 150 and 150.5. Set Charleston as a 9.5-point favorite. So here at double figures, that is my buy point on Monmouth. It's a Monmouth team that last season was in the bottom 50 in terms of three-point shooting percentage and points scored on a per possession basis. Now with Xander Rice, coach's son in the fold, coming over from the bracket bus in Bucknell Bison, giving this team 20 points per game. This has been a completely transformed team. For Monmouth, they're now shooting about 37.3% from three-point range. Monmouth is going to be facing an uphill battle down low. This is not the world's greatest rebound rate team, as they're about 235th in all of college basketball, but this College of Charleston team just not the same as they were in past years as well. Charleston, typically they rely upon being able to get second and third chances, and they're still a team that in terms of rebound rate, they're about 115th in all of college basketball, but it's just not hitting the same this year as it has in past years. Charleston has been able to see a tick up with regards to their three-point shooting. Rain Smith has been able to give you double figures, shoots 35+% from three-point range, but Charleston, they're about 219th in all of college basketball in terms of three-point shooting percentage, and this is a Monmouth team that, with regards to their outside shooting, it's actually traveled quite well with this Monmouth team. They're a top 75 team in terms of three-point shooting percentage, shooting about 36% from three-point range on the road. So you'll certainly take that. It is a Charleston team that should be able to win the battle down low, with Ante Badazovic being able to give you 6 rebounds per game. Nikita Kosanatovsky has been able to give you about 8 rebounds per game, though, as well for Monmouth. And it's a Charleston team that they do a nice job protecting the ball, 11.2 turnovers per game. They're just not generating the steals that they have in past years as well. You still have hockey-style line changes for the Charleston team. You still have 4 of your top 6 scorers giving you at least 4 rebounds per game, but it's just been a team that's been really lacking that oomph. They just have not been necessarily across the board as good as they have been in past years, and this is a Monmouth team that has done a good job with their defense. For Monmouth, they have now given up 72 points or fewer in every one of their games since the beginning of the month of December, and that includes games against Oklahoma and Seton all in that time span as well. So I do think that they're going to be able to do a good job containing a Charleston team that has been really looking to push things up tempo. Though I do think that Monmouth going to be able to hit some shots against a Charleston team that, to their credit, they've gotten to at least 80 points in now 4 of the last 5 games. Meanwhile, the defense, it has given up at least 80 points in 2 of these contests as well. So I did set my total 151.5. I think Monmouth is able to hit some threes. Looking at the over, and we'll take 10 plus here with Monmouth. 7-3, 7-4 on the betting board. Little Rock gets the road face off against UT Martin, and UT Martin does find themselves as favorites at home of between 3 and 3.5 points. Total on scheme, 172.5. Set my total at a 168, so we're going to be looking at the subtle under. I certainly don't think that we're going to be seeing some sort of like a first to 70 game wins or anything like that, but that said, we've gotten to a little bit of a point of no return, and this is a UT Martin team that's in the top 10 nationally in terms of total possessions per game. Little Rock is no slug either, but for Little Rock, I just do have my question marks with regards to the three-point shooting, and that perhaps regressing. Jameer Chaplin never shot above 30% from three-point range at South Florida, and he's continuing to shoot 39% from the outside end. For this Little Rock team in general, they are shooting about 32.5% from three-point range. You've got Caitlin Robinson along with DeJuan Gordon. You're able to throw in there Mr. Chaplin as well. They'll give you between 5.5 and 7 rebounds per game. D'Antoni Gordon, I think I called him DeJuan. That's on UT Arlington. He's been able to do a solid job being able to give this team a little bit of three-point shooting as well, but for UT Martin, I did make them a 4-point favorite because I do think that your duo down low in Jordan Cruz along with Issa Muhammad combining for 16.5 rebounds and 29.5 points per game is going to be able to win out. This is a Martin team that is able to let it fly from three-point range. They're shooting about 36% from distance. Now, UT Martin, they're going to give you some nice looks as well at three-point shots, but that's it for UT Martin. They're about 152nd in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting. I'm not saying it's anything amazing, but you know what? That's not overly terrible with this Little Rock team. We're on 256th in the country, and when they leave home, this actually goes goes to right in the neighborhood about 39% three-point shooting. So that's going to be a little bit of an issue in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. It is a Little Rock team that is currently clocking in well outside the top 250. They are giving up 10 points more per 100 possessions when they are on the road rather than when they are at home. And this is a Little Rock team that they're going to have their issues being able to hit the glass as well, despite the fact that you do have a few guys that have been able to do a solid job with regards to the rebound rate. They're ranking right around 200th in the country with this regard. You've got Jordan Sears, who's got all sorts of versatility for this UT Martin team. He's shooting north of 45.5% for 3, 4 assists, 19.5 points per game, and for a team that ranks in the top 10 nationally in terms of total possessions per game, 12.5 turnovers per contest, not too shabby either. And this is a Martin team that they are a little bit better with regards to rebound rate, right around 194th to the Little Rock 200. So I did set UT Martin as a 4-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Again, I think that you're going to get a higher scoring affair. I just don't think that you get quite far enough here for a 172.5. Did set my total 168, so diving under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with UT Martin. 7-5, 7-6 on the betting board. Battle of Illinois. Eastern Illinois is playing host to Western Illinois. Western Illinois, a 1 to 1.5 point favorite. Your total is 131.5, and with Western Illinois, you did set them as an underdog of 2.5 points. So land at Eastern Illinois, right on the money line. Big reason why I do look at Eastern Illinois is that his team, ever since Tiger Booker has come into the fold, they've been able to do a good job of being able to generate turnovers. This isn't quite what you saw out of VCU in past years or anything like that, but this is now a top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, playing up against a Western Illinois team that sometimes they are going to leave themselves open to giving up those turnovers. Now, Adam Cisse is going to be able to completely dominate down low for a Western Illinois team that, in this category of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they are 330th in all of college basketball, so certainly they're going to lose that battle, but Mr. Cisse has been able to give you about 11.5 rebounds per game. You've been able to have James Dent be able to give you 14 points per game as well, so he's been able to do a rock-solid job, but with Booker, he's able to do a nice job booking it, being able to give you a double-figure amount of points per game for an Eastern Illinois team that they do lack quite a bit of something from three-point range. Dan Lewis 2 seasons ago shot north of 50% from three-point range. That's down to 33% this season, but Eastern Illinois only turns the ball over about 11 times per contest. Booker has been able to give you 14 points, 3 assists per contest. Cooper Jacoby should be able to hold his own down low. He loses the battle to Cisse, but he only gives you about 7.5 to 8 rebounds per game, so I think that he's going to be able to do a solid job there. It is a Western Illinois team that does turn the ball over about 13.5 times per game, and with Western Illinois as well. While they do shoot about 32.5% from 3, in terms of their free throw shooting percentage in a tight game, they shoot about 61.5% at the charity stripe. That is a big, giant concern. Eastern Illinois does leave themselves open to giving up quite a few threes. So they're 14th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, you got a Western Illinois team that is 54th in the country, but this is on an Eastern Illinois team that really relies too much upon three-point shooting. I do think that this is going to be a lower-scoring slog, but I do think that we've went a little bit too far. I did set my total at a 134. I'm going to be taking a look at the over as you've got a Western Illinois team that, while they're better with regards to their defense, they're still clocking in about 142nd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up more than 8.5 points more per 100 possessions on the road rather than at home. So looking at Eastern Illinois right on the money line, set them as a 2.5 point favorite, and the over 707, 708 on the betting board. Lindenwood, it's the road. They're facing off against Tennessee St. Tennessee St is a 9 to a 10 point favorite. Your total is between 144.5 and 145. Set Tennessee State as a favorite of 11 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay this number, actually 11.5 with Tennessee State, as the Tennessee State squad, they certainly have a lot of versatility in the backcourt, but now you've got Jason Thibodeau down low to be able to help you out as well, because this is a Tennessee State squad that certainly has been able to lock it down from three-point range at home. They're allowing opponents to shoot 28.5% from three-point range, but this has been a Tennessee State squad that has had a really rough time on the glass. E.J. Bellinger has been able to give you in that neighborhood about 5 rebounds per game. Marcus Fitzgerald has been a little bit in and out of the fold last few seasons as well. So being able to help out a team that ranks about 254th nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis with a few blocks, with a few rebounds, that's big, because the Tennessee State team also about 256th in the country with regards to the rebound rate. They go up against a Lindenwood team that they really don't have any size whatsoever. Keenan Cole's been able to give you 15 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, and you really don't have much else to speak of for this Lindenwood team. They don't have a single guy that gives you north of 2.1 assists per contest, and while Tennessee State doesn't have that one like floor general that gives you a whole bunch of assists or anything like that, Fitzgerald has been able to give you about 2.7 assists. He throws in there about 10 points per contest. You've got Christian Brown, who's able to shoot 40% from three-point range with 14 points per contest. It is a team that turns the ball over about 13 times per contest, but this is also a Lindenwood team that they only shoot about 27.5% from three-point range. As a matter of fact, among players that are averaging at least 2.8 points per contest, you've got one guy shooting above 29.5% from 3-point range. That's just almighty awful. Darius Bean has been able to give you 13.5 points per game. He and Cole are the only two guys on the roster giving north of 7.4 points per game. I do think that this is a Lindenwood team that just met their matchup. Credit where credit is due. This is a Lindenwood team that has given up 73 points or fewer each of their last 4 games, going up against a Tennessee State squad that's been all over the place with their offense. Last 5 games, they have scored 69, 75, 90, 67, and 68 points, but I do think the Tennessee State going to be able to take it to a Lindenwood team as well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I just don't know if Lindenwood does their part with regards to this, so let's say themselves just have not been able to get a lot going with regards to their offense against C1 competition, 62 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games. So looking at the underside by total 143.5 and 1 lay up to 11 with Tennessee State, 709, 710 on the betting board. Battle of Georgia's. Georgia Southern is going to be on the road facing off against Georgia State. Georgia State an 8.5 to a 9-point favorite. Your total is 149.5, and with Georgia State did set them as an 8-point favorite. Being able to get 8.5 to 9, I'm going to be willing to take the points. I recognize that Georgia Southern, I believe, still has 2 straight-up wins as far as the season. That said, this is a Georgia Southern team that's getting a little bit of a better effort out of Tyron Moore. Moore has been the top scorer for the team, logging 14.5 points, 2.5 assists on 43% three-point shooting. He's really been able to go off recently as he's been able to log for this team an average of about 21 points per contest in the last 4 games. It is a Georgia Southern team that they still have their issues on the glass. They are well outside the top 275 in terms of rebound rate. Why Carlos Curry has been getting such few minutes and has been healthy scratches in games, I have absolutely no idea, because they don't have a single guy in the roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, and that would be Avante Parker, who's able to give you about 5 boards, 6 points per contest. Not really going to give you a lot in terms of guarding the rim. Southern is a team that's well outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. This is also a Georgia State team, though, that they don't light it up from 3-point range. They're only shooting about 31.5% from 3-point range, so I do love their point guard in Dwan Odom. Last season, he was just as cold as an igloo from 3-point range, and still isn't necessarily an amazing 3-point shooter, but that said, he helps out with the perimeter, both on offense and defense, shooting about 33.5% from 3-point range. So able to give you 4.5 assists, double-figure amount of points, about 4 rebounds per game, and outside of Georgia State team that's in the top 75 nationally in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Where Brandon Ducker has gone, I have absolutely no idea. A few seasons ago, he was a double-figure scorer over at Charleston this year, averaging about 5.5 points per contest on 30% 3-point shooting, but you've got Jaden Turner who's been able to give you 9 rebounds per game. Leslie and Carrion, who comes in from the Big South, he's been able to give you about 5 rebounds per game as well, but this is a Georgia State team that still, they've got their issues defensively as well, going up against a Georgia Southern team that has been dealing with a whole bunch of injuries, but getting Eugene Brown back in the fold, that's been relatively solid for the team. A former top 250 recruit coming in from Ohio State should be able to give this team a little bit more from the outside. It's a Georgia State team that overall 267th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, only allowing a half a point fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. And this is a Georgia Southern team that, if they could just continue to get a little bit more moving forward out of Aaron Banks, who's been able to give you 9.5 points per contest, but has now been able to give you double figures in 4 of the last 5 games, now shooting 40% from 3-point range. This team should remain lively in a game that I think is going to be able to see a little bit more scoring. I did set my total at a 146. I think that the 149.5 is gone a little bit too far. Both of these teams relatively mid-tempo, so looking at the under, and with north of 8 going to be taking the points with Georgia Southern. 7-11, 7-12 on the betting board. Western Kentucky plays those two. Jacksonville St. Jacksonville St just find themselves as an underdog of 3.5 to 2.5 points. Still on this game, and between 140 and 140.5, and with Jacksonville St did set them as an underdog of 5.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Western Kentucky. Western Kentucky is a top 40 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage as far as the season, and that Jacksonville State team has actually been able to do a really good job locking down defensively. Liberty found that out the hard way, as Liberty could not get to 55 a few nights ago, but for Jacksonville, what has really been killing them, the turnovers, right around about 13 turnovers per contest. Love what Kai Tandy is able to bring to the table, by the way, 19 points, and then you've got Quincy Clark alongside of him, who's been able to give out about 3 assists per contest. You take a look at this team on a per-possession basis, so Jacksonville State 247th with regards to their offense, actually scoring a tenth of a point more per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road, but you've got a Western Kentucky team that has been able to do a really solid job of just being able to rebound by committee. They don't have really anyone other than Brandon Newman that's giving you north of 6 rebounds per game, but that said, Don McHenry gives you 2.5 assists, 15 points per contest, shooting 38% from 3-point range. It's a Western Kentucky team that they only shoot about 31.5% from 3-point range, so their games have not really been involving teams that are able to light it up from distance, but for Western Kentucky, where they've really made their bones on defense. 54th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Christian Landon, Brandon Newman, along with Also, having Rodney Howard, I'll give you between 9 and 10 points per contest, has been very helpful for the team. And Lander, now shooting about 36.5% from three-point range. This is a Jacksonville State team that has been able to really hold up on their end of the bargain with regards to defense recently, as last time they gave up north of 70 points was their game against Wisconsin, and really stands that game against Wisconsin in regulation because they had played an overtime game or two. That game against Utah Tech was one that went to overtime. Sans that, they have given up 71 points or fewer in pretty much every single game this far this season. Meanwhile, you've got a Western Kentucky team that is in the top 50 in terms of total possessions per game. They're looking to play a little bit more rapid with regards to their tempo, and I do think that Western Kentucky is going to be able to speed it up. I do think that we're going to get some late game fouling in this one as well, and I do think that Jacksonville State doing for a little bit of negative regression in terms of the way that they've had some good fortune with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. This is a Jacksonville State team that, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, ranks 34th in all of college basketball. I do think that that's going to go a little bit northward. So, going to be willing to lay with Western Kentucky. Southern Miss 5.5 point favorite, and looking at the over 7-13, 7-14 on the betting board. Southern Miss is going to be playing against Troy. The men of Troy do find themselves as 4 to 4.5 point favorites. So those between 148.5 and 149.5. With Troy, I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I did set them as a favorite of 5 points. This actually opened up at 3.5, so 4.5 max I'm going to be willing to lay, but I'm going to be willing to dive in on them. As for Southern Miss, they're most likely going to be without Andre Cabello. They were saying it was an illness before. It does appear as though it's more of a back issue, and that's just not good to say the least. And I will say, that means that you're not going to get the Andre Cabello experience where he's probably going to give you like 15 points on 22 shots. He'll give you like 10 assists, 10 rebounds, and he'll probably turn the ball over about 15 times as well and shoot at the wrong basket at least once. But that's it. This is a Southern Miss team that is well outside the top 200 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Turnover should probably come down without Andre Cabello, but without Andre Cabello, they've also been playing a little bit more slowly. Now, they do run into a Troy bunch that made themselves have been looking to crank up their tempo, a top 100 team in terms of total possessions per game, and it is a Troy team that has some pretty solid outside shooting. Your main two guys, Christian Eugene, along with Seton and Conway. These two guys are combined to shoot about 44% from distance. Conway has been able to give you 12 points, 2.5 assists per game. Eugene has been able to chip in there 15.5 points, a little bit over a steal per contest. And without having out there Cabello, that does take away someone to turn the ball over, but at the same time, that also takes away a main facilitator as well. So you're able to take a look at that one of two ways, as the men of Troy have been one of the best in all of college basketball, being able to generate live ball turnovers. They're getting a little bit over 10 steals per game in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, a top 75 team in all of college basketball. And Southern Miss last season was able to do a good job of being able to rip the ball away themselves. They just haven't had quite as much of that thus far this season. More around 92nd in the country, I will say, in a road/intercourt environment, a top 75 team with this respect. But also with Southern Miss, they've had a tough time being able to guard the three-point arc as well, going up against a Troy team that has been able to do a relatively solid job from the perimeter when they've been at home. Opponents are shooting about 34% from three-point range against them at home. On the road, this really does balloon out of control. Meanwhile, for Southern Miss, they're allowing opponents to shoot from three-point range right in the neighborhood of about 37.3% on the road. That is in the bottom 75 in all of college basketball. I do think that Troy is going to be able to take hold of this game, and even without Cabello in the fold, I do think that this is a little bit more of an up-tempo game. So did set my total at a 149, looking at a 148.5 over, and willing to lay up to 4.5 with Troy. 7-15, 7-16 on the betting board. UC Davis plays host to Cal State Bakersfield. Bakersfield does find themselves as a 10 to a 10.5 point underdog. Totals between 135 and 136 with Bakersfield. I did set them as an underdog of 10 points. So you're at the 10.5. I'm going to be willing to take them. It's a Bakersfield team that's in the bottom 75 in terms of total possessions per game, and this bunch, they are giving up a whole bunch of points. They are in the bottom 100 in terms of overall rebound rate, going up against the UC Davis team that has been able to do a very solid job defensively. In terms of their defense, UC Davis, top 125 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and when it comes to this Bakersfield team, they're actually in the bottom 75, but there is reason to believe that Bakersfield is going to be able to hold in there. They do a nice job of just being able to grind games out, making them very, very slow, and they've got a top scorer in Caleb Higgins, who's not going to be quite on par with Elijah Pepper, but he's done a good job leading the way. 3.5 assists, 16.5 points per game. Doesn't shoot it amazing from three-point range. That said, he's a part of a core that has been able to hold in there a little bit more recently. Now, there's a squad that has given up at least 75 points in 4 of their last 5 games, the lone exception against UC Santa Barbara, but for the UC Davis team. They themselves have been acting up a little bit more with their defense, giving up 74 plus in each of their last 2 games. It is a squad that certainly has been able to score there, so they've gotten to 71 plus in each of their last 5. This is despite the fact that Davis, a top 75 team in terms of total possessions per game last season, more mid-tempo this season, but it's a top-heavy UC Davis team. Pepper, who I was mentioning before, 21.5 points, shooting 41.5% from 3-point range, and then Ty Johnson is able to give you 15.5 points. He shoots 36.5% from 3, but these are the only 2 guys to give you north of 10.5 points per game. And you don't have a single guy on the roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. So Bakersfield kryptonite of really not being able to do a good job of being able to hit the glass, that is going to be mitigated in this spot. It is a UC Davis team that is about 111th in the country in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage for this Cal State Bakersfield team as well. You do have the Creighton transfer and Modestus Concaveras. He is the only guy on the roster that really gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game, but should be able to do a solid spot in this ordeal, and this is a Bakersfield team that in a road/neutral environment, they allow opponents to shoot 34.2% from 3-point range. I think that they're going to cool down Davis just a little bit in the spot. I do think that this is going to be a grinder of a game. Semi-total 134 diving in on the under, and with UC Davis made them a 10-point favorite, so at 10.5 plus. Looking at the points with Bakersfield, 7-17, 7-18 on the betting board. Duke is going to be playing against Georgia Tech, and Georgia Tech is an underdog of 17 to 17.5 points. So this game is standing between 145.5 and 146, and with Georgia Tech, set them as an underdog of 17 points. 17.5 is my buy point on them. This is a Georgia Tech team that knocked off Duke earlier in the season. I don't think we're going to be seeing that once again. Duke was held below 70 points in that one, and ever since then, Duke has just been an absolute flamethrower with their offense. It's a Duke bunch in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Now a top 50 team in all of college basketball. And as we know, when you're at Cameron Indoor, it's a little bit different than being on the road. Duke is averaging 17.8 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. And this is a Georgia Tech team that is shooting below 30% from 3-point range, and now they have to go up against Kyle Filipowski once again, who's been oh so versatile, giving you 17 points, giving you 8 rebounds. He's able to pop in from 3-point range. Tyrese Proctor has been such an efficient guard as well. An assist-to-turnover ratio north of 3.5. This is a Georgia Tech team that they do an okay job of being able to give you some second and third chances. Top 50 team with regards to overall offensive rebound rate, but we saw them get cooked on the glass against Notre Dame a few nights ago. They've only got 2 guys that give you north of 5 rebounds per game. Bay Ondongo has been able to give you 12.5 points, 9.5 boards, and shooting 37.5% from 3-point range. And then Miles Kelly's been able to give you about 15.5 points per game as well. But it is a Georgia Tech team that has turned the ball over about 12.5 times per contest. It is a Georgia Tech team that's been all over the place with regards to their offense as well. Meanwhile, the defense is just certainly has slipped. They have given up 72 plus points each of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, Duke is just pounding teams right now. They have given up 70 points or fewer in every one of their games ever since that loss to Georgia Tech, where they did give up 72 points. And you take a look at the entirety of the season, this team has given up north of 72 points just twice. That was to Arizona, and that was to Arkansas. Duke really finding what they're having in some of these other, shall we say, more ancillary guys like Jared McCain and company. And Duke now shooting 37.5% from 3-point range, going up against a Georgia Tech team that is going to lose this battle from the perimeter. That said, I feel like we just went a little bit out of control with regards to this one. We did see Georgia Tech be able to pull it off the first time around in that game. We did see them do a relatively solid job of being able to guard the arc. So I did set my total at a 147. I think that Duke gets a lot more to fall this time around than in game number 1. So I'm going to be taking a look at the over, but with 17.5 plus, going to be taking the place with Georgia Tech. 719, 720 on the betting board. West Virginia plays us to Texas. Texas is back to being between a 5.5 to a 6.5 point favorite. Your total it's between a 145 and 147. I did set Texas as a 6.5 point favorite, so at a 6 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay the number. West Virginia right now is dealing with that injury to Jesse Edwards. He's going to be out of the fold once again. He's pretty much until further notice, and you got yourself a Texas team that certainly is not the world's greatest on the glass, but Dylan Mitchell is able to give you 9 rebounds per contest. You've got Dylan DeSue, who's now absolutely lighting teams up as well. Ever since he's come back in the fold, it's been a much better effort in general. This team, as you've been able to have this team get to at least 70 points in all but one of the games since he has returned to the fold. 14.5 points at 6'9". Doesn't give you a whole lot of rebounding, but shooting north of 50% from 3 for a Texas team that does shoot 36.5% from the outside. And for West Virginia, man, it's rough for this team. They're outside the top 150 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They're looking at Quinn Slazinski being one of their top rebounders for West Virginia. They're 193rd in all of college basketball with regards to 3-point shooting. shooting percentage, and Morgantown is just an absolutely tremendous environment, but we've seen them lose to the likes of Monmouth on their home floor as well. So it's just one of those cases where even with this electrifying home crowd, it's just not enough for them. Having to go up against Max Asmith, who gives you 17 points, 4.5 assists per contest, does a good job of being able to keep things relatively clean. Now, I will say this for West Virginia, being able to get Raekwon Battle going for 21.5 points per contest, that's been solid, but Kirk Risa just continuing to turn the ball for 3 times per contest, that's too much. And while you've got Noah Farrakhan along with Kriisa, who've been able to help out this offense, this is a team that they just don't do anything on defense at all. They have now given up 78 plus points in each of their last 4 games, and in regulation, because they had that Ohio State game go to overtime. So look at regulation and regulation only. This team has been held to 67 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, even with all these pieces in the fold. So I do think that Texas should be able to get the job done in this one. Did set them as a 6.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the number, and it did set my total at a 142.5. This is a Texas team that, while they're not amazing with their defense, having to be able to clean up the glass, that should be able to help them out. They're going up against the West Virginia team that has been a little bit better defensively at home rather than on the road, and they just haven't necessarily been able to get a lot of offense going. And Texas, 26th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So we're going to the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Texas. 721, 722 on the betting board. Sam Houston State hits a road face-off against Middle Tennessee, and Middle Tennessee does find themselves as a pick'em / a 1 point favorite. Total is 131.5, and I did set the favorite as Sam Houston State of -2. So I'm going to be looking at Sam Houston State outright on the money line. It is a Middle Tennessee team that has still been okay with their defense, but this team has really no offense to speak of whatsoever. They're shooting less than 32% from 3-point range. In terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they're well outside the top 225. You got one guy down low, and Jared Coleman Jones, who's been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. And this is a Sam Houston State team that it's not like they've got this one guy that is giving you like 8+ rebounds per game to absolutely pulverize teams on glass, but that's it for Middle Tennessee. If you've got the offense that you do, you need to be a little bit better than what you are on the glass and on defense. Middle Tennessee, about 138th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. As Sam Houston State, they're about 161st, but the Sam Houston State team should be able to do a relatively solid job on the boards. As for Middle Tennessee, currently in terms of rebound rate, this team is clocking in right around about 230th. That is a little bit less than impressive. This is the Sam Houston State team that they still have relatively good depth, and they've got a positive rebound rate when they are on the road. A big reason why Keon Scroggins has been able to combine with Damian Nichols and Solomon Doumbia. All these guys are able to give you between 5.4 and 5.6 rebounds per game. And then you got Jaden Ray giving you about 4.3 assists per game. Now, the issue for Sam Houston State has been turnovers, about 13.5 turnovers per contest, while shooting less from 3-point range than they did a season ago. But for Middle Tennessee, a far slower team, 14 turnovers per contest. That has not been great. Elias King, along with Javon Porter, have been able to combine for about 23 points per game for a team that shoots 27% from 3-point range, 65% at the free throw line. For Sam Houston State, they come in having won 3 straight games. It is the Sam Houston team that is starting to find a little bit more with regards to their offense, as the defense has been in decline, 74+ points surrender in 4 of their last 5 games. But just take a look at the current form of this Middle Tennessee team. They were able to pop off against a non-D1 school. So if you look at their games against D1 teams and D1 teams only in regulation, so this takes out the fold of overtime. This Middle Tennessee team has not gotten to 70 points since opening night in regulation against a D1 team. That is not good, to say the least, and I do think that Sam Houston going to be able to get the job done, even with their defense in a little bit of regression. Set my total at 130, looking at the under, and with Sam Houston, made them the 2-point favorite, so going to be taking a look at them right on the money line. 723, 724 on the betting board. Florida National plays out to UTEP. UTEP is an underdog of 2 to 2.5 points, totals between 144 and 145. Set FIU as a 4-point favorite. Going to be willing to lay with Florida National. These two teams are sort of looking at it in the mirror, though. You got one team in Florida National that plays significantly more up-tempo. Florida National, top 40 team in terms of total possessions per game. UTEP, more of a mid-tempo team, but both of these teams are looking to generate turnovers, and both of these teams, they're looking to create havoc because neither of these teams do a great job down low. Kevin Kalu has been able to give you about 6 rebounds per contest for UTEP, but UTEP, number 3 in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. FIU, number 4 in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And now the question becomes, which of these teams is A, able to guard the 3-point arc, and B, able to hit some threes? You've got a UTEP team that may be able to have Tay Hardy shoot in the high 30s from 3-point range, about 14 or so points per contest, but as a team, they shoot less than 30% from 3-point range. Not like FIU, since they're lighting the world on fire. And FIU, they certainly are getting cooked from 3-point range, 328th in all of college basketball with regards to 3-point shooting percentage. It's a UTEP team that's more around 116th, and on a road/shoot-to-court environment, they're only allowing opponents to shoot 28% from distance, but That said, I still do favor Florida National. I'm going to be willing to lay the number as FIU is just in a little bit of better form in general. Recognize that they're 6-11 straight up, but this is an FIU team that has been able to hunker down, giving up 70 points or fewer in each of their last 2 games. They lose that game in overtime against Utah Tech, but that said, when it comes to this UTEP team, they've been sort of all over the place. The offense just has not been there for them as they've scored 67 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 5 games. And when it comes to FIU, even though they don't have any rebounding whatsoever, I feel like they've got the best player in this game, Ontario Dean. His 3.9 steals per game leads all of college basketball, 4.6 boards, 4.6 assists, 12.5 points per game. You've got Javante Hawkins, who's been able to shoot about 42% from 3-point range, and you've been able to have Jadion Lipscomb come to the forefront for the team as well. He's out shooting 49% from 3-point range, 9+ points in 4 out of the last 5 games that he's played in. This is going to be a battle of a whole bunch of turnovers and a whole bunch of sloppiness, but I do think that FIU going to be able to crank up the tempo just a little bit in this one. I did set my total at 145. I just think that you have so many dead possessions in a rather up-tempo game that you still get an under, but with FIU, willing to lay up to 3.5 points with them. 725, 726 on the betting board. VMI is going to be on the road against Samford. Samford is an underdog between 23 and 24 points with your total 161, and I set my line at 19.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with VMI. VMI is a bad team. There's no question about it, but for VMI, there's some redeeming qualities about this team. You got Brendan Watkins, who's been able to give you about 3 assists, 15 points per contest. VMI last year was second worst in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're more right around about 250th. Now, the one thing with VMI, they're now a bottom 20 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but they've got down low 10.5 rebounds out of Tashad Jackson, which that should be able to help this team stay lively on the glass. They do face off against the Samford team that's been able to do a good job with regards to their overall rebound rate, despite the fact that you don't have anyone that really gives you north of 6 rebounds per game. Anchor, Jermaine Marshall, been able to combine for about 11 boards, 26 points per contest, and it's a Samford team that continues to shoot north of 40% from 3-point range. I do think that we're going to see a little bit of regression there, and this is a Samford team that, while they do such an amazing job being able to shoot it from 3-point range, they're about 131st in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, and the one thing this VMI team has done, they've been able to lock down from 3-point range. Opponents are shooting just 31% from 3-point range against them in a roadside shoot record environment, so I actually do think that VMI is going to be able to do a relatively solid job there. And for Samford, right now at home, they're shooting 45.6% from 3-point range. That is a number that I do think is going to come down a little bit. I like what Ryland Jones is able to bring to the table. He's been highly efficient, being able to give this team 5.5 assists and 1.4 turnovers per game, but that's all. Samford, they do turn the ball for 14.5 times per contest, byproduct of being a top 40 team in terms of total possessions per game. And for VMI, this has been a wreck for this team defensively recently, giving up 85 plus points each of their last 3 games. But for Samford, they've actually really stepped it up with their defense. 70 points or fewer surrendered in 4 of their last 5 games ever since that airborne game that they played against Belmont. And for Samford, they're committing fewer fouls. I do think that Samford gets the job done and gets it done very convincingly. I think 20 plus is just a little bit too much here. I did set my line at 19.5, diving in on the under. And for Samford, I do think that they're going to give up 70. I think that they're going to be able to get to right around about 85 plus. So my total 165.5, looking at the over and going to be willing to take the points with VMI. 727, 728 on the betting board. Richmond plays host to George Mason, and George Mason just find themselves as underdogs of 3 to 3.5 points. Totals between 131.5 and 132, and with George Mason, I did set them as an underdog of 2.5 points. So here at 3 plus, I'm going to be willing to take those points. It is a George Mason team that has really been slowing down games. Bottom 75 in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Now they go up against a Richmond team that has done the best job of being able to protect the ball in all of college basketball. Number 1 in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and it's a George Mason team that they just continue to do a relatively solid job defensively. They have now allowed fewer than 70 points in each of their last 6 games. Meanwhile, this is a Richmond team that you want to talk about doing a good job defensively. They have now given up 66 points or fewer in each of their last 6 games. So I do think that this game is going to be quite a bit of a slog. I did set my total at a 134.5. I'm looking at the over just because I do think that Richmond going to be able to make the most out of their possessions. You've got Jordan King, who's been able to shoot 40% from 3, 17.5 points per contest. This is a George Mason team that, while they've been able to do a lot of very good things defensively, this team is about 182nd in the country in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. They should be able to win the battle down low with Keyshawn Hall being able to give you about 9 boards, about 15 points per contest. I do like what he's able to do. And then you've been able to have someone like a Ronald Polite be able to give you 3 assists. It is a George Mason team that they do turn the ball over a little bit more, but this is also a Richmond team that, while they do so many good things defensively, they are going to allow you some very open possessions. They are not going to try to rip the ball away. Now, Richmond, top 25 team in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. But that said, you've got Darius Maddox, who's been able to throw it in there at about a 40% clip. He's been able to give you 10-plus points per contest. When it comes to Richmond, they should be able to have a lot of success with Isaac Bigelow, Neil Quinn having versatility. Both of these guys stand quite tall. They give you 12 rebounds, 25 points per contest. So do love what they've been able to bring to the table. But this is a George Mason team that, while they've been able to do a great job defensively, they've also been able to shoot about 36% from three-point range. I do think that this is going to be a game that's going to be close enough for late-game felling. So two very efficient offenses, two very efficient defenses. I think you get an over in the spots. I might total out 134.5, and anything north of 3 taking the points for George Mason. 729, 730 on the betting board. North Texas going to be playing us to Temple. We give our own to Lane Kiffin. Go Owls, as Temple does find themselves as a 10.5 to an 11-point underdog. Your totals between 127.5 and 128, and with Temple, I did set them as an underdog of 10 points. Being able to get 11 plus, I'm going to be taking a look at those points. It is a North Texas team that continues to be a top 50 team nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they go up against a Temple team that certainly is not shooting it from three-point range the way that they were hoping. They bring in Adam Fisher, one of the masterminds of that Penn State offense from recent years, and they're only shooting about 38.3% from the floor, 30.2% from three-point range. Now, the one thing that Temple has done is that they've done a very good job of being able to take care of the ball, only about 10.5 turnovers per game, and for Temple, they allow opponents to shoot 32.7% from three-point range in a roadside shoot record environment. So you do have some positives with this Temple team. It is a North Texas bunch, and they have been suffering a little bit with Ty Perry in the fold. They've been turning the ball over a little bit more. And when it comes to this North Texas team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they're clocking in just 146th. They get a massive boost from being at home, though, as at home they are averaging about 18.7 points more rather than in a roadside shoot record environment. Meanwhile, with this Temple team, about 246th with regards to offensive efficiency with North Texas. Not a lot of weaknesses with regards to this defense. And now you've got Mule Sissoko down low, who's been able to give you about 7 to 8 rebounds per game. He's really been able to come on as a nice low post presence for this team. And for North Texas, they're going to be able to cut teams off from the ARC top 35 team with that regard. But I do think that for Temple, they're going to be able to do an okay job on the glass. Sam Hoffman has been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. You've had Jaleel White when he's been out there. He's been in and out of the fold, give you about 12.5 points, 6.5 boards. And then for North Texas, you got a pair of guys in Reuben Jones and Jason Edwards leading the way with about 29 points per contest. It's a North Texas team that they do shoot 37.8% from three-point range. Temple, they've been a little bit hot and cold with regards to their three-point shooting defense, but I do think that they do just enough to be able to hold in this game. So I did set my total at a 128. This is a Temple team that's in the top 100 in terms of total possessions per game. So you're at the 127.5. I'm going to be looking at the over. And with this North Texas team, go ahead and set them as a 10-point favorite. I do think that you're going to see plenty of made shots in this game out of North Texas, but I think that Temple does enough down low to be able to hold in this game. So going to be taking a look at the points and going to be taking a look at the 127.5 or less over. 731, 732 on the betting board. Auburn is going to be playing us at LSU. LSU, an underdog of between 14 to 14.5 points. Your opener was 15.5. So last game is anywhere between 150 and 150.5. Set my line at a 14. So if we can get anything north of a 14, going to be taking a look at the points. Like I said, this was an opener of 15.5. And with LSU, they're coming off of a very nice triumph on the road against Texas A&M last weekend. They've been able to win 4 straight games. I think a little bit of that is a byproduct of competition, as they now given up 70 points or fear in each other the last 4 games after they gave up 96 to Texas. And we have noticed that LSU in these step-up games, they have not been able to perform very well against lesser competition. They've been able to beat up on that, but I'm going to be taking a look at the over. Despite the fact that Auburn is a team that ranks in the top 30 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and is one of your better rebound rate teams in all of college basketball, this is also a team that has been able to do it offensively. Not like they're shooting it amazing from three-point range at about 33%, but Aiden Holloway has been able to make things very efficient for this team. Only about 10.2 turnovers per contest. He's able to give you 10 points per game. Not often that you see a team in the top 40 nationally in terms of points scored on a per possession basis with a three-point shooting percentage like this. G&I Broom has been able to clean up down low with about 2 blocks, 8.5 rebounds per game. Jalen Williams has also been able to give you about 5 boards. He shoots 38% from three-point range. And for Auburn, this team does a very good job of being able to just guard the arc as well. Auburn, right now, 21st in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. It is an LSU team, though, that has finally a point guard out there in the fold, as Jarius Cook is who they were waiting for, because he was playing the last few seasons at Tulane, a 2-time transfer that was unable to play to begin the season. In his 5 games back, 17 points, 4 assists, steal and a half per contest. They've given up 70 points or fewer in 4 of these 5 games, but he's able to be an elevator in terms of the way that this team is able to distribute as well. That has allowed Jordan Wright to be able to play off the ball a little bit more. He's been able to give the team right around 15 points per contest. It's an LSU team that legitimately doesn't have a single guy that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game, but getting back to Wright, 15 plus points in 4 of the 5 games since Cook has been back there in the fold. So I do think that you're going to be able to get quite a bit of scoring in this one. No question about it. Auburn, especially with Dylan Cardwell down low, is going to be able to win the battle on the glass, and it's an Auburn team that is just so well-rounded. They have now given up 68 points or fewer in every one of their last 6 games. But with that said, this is also an Auburn team that they're racking up points upon points. For Auburn, ever since their loss on the road against Appalachian State, they have gotten to at least 80 points in all but one of their games as well. So I did set my total at a 152. I'm going to be taking a look at the over. Anything north of 14, I'm going to be willing to take the points with LSU. 733, 734 on the betting board. It is Oklahoma State. They hit the road. They're facing off against Iowa State. Iowa State does find themselves as 12 to 13 point favorites. And your total is between 136.5 and 137. Made Iowa State an 11.5 point favorite. So I'm going to be willing to take the points. Iowa State has some of the most demonstrative home and road splits in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, pretty much in college basketball history. And so much of this is because if you look at their non-conference schedule prior to that game against Houston, they just played a whole bunch of nobody. So I do think that that is something that really does need to be taken into account here now. Hilton Magic, absolutely tremendous. Some of the best fans in all of college basketball. And for Iowa State, this is a team that ranks in the top 5 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, where I do think that we're going to see the regression with Iowa State is going to be on the offensive side of things, as you saw Milan Mimosilovic hit that 3 against Houston that lifted the team to victory. And Iowa State, they are 9th in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Once again, goes back to the competition that they're playing, scoring 19.8 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside neutral court environment. And now they have to face off against an Oklahoma State team that, they're not quite what Houston was with regards to their defense, but this team is 78th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Where Oklahoma State is different this year than they were in past years is they don't necessarily have as much down low. Last year, they had guys like Musa Cisse and company down low, and they don't really have anyone else that gives you north of 6.5 rebounds per game this season. But that said, I do think that they're going to be able to match up okay against a team that has just a whole bunch of really good guards, like Taman Lipsby giving you 14 plus points, 4.5 boards, 4.5 assists, north of 2.5 steals per contest. He has been awesome. You've been able to have quite a few of these guys transfer in and be able to mix and match because you're bringing Keyshawn Gilbert, who's over at UNLV. He's been able to log about 13.5 points per game, and it's a team that they shoot about 35.5% from three-point range. Iowa State and Oklahoma State is actually really elevated with their three-point shooting. That should be held down in this one, shooting about 36.5% from 3, but Javon Spall, he is coming up big. He's been able to give the team 15 points, 4.5 boards, 5 assists per contest, and if there is one place where Iowa State can be at, it's from three-point range. Iowa State, 165th in all of college basketball. With regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, this Oklahoma State team, they're clocking in right around about 140th with this regard. I do think that Oklahoma State going to have a little bit of a tough time being able to hang in this game for an outright win or anything like that, but the likes of Eric Daly being able to give you about 5.5 to 6 rebounds per game, Keon Williams being able to give you 6.5 boards, 7.5 points per game. I think it's going to be just enough for Oklahoma State to be able to hold in this game, and I do think that it's going to be a low-scoring slobber knocker of an affair. I think Iowa State's defense is here to stay. I do think that the offense is going to see a little bit of regression. So I did set my total 134.5. I'm looking at the under, and at anything north of 12, going to be taking the points with Oklahoma State. 735, 736 on the betting board. Arizona is going to be on the road facing off against Washington State, when Washington State just find themselves as 9.5 to 10.5 point underdogs. Your total on this game is anywhere between 153 to 153.5. Did set my total at 153, so here at the 153.5, I'm diving in on the under end with Arizona. Want to lay up to 10.5 with them. This is a Washington State team that is a top 50 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They just haven't seen anything like this juggernaut that is Arizona. Umar Ballo should be able to win the battle down low, as he's been able to give this team 7 plus rebounds per game. And Arizona, just right now checking all the boxes. Arizona, in terms of their rebound rate, they are number 1 in all of college basketball. Everyone talks about Arizona and how tremendous that offense is, but how about the defense for Arizona? 17th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They face off against a Washington State team that's a little bit less than stellar from three-point range. They're shooting about 33.5% from distance. I like Isaac Jones. He's been able to give the team 14.5 points, 7.5 boards per contest, but I just don't think they stand a chance in this affair. It is a Washington State team that does a relatively solid job of being able to guard the three-point arc, as they're about 114th in all of college basketball at this regard, but they just don't have the guard play, in my opinion, to be able to hold in this game. Now, credit where credit is due. Washington State not really turn the ball over a lot, about 10.5 to 11 turnovers per game. Miles Rice to be able to give you about 14.5 points, 1.7 steals per game, but this is a Washington State team that's not going to put a whole lot of pressure on you. They only generate about 5.5 steals per contest. Meanwhile, Arizona, they've been able to create 9.5 steals per contest out there in the backcourt. Pelle Larson is shooting 57% from three-point range. Should see a little bit of drop-off there, but Caleb Love, sometimes he's off with his shot, but I do think that he's going to be able to get things firing there, and even when he's off, you've got Kylan Boswell. He's able to shoot 43% from three, 4.5 assists, just a very good facilitator in general for an Arizona team that I really do think has all the goods. They have been just able to get to 80+ on the regular. This is a bunch of, they have gotten to, as a matter of fact, at least 80 points in, I believe, every game this season, except for when they played against Duke and against Michigan State, where they've gotten to at least 74 points in all of those games as well. So this is a circumstance where I am going to be willing to lay the number with Arizona. Did set them as an 11-point favorite, and with regards to the total, set it at a 153. So you're at the 153.5, going to be looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Arizona. 737, 738 on the betting board. It is TCU, and they're going to be playing us to Houston. The Cougars, who find themselves as a road favorite of 4.5 points, totals between 136.5 and 137.5. TCU in the non-conference portion of their schedule, they are playing quite up-tempo. I do think that we're going to see them play a little bit more slowly moving forward, and helping out with that is a Houston team that they just stick you in the mud in general, but I do think that this is a number that has went a little bit too far. I did set Houston as a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with TCU, and we can bag on TCU all we want for them not really playing a lot out of conference, but that said, Houston didn't really play anyone out of conference either. Both of these teams, I do think that their metrics are a little bit warped by the fact that they played some really bad out-of-conference competition. Now, I do think that Houston's defense is for real. This is a team that ranks in the top 5 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis. They always do a good job of guarding the three-point arc. They always do a good job on the glass. This is a team that is a factory of just being able to play some solid defense. That said, I do think that the offense has some question marks. They're only turning the ball over 9.5 times per contest. They shoot 35% from three, but in a game like this, where you need to be able to cover a 5.5, Houston shooting 67.5% at the free throw line. That needs to be pointed out. Actually, more like 66.8% at the free throw line. Meanwhile, you got a TCU team that I do think that there's going to be a regression with their three-point shooting as well. Jacoby Coles, along with Emmanuel Miller, combined shoot about 38% from three, with between the two of them about 28.5 points per contest. And for TCU, 10.5 steals per game. That's just been absolutely ridiculous. Jameer Nelson Jr. leading the way with about 2.6 steals per contest, but I do think that TCU, even though they're going to lose the battle on glass, really nobody other than Miller gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game. I do think that they're going to be able to do a solid job guarding in the backcourt. This is a Houston team that I do not believe that a single team has been able to get to 70 points on them all season long. And for TCU, again, they've been playing at a top 50 rate in terms of total possessions per game, but I do think that things are going to start to slow down for them a little bit. They did give up the 88 points against the Vet, and I do think that they're starting to realize, hey, probably do want to be playing a little bit more slowly. We saw them play a few harebrained games out there in Hawaii, and typically things go better for TCU when they do slow things down a little bit more. So I do think that this is a spot where we do see TCU slow down their tempo. This is a Houston team that's well outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, and I don't think that Houston going to be starting to give up 70 points in this one. I did set my total at 133, diving in on the under, but I do think that with what TCU is able to do in the backcourt, they're going to be able to hold in there despite the fact that LJ Cryer, probably the best scorer in this game with about 16.5 points, shoots 9.30s from three-point range. So going to be taking a look at the under, set my total 133, and with Houston, going to make them a 3-point favorite, so take the points with TCU. 739, 740 on the betting board. Elon is going to be playing us to Drexel, and Drexel does find themselves as an 8-point favorite. And your total on this game, it is between 139.5 and 140. Drexel was on this just 4-game run where they were just getting to like 80 points on the regular. I feel like things have calmed down a little bit more with the Drexel team that is still outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game. Now, it's an Elon team that has been really good with their three-point shooting, and they've been really bad with their defense. As for Elon, this team only still ranks, despite the fact that they're shooting well north of 36% as a collective, about 159th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And for Elon, they're outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game. So, did set my total 136. I'm going to be taking a look at the under. This is an Elon team that is going to have their difficulties on the glass, 219th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, and that's where Drexel shines. 14th in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate. Amari Williams is the biggest reason why. He does a nice job being able to stuff the stat sheet as a big man, 11.5 points, 8 boards, is able to give you 2 blocks per contest for a Drexel team that they're shooting 31.7% from 3-point range. They take care of the ball with about 11.9 turnovers per game. Justin Moore does give you more, 13 points, 4 boards, right around about 3 assists per contest, and we have seen a few guys be able to rise up with regards to 3-point shooting, most notably Luke House being able to shoot 41% from the outside, but this is an Elon team I think is going to start to see a little bit of regression with their 3-point shooting right around about 36% as a collective. Rob Higgins has been able to shoot about 37% from the outside coming in from St. Francis of Brooklyn. He's been able to do a solid job giving you about 12.5 points per contest. Nick Dorn coupled with Max McKinnon have both been able to shoot about 39.5% from the outside as well, but for Elon, other than Sam Sherry, nobody else really gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, and it is an Elon team that has actually done a relatively solid job of being able to guard from the outside as well. About 126 in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Drexel, they're allowing opponents to shoot 29.5% from 3. I think that is going to greatly bog down this game, so going to be taking a look at the under, set my total at a 136, and Drexel did set them as a road favorite 10 points. I do think that they're going to control this game from within. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Drexel, and I'm going to be looking at the under. 741, 742 on the betting board. Evansville is going to be playing against Missouri State. Missouri State is a 3.5 to a 4-point favorite, and your total on this game is 143.5 to 144.5, and with Missouri State, set them as a favorite of just 2 points. I'm going to be willing to take those points. Missouri State got absolutely clocked a few days ago. Just not a great showing whatsoever. I do think that they're going to be able to bounce back after that relatively bad showing, but that said, this is an Evansville team that I really like what they've been able to do thus far this season. They've been able to ascend after being one of the sorriest teams in all of college basketball last few seasons. They are going to have a little bit of a tough time down low, as for Missouri State, you've been able to get NJ Benson going for about 7 rebounds per game, but Yassan Toomey, who comes over from France, he's been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. Kenny Strawbridge is not a good 3-point shooter for this Evansville team, but he's able to give you a double-figure amount of points. He's able to slash to the rim. He's able to give you a little bit of facilitation for an Evansville team that has been relatively solid at home with regards to their defense. At home, they're giving up 12.5 points fewer per 100 possessions rather than on a road/shoot-record environment. And for Missouri State, despite the fact that they got clocked by Murray State a few nights ago, this team still ranks in the top 90 in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis. The biggest issue that you do have with Missouri State, they just don't take care of the ball. Evansville, only about 11 turnovers per game, more like 13 for this Missouri State team that's only shooting about 31.5% from 3-point range. And of your top 6 scorers, you've only got one guy shooting north of 32% from 3. That'd be Olsen Mason, who's done a tremendous job giving you 17 points per contest. Has been a little bit banged up, though, and has been a little bit hot and cold recently. Donovan Clay, probably going to be the most versatile player in this game, 2.5 assists, 6 boards, 13.5 points, at right around about 6'8" and then Matthew Lee. He does give you 4.8 assists per game, but his 4.3 turnovers per game leads all of college basketball. I think that that's going to allow Evansville to hold in this game. Now, Evansville has been a wreck with their defense, 76 plus points allowed in each of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, we've got a Missouri State team that has seen regression with their offense, scoring fewer than 70 points each of their last 4 games. They have given up fewer than 65 points in 3 of their last 5, but they've given up 75 plus in their last 2. So something's got to give here. I do think that this is a lower scoring affair, set by total 142. Looking at the under, I think North of a deuce, taking the points with Evansville. 743, 744 on the betting board. Eastern Washington is going to be on the road facing off against Idaho, and Idaho does find themselves at 6 to 6.5 point home underdog. So on this game is 146.5, set by line at 5.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Idaho. This is an Idaho team that the last few years they have been quite horrible, and this is an Eastern Washington team that they are not going to be able to win this game with their defense. Eastern Washington, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 307th, and they're giving up about 15.5 points more per 100 possessions in a road/required environment rather than at home. But you do have an Idaho team that has been rise up quite a bit more, and they've got a nice home court advantage. They are giving up about 16.5 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are at home rather than in a road/required environment. Now, what Eastern Washington has going for them, this team is 10th in the country in terms of 3-point shooting percentage. Big discrepancy here, though. They shoot 54.5% from 3-point range at home, 35.7% in a road/required environment. So they're still solid when they're away from home, but it's not quite the same flamethrower mode that you're going to find when you're playing the great state of Washington. Now, with this Idaho team, 344th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage as deplorable. Eastern Washington, they are 321st, allowing opponents to shoot 37.8% from 3-point range in a road/required environment as well. And this is an Idaho team that hasn't gotten a ton out of Terrence Frank, comes in after he began his career over at Vanderbilt and TCU, but guy that has been able to deliver down low. Julius Mims has been able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game. Going to be paired up against Cedric Howard, who's been able to give this Eastern Washington team a little bit of facilitation with right around about 6.5 boards. Chips in there 13.5 points per game. I do like what he's able to bring to the table. And Elias Mangusin, he doesn't give you like any scoring for Eastern Washington, but 3.8 assists to a turnover per contest. This is an Eastern Washington team, though, that is about 234th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Not saying that this Idaho team, by any stretch of the imagination, is going to be amazing on the glass, but for Idaho, you have a rebound rate of about 49% at home. That drops to 43.1% away from home. So I do think that this team is going to be able to hold in there on the glass in their home environment. And they only turn the ball over about 11 times per contest, and that's been a little bit of an issue for Eastern Washington. They are turning the ball over about 13.5 times per contest. You've got Eric Strupp, who at 6'10" is able to let it fly at about 43.5% from three-point range. Jake Kyman is able to give you 10 points, shoots 42.5% from distance, but it is a little bit of a top-heavy Eastern Washington team. Meanwhile, for Idaho, you've got Quinn Dinker, who's been able to give you 12 points, shooting in the mid-30s from three-point range, and it's an Idaho team that has really been able to improve as the season has went along, especially with regards to their defense. This is now a team that has been able to hold things down a little bit more, 75 points of fear surrendered in two of their last three games. Meanwhile, for Eastern Washington, even though they have been able to get on a relatively nice run, this is still a squad that has given up against D1 competition 73 plus points in three of their last five games. So interesting ordeal here against an Idaho team that is outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. Did set my total 151.5. Eastern Washington still not the same with regards to three-point shooting percentage away from home, but I still think that they hit some shots and they allow Idaho to be able to hit a lot of open looks. So set my total 151.5. Looking at the over, and with Idaho, won't take 6+ with them. 745, 746 on the betting board. Chattanooga is going to be playing against UNC Greensboro. Greensboro in a pick'em game, and they're also a 1-point underdog in some spots as well. 143 to 143.5 is your total. Set Chattanooga as a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay this number under Mike Jones. You ask who, and I say Mike Jones, the coach of UNC Greensboro. Typically, this is a relatively solid defense. That has not been the case thus far this season. UNC Greensboro now finds themselves clocking in outside the top 180 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up about 7 points more per 100 possessions when they are away from home, going up against a Chattanooga team that, under the tutelage of Dan Earl, this team has not necessarily been the world's greatest on defense, but they do give up about 13.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/court environment, and it is now a Chattanooga team that is whole. At the beginning part of the season, they were dealing with some two-time transfers not being out there in the fold, and now Trey Bonham, who he, along with Hunter Huff, they actually followed Earl over from VMI. These two guys have been able to go into inferno mode since they've been paired up. In the games that they've been together, they're averaging a combined 31.5 points per contest. Bonham is shooting 50% from three-point range. They combine for 3.5 steals. They combine for 6 assists per contest. At Chattanooga, they do turn the ball over 12.5 times per contest, but I do think that they're going to be able to do a solid job down low. Sam Alexis will give you 12 plus points, right around about 10 boards per contest. This is a Chattanooga team that is a top 150 team with regards to overall rebound rate. This is a UNC Greensboro team that now is whole themselves, but they're still only about 224th in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate. They've got Mikhail Brown-Jones back at full 19 points, 7.5 boards, shooting 53.5% from three-point range, but you've only got one other guy on the roster. That would be Jalen Breath, who's been able to give you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. I like the Langley brothers. Kobe Langley, 9.5 points, 6 boards, 2.3 steals, does the dirty work, and then Keyshawn Langley, more of your scorer, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range, 86% the free throw line, 13.5 points per game. For a Greensboro team that has really been able to elevate with regards to their offense. This is typically an offense that is relatively milquetoast. Now, they're not quite on the same wavelength as Chattanooga. Chattanooga, top 100 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but for Greensboro, they're about 155th, so marked improvement, but scoring about 14.5 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are on the road. I do think that Chattanooga on their own floor gets it done, and with Chattanooga, they're scoring a whole heck of a lot more ever since they've been able to get Bonham back in the fold. I think that that was a big addition for them. As a result, you've got a Chattanooga team that has been able to get to at least 73 points in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, for this UNCG team, they themselves have gotten to at least 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games, the one exception coming against Texas. So it did set my total 145 looking at the over. I want to lay up to 2.5 with Chattanooga. 747, 748 on the betting board. South Alabama, it's a road face-off against Marshall, and Marshall does find themselves as favorites of anywhere between 5.5 and 6 points. And your total on this game, you're going to be getting it between 151 and 151.5. And with Marshall, I did set them as a favorite of 6 points. Here at the 5.5, I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a Marshall team that still playing super duper up tempo. This is still a team that ranks in the top 50 nationally in terms of total possessions per game, and it's just not the traditional Marshall team, because typically with Marshall, they're looking to generate a whole bunch of turnovers, and they're looking to be able to just run it and gun it. You know that they're not going to shoot it well from three-point range, and that's not been the case this season, but that said, they've been able to play quite a bit better defensively down low this season, with Nate Martin being able to give you 9.5 boards in the neighbor at about 12.5 points per game. And Obiana Onchule Killian, how about his versatility at 6'8", shooting 44% from 3, 16.5 points, 6.5 boards. Big for a Marshall team that they only shoot about 31% from 3, and they've actually taken relatively solid care of the ball. With them being as up-tempo as they are, about 12 turnovers per game, you're going to be willing to live with that. And it is a Marshall team that they've been having a little bit of a rough time guarding the arc at home. They're allowing opponents to shoot 34.8% from 3-point range, but where's the South Alabama defense went? Typically a relatively solid team with regards to their defense. They're guarding the 3 well on the road. 27.5% is what they're allowing opponents to shoot from 3-point range, but they're now outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I do think that they're going to have a tough time with Keyshawn Bowles, who's not shooting it well from 3-point range, but gives you about 1.8 steals, chips in there 3.5 boards, 14 points per game. And for South Alabama, Isaiah Gator, who comes in from the 91 level, has been able to give you about 16.5 points per contest for a team that they just don't do a whole heck of a lot of being able to hit the glass. Thomas Howell is the only guy on the roster that gives you north of 4.2 rebounds per game, comes in from Louisiana Monroe, and is a guy that's able to pop some threes. Hasn't necessarily done a great job of that thus far this season. This is a Marshall team that certainly benefits with regards to their defense when they're at home. Marshall overall about 157th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And the big thing for the South Alabama team, man, whatever happened to this team that was so good with regards to their rebound rate a few seasons ago? Now they're down to about 289th with this regard. Marshall should be able to win that battle down low. That'll allow them to be able to cover this number. So I did set Marshall as a favorite of 6 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the 5.5. And with regards to the total, set it at 152. South Alabama not necessarily playing up tempo, but South Alabama giving up all sorts of points as they have been cooked for at least 89 points in each of the last 3 games. And Marshall, they themselves have gotten to at least 75 points in 3 of their last 4 games. So looking over and going to be willing to lay the number with Marshall. 749, 750 on the betting board. Santa Clara plays us to St. Mary's. St. Mary's does find themselves as road favorites of 5 to 5.5 points. Draw on this game is 134.5. It does feel like St. Mary's as they will find their footing, but you know who else has found their footing? How about a Santa Clara team that has now knocked off Gonzaga and 3 different Pac-12 teams thus far this season? I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous what we're seeing on the Santa Clara team. I did set my line at 3.5 with St. Mary's being the favorite, so I'm going to be willing to back a St. Mary's team that they certainly have been able to do it on defense. The one question mark that we have not had with the St. Mary's team all season long is, can this team still defend? As for St. Mary's, last time they gave up more than 70 points in a game, you have to go all the way back to that game against Utah in late November, as they have given up fewer than 70 points in all but 2 of their games thus far this season. Meanwhile, you've got a Santa Clara team that they've been able to do a very solid job of just having versatility, as you've got Christoph Tilley, a true 7-footer that's able to bang down low with about 9 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, but Johnny O'Neal at 6'10", he lets it fly from 3-point range. He gives you 9 points per contest. Carlos Marshall, Adama Ball have been able to give you combined about 29.5 points per game. Now with Santa Clara, about 13.5 turnovers per game, but not like the St. Mary's team has done necessarily an amazing job of being able to generate turnovers, and this is a St. Mary's team that could be had from the outside. They're 210th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. This is a Santa Clara team that they themselves do have a few issues on the defensive side of things. They're about 100th in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but at home, allowing opponents to shoot only about 29.5% from 3-point range, and Santa Clara is clearly the better offense. Santa Clara is registering about 104 points per 100 possessions. Meanwhile, you've got a St. Mary's team that they're about 104 points per 100 possessions, but in a road/neutral environment, that falls to about 93.6 points. They are averaging about 18.5 points fewer per 100 possessions on the road rather than at home. Santa Clara shoots about 37% from 3. St. Mary's more in that pocket, about 30%, as Ada Mahaney is able to give about 13 points per contest. And for St. Mary's, they should be able to do a solid job down low. Mitchell Saxon is able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game. You still have Alex Dusas, who sets the stat sheet with about 9 points, 5 boards, shoots 35% from 3-point range, but with St. Mary's not having a ton on the outside, and St. Mary's being so one of the slowest teams at all of college basketball, that allow a Santa Clara team that has been able to find it a little bit more defensively. They've now given up 73 points or fewer, which doesn't sound like too much, but it is in this case in 3 of their last 5 games to be able to do just enough to be able to hold in there. So did set my line at 3.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Santa Clara, and I did set my total at 133.5. So all my question marks with the St. Mary's offense away from home. So looking under and going to be taking the points with Santa Clara. 751, 752 on the betting board. Toledo plays us Ball State. Ball State is an underdog of 10.5 to 11 points, and your total is between 150.5 and 152.5. And with Ball State, I did set them as an underdog of 11.5 points. here at the 10.5, which is mostly what I'm seeing on the board. I'm going to be willing to lay with Toledo. This Toledo team is not quite what they were a season ago with their offense. And last year they were number 1 in the country with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. But still have a Toledo team that has a pair of guys in the backcourt that I like that are able to combine for in that neighborhood about 30.5 points per contest. And Dante Maddox along with Raheem Moss. With Moss, he's only shooting about 26% from three-point range, but this team as a whole, they still shoot 37.5% from the outside. They only turn the ball over about 11.5 times per contest. And for this Toledo team, they certainly are able to stroke it from three-point range. And Toledo, they're going to offer you some open looks from three-point range. Toledo, they're 16th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents to shoot 38.3% from three-point range. And this is a Ball State team that they are a top 55 team with regards to three-point shooting percentage. They're also 319th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage as well. So I did set my total at 153.5. I'm going to be looking at the over. It is a Ball State team that's outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game, but I do think that both of these teams are really going to be able to get it cranked up, and both of these teams are going to be able to fire it in from three-point range. It is a Toledo team that has been able to have down low Tyler Cochran be able to give you about 6 rebounds per game. And this is a Ball State team that they've got Mikey Pearson, who's able to give you a little bit of versatility. He's able to give you 5.5 boards, shoots it relatively well from three-point range. But as long as this team just continues to get destroyed from three-point range, I think it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for them with this Ball State team. You've been able to get some really good scoring as you've got Bashir Jihad being able to supply 19 points, 8 boards, shooting 36% from three-point range. It's a Ball State team that as a whole, they're shooting about 37% from the outside. The 12.5 turnovers per game. That's a little bit much. And Jalen Anderson, who comes over from Loyola Marymount, about 4.5 assists, 4.5 boards, 16 points per contest on a high 33-point shooting clip. And for that matter, Ball State, each of their top 5 scorers, shooting at least 35.6% from three-point range. But that defense, it really does need to be called into question in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. 114 per 100 possessions, away from home, 284th in all of college basketball. So I do think that you get a higher scoring affair with this Ball State team. Also not necessarily being the strongest with regards to rebound rate, which is where you can really hurt this Toledo team. This bunch, they're about 100th in the country with regards to rebound rate, but that falls off significantly on the road. Toledo should be able to get it done semi-line at 11.5, so going to be willing to lay the number of Toledo, and anything below 153, looking at the over. 753, 754 on the betting board. Portland State is going to be playing us Weber State, and Weber State does find themselves as a favorite of 5 points on the road. Total on this game is 141.5. I did set Portland State as a 2.5 point underdog, so I'm going to be willing to take the points. It is a Weber State team that's really looking to slow things down to a crawl. This team outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. As a matter of fact, they're outside the top 325 in terms of total possessions per game, but when it comes to this Portland State team, they themselves have become a little bit more of a mid-tempo team after last season. They were really looking to push tempo, and this is a Portland State team that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. To their credit, despite the fact that they lose their main point guard in Cam Parker from season ago, they're only turning the ball over about 11 times per contest. They've got KJ Allen, who's been able to lead the way with about 11 points per contest, but they've got 5 separate guys that give you at least 8 points per game. It is a Portland State team that they still lack a little bit of pizzazz on defense with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. The team is clocking in right around 174th, and they've actually given up 2.7 points per 100 possessions fewer in a roadside-shoot court environment rather than at home. But this is a Weber State team that they are actually quite top-heavy. Dylan Jones leads the team in points, rebounds, and assists, 19.5 points, 10 boards, right around 5 assists per game. Now Blaze Threat, along with Steve Verplanken, have been able to give some up. They combine for about 23 points per contest. Verplanken shoots about 40% from 3, 37.5% out of Threat, and for Weber State, they keep things very clean themselves. Only about 9.5 turnovers per game, but with this Weber State team, they do see quite a bit of a drop-off defensively when they do hit the road in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Weber State hovering right in that neighborhood about 135th, but they're giving up 11.1 points more per 100 possessions on the road. And with Portland State being able to have Esmail Habib really be able to step up, give the team right around 2.5 assists, 9.5 points on 38% three-point shooting, and Portland State being oh so efficient with just being able to go out the ball and the defense being able to improve quite a bit as well. This is a Portland State team that all of a sudden they have given up 72 points or fewer in 5 out of their last 7 games against Division I competition. I do think that Portland State is going to be able to hold in there, and what I think is going to be a lower scoring affair. I'm going to be willing to take the 5 with Portland State, set this line at 2.5, and did make my total a 135.5, so also looking at the under, 755, 756 on the betting board. Virginia Tech plays us to Miami. Miami does find themselves as a underdog of 2.5 to 3 points. Totals between 153 and 155. Did set my line at a 3.5. So here at the 3, I'm going to be willing to lay with Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech certainly is not not as efficient offensively as they were a season ago, but this is also a defense that has been able to kick it up as well. Virginia Tech last year was well outside the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now they're 94th in the country, and they're giving up 21.9 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than on the road. And this is a Miami team that is just not the same when they're away from Coral Gables for Miami. And this is not even a joke here. They're giving up 24 points more per 100 possessions on the road rather than at home. Now for Miami, this is still a supreme three-point shooting team, shooting about 41% from three-point range. Luka Poplar was dealing with an injury, but he should be good to go in this one, as I'm not even kidding when I say this. I have your top 6 scorers for Miami. 5 of them shoot at least 38.9% from three-point range, and the other is no Chad Omier, who gives you 17.5 points, 9.5 boards per contest. Nigel Pack, still with injuries, but he should be able to pack it in this one. 4 assists, 1.2 turnovers per game. Should be good to go. I just think that with this Miami team, they're just not going to be the same from three-point range moving forward. We're going to see a little bit of drop-off there, as they're still shooting about 38.8% from three-point range in a road/neutral court environment. Meanwhile, for Virginia Tech, not the same team from three-point range this season as they've been in the past, but still shooting about 36% from three. Sean Padula has been able to give you double figures, chipping in there right around 4 assists per contest. And then Luke Kidd, I think, is going to be able to do an okay job down low. I don't think that he wins the battle with no Chad Omier, but he's able to give you 7 boards. He's able to give you 15 points per game. It's a Virginia Tech team that at home, they're allowing opponents to shoot just 31% from three-point range with Miami. They've actually been a really dominant three-point shooting defense, 19th in the country with this regard, but goes from 27.8% at home to more like 31.5% on the road. I do think that both of these teams going to be able to light it up, put in there some points, but I do think that with both of these teams, we see some regression, and neither of these teams playing super up-tempo. So I set my total 151.5, looking at the under of Virginia Tech, one to lay up to 3 with them. 757, 758 on the betting board. UT Rio Grande Valley plays us to Utah Valley. Utah Valley does find themselves as a road favorite of 3 points. Your total on this game, it is 147.5 with Utah Valley. Did set them as a favorite of 3 points. This was an opener of 4, so if we can get back to that opener of 4, still seeing a few 3.5s out there, I am going to be willing to take the points with Grand Valley. Now, it's a Grand Valley team that is a wreck. They're outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They actually do a really good job of being able to contain teams from three-point range at home. Opponents are shooting just 27.6% from three-point range at home, and this Utah Valley team really doesn't have a lot in the backcourt. Caleb Stone Carrawell has been able to give you about 12.5 points per contest. He shoots in the low to mid-30s from three-point range, but Utah Valley, a bottom 25 team in the country with regards to a three-point shooting percentage. Now, Terius Doris should be able to do a solid job down low. I think that he wins the battle. Comes in from Utah State with Trevin Doris. He's been able to give you about 7.5 boards. He's shipping in there a block and a half per contest, but the team shoots 25.5% from three-point range. They've been able to get some good facilitation. Jovan McClanahan, along Drake Allen, have been able to combine for about 6.5 assists per contest, but with this Grand Valley team, I like the overall versatility of 6'8" combo player Hassan Abdul Akeem. He's been able to shoot 40% from three-point range, 5.5 boards, 14.5 points, 3.7 assists per contest. Has really been able to elevate this team. Now, something else that has elevated is the turnovers, 4+ turnovers in each of the last 3 games, but this team does a relatively solid job of being able to mix and match down low. They're a team that still doesn't have a great rebound rate, but Aaron Freeman, coupled with Dalen Williams, who have been able to combine for just under 13 rebounds per game. This is a Utah Valley team that they're the far better defensive team in this one, but they're 300th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, scoring 17.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. And for UT Rio Grande Valley, they're about 324th in all of college basketball, but I do think that with this Utah Valley team, just not having a lot along the perimeter in general with this Utah Valley team, also giving up about 7.5 points more per 100 possessions when they're on the road rather than when they are at home. And this is a Utah Valley team that as well, in terms of their three-point shooting percentage when they're on the road, in terms of guarding the three-point arc, allowing opponents to shoot 35.5%, that allow Grand Valley to be able to hang in there anything north of 3. I'm going to be willing to take the points. Grand Valley, top 40 team in terms of total possessions per game. Both of these defenses have their issues, to say the least, so I did set my total at 149. I think that this is close enough for a late game felling, so taking a look at the points with UT Rio Grande Valley, anything north of 3, and at a 148.5 or less, looking at the over. 759, 760 on the betting board. Southern Illinois plays us at Drake. Drake finds themselves as 2.5 to 3-point road favorites. Your total on this game are between 137 and 139.5. Wrong team is favored here, in my opinion. Southern Illinois set them as a 2.5-point favorite. Looking at them outright on the money line with the Southern Illinois team. They just do such a good job of being able to surround one of the top players in all of college basketball with weapons. Xavier Johnson. He's been able to give you 24 points, 6 assists, 1.6 steals, shooting 44% from three-point range, and then everyone else is just able to fill in from there. You've got someone like a Clarence Rupert. He was a part of that Elite 8 team. for St. Peter's a few seasons ago. He's done a good job being able to give you about 6 boards per contest. You've been able to get some relatively good rebounding out of Troy D'Amico, who's been able to give you about 4 boards, 7.5 points. He shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range, and then you've got a 47.5% three-point shooter in Trent Brown that he has some very good moments for the team. For Southern Illinois, in terms of their overall defense, they've really been able to hold up, and they've really been able to ascend recently. Top 80 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 15.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. And this is a Drake team that they're under an 11th of the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 12.8 points more per 100 possessions in a roadside-neutral court environment rather than at home. And Tucker DeVries, he's versatile in his own right. 4 assists, 6 boards, 19.5 points per game on about 34% three-point shooting. And it's a Drake team that does an amazing job taking care of the ball. They only turn the ball over about 9.7 times per contest. That results in them being very good in terms of their offensive just facilitation and in terms of their offensive efficiency. But this Southern Illinois team, they cut you off from the arc. They're allowing opponents to shoot 25% from 3. Number 1 in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Darnell Brody being able to get 7.5 rebounds per game. You should be able to win that battle down low. But Drake, they're allowing opponents to shoot 39% from three-point range in a road/neutral court environment. With the way that the Southern Illinois team is built, I think that's doomsday for Drake. I did set Southern Illinois as a 2.5-point favorite, so taking them outright on the money line. I think that this is a low-scoring slog. Southern Illinois in the bottom 50 with regards to total possessions per game, and Drake not too up-tempo as well. So, semi-total 132.5. Diving in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to take Southern Illinois on the money line. 761, 762 on the betting board. UTSA, meet for the Roadrunners. They play us to Charlotte. Charlotte, a 5.5 to a 6-point favorite. Totals between 146 and 147, and with Charlotte, did set them as a 7-point favorite. So, here at the 6, I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This is a Charlotte team that is also outside the top 310 in terms of total possessions per game, but with the Charlotte bunch, they do a really good job down low as you've got Igor Milicic, who's been able to give you 8.5 boards per contest and has really good versatility. 12.5 points, shoots about 36.5% from three-point range. UTSA, they're looking to play up-tempo, so you've got a good old tempo war in this one as meet Roadrunners, 23rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And for Charlotte, I do think that their defense is going to be able to win out in this one. It's a team that's about 158th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but for UTSA, 287th in all of college basketball in that regard, and it's a UTSA team that is able to have some good, versatile players as you've got Dre Fuller, Carlton Lingard, both give you about 6 boards per contest, and you've got Lingard shooting 35% from 3 at 7 feet tall. Jordan Ivy Curry, he also elevates the team with regards to their scoring as he's been back for 6 games, and in the 6 games that he's been back for, the team has been able to score at least 75 points in 4 of them, and that's their most recent 4 games. So as he's been able to acclimate himself, he's been able to really elevate the team, 15-plus points at each out of the last 4 contests for a UTSA team that overall shoots about 35.5% from three-point range. So they're able to attack this Charlotte team. With that respect, it is a Charlotte team that they certainly are going to give up a few open looks from three-point range. Charlotte, overall, with regards to their three-point shooting defense, they're clocking in about 117th, but allowing opponents to shoot about 32.5% from three-point range in a road/neutral court environment. And UTSA certainly going to give the green light to Charlotte as they are 259th in the country with this regard. I do think that even though UTSA has a little bit down low, I still think that it's going to be a case where the team is going to lose the battle on the glass. Charlotte, about 184th in the country with regards to overall rebound rate. UTSA clocking in 223rd, and Jordan Ivy Curry certainly has helped out the offense of UTSA. Has done nothing to help out the defense, but the Charlotte team, they do a really nice job of being able to slow things down. Stick you in the mud. Lucille Patterson has been able to give 15.5 points per contest, and does a nice job running his show where the team has given up 70 points or fewer in 3 of their last 5 games despite playing a lot of up-tempo teams. And this is a UTSA team that they certainly give up their points, but at the same time, I do feel like they are able to be slowed down. We've seen that a few times this season. So I did set my total 141 looking at the under. And with Charlotte, I think their style wins out, willing to lay up to 6.5 with them. 763, 764 on the betting board. You've got Northern Colorado on the road facing off against Montana State. Montana State testifying themselves as a underdog of 1 point at home. Total on this game, between 152 and 153.5 with Montana State. Did set them as a 3.5 point favorite, so good to be willing to take them as a pick 'em / a money line underdog. This is a Montana State team that certainly has been leaving quite a bit of something to be desired on the glass, but I love what you've been able to get out of Robert Ford III. He's one of the more versatile players that you're going to find in all of college basketball. Just 6 feet tall, 13.5 points, 7.5 boards, 2.5 assists, 2.5 steals, shooting 40% from three-point range for a Montana State team that they do generate about 8.5 steals per game. Ford being the main headliner of that. It is a Montana State team that certainly does leave a little bit of something to be desired in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They've been clocking in right around 221st, but for this Montana State team, they do elevate with their defense when they are at home. They're giving up about 11 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment. And we got a Northern Colorado team that, you want bad defense? Well, take a look at Northern Colorado. Points allowed on a per possession basis, 304th in all of college basketball, and St. Thomas is having to be Mr. Do-It-All for them. 9.5 boards, 3.5 assists, 19.5 points per game, so good versatility there for a Northern Colorado team that does shoot about 34.5% from three-point range, but this is a Northern Colorado team that I think is going to beat their match in this spot, as it's a Montana State team that does a very good job of cutting you off from the three-point arc, allowing opponents to shoot just 26.7% from three-point range at home. Northern Colorado, 360th in opponent's three-point shooting percentage. Now, Riley Abercrombie, I don't know if he was selling blue jeans while being Abercrombie, but there was no Fitch involved. He was able to give you about 34% three-point shooting at 6'9". He's able to give you 9 points per contest, and then DeJour Reeves has been able to chip in something for Northern Colorado as well. 14 points, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range, but with the way that Northern Colorado is bleeding points, they've won 5 straight games while giving up 77 points, and every single one of them, I think Montana State is going to be reading that blueprint and just going to be trying to slow them down in general. You've got a Montana State team that they themselves have been up and down with regards to their offense, scoring 65 points or fewer in 2 of their last 5 games. As a matter of fact, last 5 games they have scored 74, 64, 76, 61, and 79 points, so they've sort of been yo-yoing. I do think that this is going to be a higher scoring up-tempo game. Did set my total at a 155.5, so while Montana State tries to slow it down, I still think that it's going to be up-tempo, but I think that Montana State drains enough threes to be able to get the job done. I do think that a Montana State team that has a versatile player like Robert Ford, they're going to be able to give this Northern Colorado team some fit. So looking at Montana State outright on the money line and looking at the over at 765, 766 on the betting board, UMKC is going to be playing us in North Dakota. North Dakota, a 4 to 4.5 point underdog. Totals between 140 and 141 with North Dakota. Did set them as an underdog of 5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4.5 with the UMKC. It's a UMKC team that has just not been great on defense this year outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, but I do think that they're going to be able to find some success against a North Dakota team that they really don't have anyone that is able to really lead the way for the team. BJ Omot has been able to give you about 15 or so points per contest, but you certainly do have to have your question marks with him. It's a North Dakota team that once again is well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And for UMKC, Mr. Do-It-All and Jamar Brown has been solid as a junior college transfer, giving you about 6.5 boards, 14 points. He chips in there 8 steals per game, and it's really been able to elevate on the glass recently. 10 plus rebounds in 3 of the team's last 5 games. Amir Kulijovic is the only guy for this North Dakota team that is able to give you north of 5.1 rebounds per game, as they do get back Tyree Iheanacho, 2-time transfer, that ever since he's come back, he's been able to give the team 13.5 points, 5 boards, 3 assists, so he's been highly versatile, but ever since he's come back, this team has not been good defensively. They've given up 70 points or more in all but one of their games that they have played with them, and that was the first game. So the defense has actually been very much sliding ever since he's been back at the fold. UMKC, not necessarily an up-tempo team, and they only shoot about 32% from 3, but they're starting to cut down on the turnovers to about 12.5 per contest. And I do think that just getting more minutes for Allen, David, and Becca Jr. is going to be big. Last season, he was tremendous down low for the team. 9.5 points, 7.5 boards per contest. Now he's been limited to 20 points or fewer in darn near all of his games thus far this season, yet still putting up 9+ points in each of the last 3 games. You've been able to get some nice production in the backcourt as well from Cameron Foss, who's been able to shoot 42.5% from three-point range, and they do go up against a North Dakota team that is very vulnerable from the outside. North Dakota, 9th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. UMKC certainly has had their issues as well, but with North Dakota not necessarily having a ton from the outside, I do think that that's going to be able to keep this a relatively mid-tempo game. I did set my total at 141, so you're at the 140 looking at the over, but with UMKC, willing to lay up to 4.5 with them. 767, 768 on the betting board. Baylor, they are going to be playing up to Cincinnati. Yes, we are on to Cincinnati, and Cincinnati is on to being an underdog. You're going to be catching between 5.5 and 6 points with them. Totals between 150.5 and 151.5. This opened up at a 7.5, and I felt like the 7.5 was a pretty proper number. I set Baylor as an 8-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This is a Baylor team that still is number 1 in all of college basketball with regards to three-point shooting percentage, and for Cincinnati, this team is going to be able to win the battle down low. They're a top 25 team with regards to rebound rate. Aziz Bendango, who comes over from Utah Valley, to be able to do a nice job being able to give this team more than a block per contest, 9 rebounds per game. And for Cincinnati, this is a team that overall, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, has been one of the better teams in all of college basketball, but they have not traveled very well. 18th is what Cincinnati ranks in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but giving up 18.1 points more per 100 possessions when they are at home rather than when they are at home. And this is a Baylor team that they are much better at home rather than on the road with their defense, giving up 22.9 points fewer per 100 possessions. You've just got so many guys that you need to defend for a Cincinnati team that, with regards to their three-point shooting defense, they do rank in the top 75 nationally, but allow opponents to shoot 36.2% from three-point range in a roadside-shoot-your-corner environment as opposed to less than 27% at home. For Baylor, you've been able to have Jacoby Walter really be able to elevate this team. He's been able to give the team right around about 15.5 points per contest, and then Yves Massey, even though he's probably going to lose battle down low, he is able to give you right around about 6 or so rebounds per game, while Cincinnati just has a lot of versatile pieces. Victor Lakeen at about 6'9", 14 points, 8 boards, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range, and it's a Cincinnati team that does a good job being able to protect the ball, only about 11.3 turnovers per game. This is a Baylor team that still ranks in the top 5 nationally in terms of points scored on a per-possession basis, with Ray J. Dennis being one of the top facilitators in all of college basketball, 6.1 assists on 40% three-point shooting. And for Baylor, everyone that is averaging north of 3.1 points per contest that has made at least 1 3 is shooting at least 40% from three-point range. Just so many guys that are able to contribute to this cause. I do think that for Baylor, just too much backcourt play against a Cincinnati team that just feels like they might be a little bit too clunky in this spot. Simeus Lucasius is able to give you about 3.5 assists per contest, but we have noticed that the Cincinnati team has had a little bit of a tougher time offensively recently. They've now scored 73 points or fewer in 3 of their last 5 games. It's a Baylor team that they just continue to get to 75 on the regular each out of their last 4, so this is a spot where I'm going to be willing to lay with Baylor, and I did set my total at a 148. I do think that Baylor going to see a little bit of regression with their three-point shooting, but I do think that Baylor wins this game with their backcourt. So I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Baylor and looking at the under. 769, 770 on the betting board. Oregon is going to be playing us to Cal. Cal is a 7.5 to an 8-point underdog. Totals between 148.5 and 149.5, and with Oregon, set them as a 10.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This was an opener of 9.5, and for Cal, I do like the way that this team has been able to develop a little bit, but even though Oregon is still without Nate Biddle, Lonton Dante, this team should still be able to dominate this game with the way that Jackson Shellset has been able to be just so good in the backcourt for this Oregon team, shooting 43.5% from three-point range. This guy is just hot. He has been able to give you 15-plus points in all but 1 out of his last 8 games, and in that game he scored 14 points. So 14-plus points in each out of the last 8 games. He's been helped in the backcourt by Jermaine Cuisinart, who's been a little bit more of the main defender for the team, being able to chip in their 2 steals per contest, and both of these teams have had their issues with regards to the defensive side of things. For Oregon, just not having their main big man out there, that has led to them just having a little bit of a diminishment with regards to down low along with on the boards. It's an Oregon team that's 118th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but giving up 13.9 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. Meanwhile, for Cal, 240th in the country. Fardaws Amick should be able to have himself a day. He's been able to average a double-double with about 14-plus points in the neighborhood of about 10 rebounds per game. And Jalen Tyson is one of your best scorers in all of college basketball, with 20.5 points, 3 assists, 7 boards per contest, all while shooting about 37% from three-point range. But it's a Cal team that they just can't get out of their way defensively. As for Cal, they have given up at least 78 points in 3 of their last 5 games. And if you want to date it back a little bit further, this is a Cal team that has actually given up at least 78 points in 5 out of their last 8 games as well. So that's been an issue. They've been trying to reintroduce a lot of their injured guards into the fold, as well as you've got Keontae Kennedy, one of those 2-time transfers, give you about 10 points per contest. But whenever Devin Askew has been out there, it just feels like he hasn't given the team much of anything. He's injured once again. I mean, he has been in and out of the fold. And then Jalen Celestine has missed quite a bit of time as well. He's been able to give the team some relatively modest production, being able to chip in there about 8 points per contest, not really been doing a lot of facilitating thus far this season, as he never really has. He's an okay 3-point shooter, but that said, I do think that Oregon, with their backcourt, they should be able to win out in this spot, and it's an Oregon team that's really hit Mock Turbo with regards to offense, 76-plus points in 4 of their last 5 games. So, going to be willing to lay with Oregon, set them as a 10.5 point favorite, and did set my total at a 146.5 as well. I think we've gone a little bit too far, because I just don't know if Cal is going to be able to do their part with regards to the total, as they've been held to 74 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games. So diving in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Oregon 771, 772 on the betting board. Or Roberts is going to be playing us to St. Thomas. St. Thomas is an underdog of a point. Your total on this game is 142, and I did set St. Thomas as a 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to be looking at them right on the money line. It's a St. Thomas team that's a top 100 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. St. Thomas has always been one of the slower, grimier teams in all of college basketball, and Oral Roberts now outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game. Starting to crank it up quite a bit more, especially on offense. They have scored at least 78 plus points in each of their last 4 games, but this St. Thomas team, they did allow 81 points to South Dakota State. That was a little bit unsightly, but for St. Thomas, they have given up north of 71 points just twice since the beginning of the month of December, and for that matter, they have given up north of 71 points just twice the entirety of the season, as this team doesn't really dominate you on the glass. You've got guys like Reed Anthony, Parker Jorklin combining for 9 rebounds per game as the top 2 scorers for the team, but they really do a nice job guarding the three-point arc while they themselves are just so efficient. They shoot 36% from 3. They turn the ball over 9.5 times per contest. They face an Oral Roberts team that they're looking to go bombs away from 3-point range once again, but this is a St. Thomas team that they travel with regards to their outside shooting defense. They're about 137th with this regard, allowing opponents to shoot just 32.6% from 3-point range, and it's an Oral Roberts team that's about 254th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. With that being the bread and butter of St. Thomas, I do think that this is a little bit of a rough matchup for Oral Roberts. They've been dealing with a few injuries, as well as Jashung Weaver has been a little bit in and out of the full 10.5 points, 4 rebounds per contest, has been able to return, so I think they should be good to go in this one for an Oral Roberts team that they only turn the ball over 9.3 times per game. They shoot 38% from 3-point range. Isaac McBride is really the straw that stirs the drink with about 19.5 points per contest, but even though St. Thomas doesn't have a single guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, I do think that this team is still going to be able to do a relatively solid job on the glass. This is an Oral Roberts team that, in terms of their overall rebound rate, they're just 349th in all of college basketball. They fail to give themselves any second chances whatsoever. St. Thomas, not impressive on the glass, but they're more around 232nd, and they've actually been able to do a better job of being able to rebound the ball when they've been away from home. And this is an Oral Roberts team that's very top heavy, has been dealing with injuries to guys like Jalen Miller and company, and I do think that St. Thomas, a team that's just so well put together, a team that's ineligible for the postseason, so every one of these games matter. They get it done. I like this St. Thomas team outright on the money line, set them as a very slight favorite, and make my total 135.5. Two of the slower teams in all of college basketball, just not going to give you a lot of possession. So looking at the under and St. Thomas on the money line, 773, 774 on the betting board. North Dakota State is the road to face off against Omaha. Omaha does find themselves as a 2.5 point favorite. Total on this game is 145.5 with Omaha. I did set them as a 2-point underdog, so I'm going to be looking at North Dakota State outright on the money line. North Dakota State outside the top 330 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. One of the lesser teams in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but in the backcourt, you've got good production out of Bonin Skunberg and Damari Wheeler-Thomas, combining for about 5 assists, 26.5 points per game, and it's a North Dakota State team that's now shooting about 38% from 3-point range, and they get to go up against an Omaha team that has actually not been the world's worst with being able to guard the 3-point arc, but at home they're actually allowing opponents to shoot 34% from 3-point range in a roadside shoot-to-court environment that falls to about 30%, which I do find that to be very intriguing. And for North Dakota State, they've been able to travel well with their outside shooting about 37.5% from distance in a roadside shoot-to-court environment. They go up against an Omaha team that does not have much other than Markel Sutton in terms of rebounding. He's been able to give the team right around about 6 boards per contest. You've been able to have Frankie Fiddler be a nice, versatile do-it-all player, 2.5 assists, 17.5 points per game for a team that shoots about 32.5% from 3-point range, but both of these teams have been getting destroyed defensively, and I just don't know if this Nebraska-Omaha team is going to be able to generate enough offense to be able to hold in this game, because while North Dakota State has been just absolutely awful with their defense, they're a team that they're able to put the ball in the basket. You've got someone like an Andrew Morgan who's 6'10", that's able to let it fly from 3-point range, and with Nebraska-Omaha, 189th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Now, to their credit, they average 25.9 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road, but I just don't think that they're going to be able to get a lot going against this North Dakota State team that I think is going to be able to cook them from 3-point range. I do think that this is going to be a game that, even though it's going to be low possession, you're going to see tons and tons of scoring. This North Dakota State team has given up at least 75 points in each of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, for Omaha, they themselves have actually been really good on defense, giving up 63 points for fear in each of their last 4 games. I think that this is a big example of fool's gold, as I do think that with Nebraska-Omaha, they're going to meet their match against a North Dakota State team that's been incredibly efficient on offense recently, so I do like the Bison outright on the money line, and I set my total 146, so at the 145.5 looking over, and I like North Dakota State outright on the money line. 775, 776 on the betting board. Grand Canyon plays us to Tarleton State. Tarleton State, a 12 to 13 point underdog. Total on this game is 141.5. Set my line at 14.5. I'm going to be willing to lay with Grand Canyon. It's a rather big number, and the Tarleton team that they always throw you for a loop because they play that defense where they're trying to generate a lot of turnovers, but even though you generate turnovers, you need to then throw the ball in the bucket, and Tarleton State has not been able to do so as they shoot 29.7% from three-point range. Now, they don't turn the ball over a ton. They turn the ball over 12 times per contest. Typically, teams that they have a high turnover rate like Tarleton State, typically they just give the ball right back. But Tarleton State, only about 185th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against the Grand Canyon team that's back in the top 100 with regards to their defense. It's a Grand Canyon team that their weak point has honestly been their three-point shooting defense, allowing opponents to shoot about 34% from three-point range at home. Ja'Cory Smith has been able to give you about 14.5 points per contest for the Tarleton State team, and you've got Skip to my Lou Williams, who's been able to give you about a steal and a half. He shoots there quite well from three-point range as well, but that said, this is a Tarleton State team that when they don't get a turnover, they do leave themselves open to a lot of wide open looks. They're allowing opponents to shoot north of 33% from three, 167th in all of college basketball, and for this Grand Canyon team, they don't shoot it as well from three-point range as they did a season ago, but this is a top 30 team with regards to rebound rate. Tarleton State, they really don't have much other than key Andre Gaddy, who's been able to give you 7.5 rebounds per game. Down low, as you've been able to have Gabe McLaughlin chip in there 8 boards, 14 points per game. Ty Grant Foster, top junior college transfer in all of college basketball a few seasons ago, was dealing with injuries. Now he's fully healthy, and now he's giving you 21 points. He's been able to chip in there a block and a half, steal and a half. Such good versatility out of him, and then got a nice designated three-point shooter in Mr. Javon Blackshear, who's currently shooting 53.5% from three-point range. Dealt with injury towards the beginning part of the season. That's a nice reinforcement for Grand Canyon team that's relatively mid-tempo and is really starting to find their offense. Despite giving up 70 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games against Division I competition, this team has gotten to at least 74 points in every one of these contests. This is a Grand Canyon team that is doing it really in all aspects, and for Tarleton State, they've now given up 75-plus points in each of their last 2 games, and the offense has been very much tied down recently, failing to get past the 63-point plateau in 3 of their last 5 games. I do think that this is going to be a little bit more of a defensive slog, so I set my total 148.5 diving in on the under, but I think the Grand Canyon is able to find enough outside shooting to cover this number. We're going to lay up to 14 with them. 777, 778 on the betting board. Abilene Christian is on the road facing off against Cal Baptist. Cal Baptist just find themselves as 5.5 to 6-point favorites. In your total on this game, going to be getting it between 142 and 143.5 with Cal Baptist. I did set them as a favorite of 6 points, so you're at the 5.5. I'm going to be one to lay it. Abilene Christian does incredible work with their turnovers. They're a top 25 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but much like you see with a lot of these teams that they try to generate those turnovers, Abilene Christian, they allow a lot of open threes. 187th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and when it comes to this Abilene Christian team, they just have gotten nothing going on offense. 264th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Abilene Christian is clocking in right around 187th as well, and this is a Cal Baptist team that's done a really good job of being able to just hit the glass and be able to give you some rebounds. They're a top 85 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. Hunter Goodrick, Ivan Odriogo have been able to combine for 16.5 rebounds per game. It is a Cal Baptist team that isn't the world's greatest with regards to the three-point shooting percentage. Blondo Chiquinho comes over from New Hampshire. He's been able to give you about 10.5 points per contest. He's only shooting about 28.5% from three, but how about what you've been able to get out of Dominique Daniels, 17.5 points, 33% three-point shooter for Cal Baptist team. If you do have trepidation here, they shoot 65.5% the free throw line. That could nip them in the butt in a comfort sort of spot. You've got Ali Abdu-Diba, who for the Abilene Christian comes in for Chicago State. 16 points, 4.5 boards, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. At Abilene Christian, a little bit better with their three-point shooting this year than they have been in past years, shooting about 34% from the outside, but Abilene Christian, 340th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. It's a Cal Baptist team that they've been able to do a very solid job on the glass at 69th, very, very nice, and 55% rebound rate at home. I think that is going to be a big difference maker against a Abilene Christian team that they themselves turn the ball over about 13 times per contest. Hunter Jack Madden has been able to shoot north of 40% from three-point range, but I do think the Cal Baptist also going to be doing a relatively solid job being able to guard that three-point arc as well. Cal Baptist, allowing opponents to shoot about 33% from three-point range, so set my line at 6. I'm going to be willing to lay with Cal Baptist, and I did set my total at 142. I think that this is going to be close enough for late game filling, but I think that there's going to be too many dead possessions, and with Cal Baptist being outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game, they look to slow it down. So looking at the under and willing to lay with Cal Baptist. 779, 780 on the betting board. Mississippi State is going to be playing against Alabama. Bama finds themselves as 2-point underdogs, seeing a 1 out there as well. Totals between 154.5 and 156. Did set my line at a 2.5. I'm going to be one to lay with Mississippi State. I do think that an under bodes very well for Mississippi State and over bodes well for Alabama. And for Alabama, this team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, number 1 in all of college basketball. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, not number 1, 132nd. Meanwhile, for Mississippi State, despite the fact that they gave up some points in their most recent game against Tennessee, this team is number 9 in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And where Alabama is going to get clocked in this game is on the glass. Mississippi State, a top 25 team with regards to rebound rate, and now they get their top scorer back from a season ago in Tolu Smith. Tolu Smith has been able to give you over the last 2 seasons right around about 8 boards, 15 points per contest. And for Alabama, I just don't know who matches up with them. You've only got one guy that really gets you north of 5.5 rebounds per game. That'd be Grant Nelson, who, he's versatile at 6'10". He's able to give you 12.5 points. He shoots it relatively okay from 3-point range. And Alabama as a whole, they shoot 39.5% from 3-point range, and that is their lifeblood. But now they go up against a Mississippi State team that they are not going to give you a lot of open looks. They are number 5 in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, this is an Alabama team that they're open for business for giving you open 3-point looks. They're allowing opponents to shoot 34.2% from 3-point range. And you've got Seth Hubbard, who for this Mississippi State team has been able to shoot in the high 30s from 3-point range, giving you right in the neighborhood about 15 points per game. Josh Hubbard, I should say. But that said, with this Mississippi State team, you've been just having so many guys doing a good job on the glass. Charles Matthews, Jimmy Bell Jr. give you a combined 14.5 rebounds per game. It is a Mississippi State team that they do turn the ball over about 13 times per contest. Alabama should be able to generate a few turnovers. Same for Alabama. Credit where credit is due. 75 points or fewer surrendered in each of their last 4 games. I do think, though, that Mississippi State, a team that has allowed 72 points or fewer in pretty much all but one of their games thus far this season, they're really going to be able to stick you in the mud, actually, all but 2 of their games thus far this season. I think that this is going to be a little bit of a lower scoring slog, and I do think that Mississippi State is going to do a nice job locking down Alabama from 3-point range, so I'm willing to lay the deuce with Mississippi State, and did set my total 152.5, so diving in on the under and willing to lay it with the Bulldogs. 70-81, 70-82 on the betting board. Southern Utah is going to be playing against Seton Austin. Seton Austin is a favorite of 7 points on the road, totals between 156 and 156.5. Seton Austin, I said, as a 4.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be looking at the points with Southern Utah. This team is still very much a work in progress, and this defense, it still needs a lot of work, as in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they are well outside the top 225, but Southern Utah starting to find a little bit more offensively, as you got Rob Jeter, who comes in his first year after being at Western Illinois the last few seasons, and he's been able to find some nice scores. As Zion Young has been able to give you about 10 points per contest, shoots relatively well from 3-point range. Dominique Ford has really been your main man. He's been able to do a solid job with about 15 points per contest, shooting 35% from 3-point range. Overall, Southern Utah only shoots 30% from 3-point range, as outside of Ford, it's been a little bit more rough, but they've been able to get a little bit more down low out of Josh Shibley. He comes in as a 2-time transfer. He's been able to give the team 5 boards per contest. That helps out with having only one other guy prior to this, and Parsa Falah, who was able to give you north of 5 boards per contest. But this is a Seton Austin team that they never do a great job on the glass. Seton Austin, they're always looking to generate turnovers. A top 20 team with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis, and this is a Seton Austin team that they've really put it together defensively. 25th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they are allowing about 12.4 points more per 100 possessions when they're away from home. And Seton Austin, last year, they were shooting as a collective 38% from 3. That's down to about 33% from 3 with A.J. Hall, their top scorer, and the only guy that gives you north of 9.2 points per contest, shooting only about 25% from the outside. And for Seton Austin, 18 turnovers per game. That leads all of college basketball. That's not necessarily too terrific. Southern Utah, they're not necessarily the Mona Lisa Vitos of being able to generate turnovers, but that said, they're able to generate a few of them. And for Southern Utah, the one thing that they've done right is take care of the ball. 10.5 turnovers per game. You've been able to get really good production. Brandon Housley being able to give you 13 points, 3 assists, 4 boards at the triggers of this team, being able to give you 2 steals per contest. And with Southern Utah doing such a good job of being able to take care of the ball, I think that that'll allow them to hang in there and be lively against the Seton Austin team that always gambles for turnovers. And I think that leads to a higher scoring game. So by total 156 after looking at the over, and willing to take 5+ here with Southern Utah. 70-83, 70-84 on the betting board. Pacific gets the road face-off against Loyola Marymount. The Mount finds themselves as 15 to 15.5 point favorites. Your totals between 141.5 and 142.5. With Pacific, I did set them as underdogs of 17.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This Pacific team outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They're shooting less than 32% from three-point range. They don't have a single guy on the roster that gives you north of 6 rebounds per game. They're outside the top 300 with regards to rebound rate. It's bad, bad, bad. Now, they've got Nick Blake, who comes over from UNLV. He's now been able to give you about 11 points in the neighborhood, about 4.5 to 5 rebounds per game, and Cam Denson does give you 5 rebounds per game. I guess a little Marymount team that they don't necessarily do a great job with regards to their rebounding, but they've got Justice Hill. He comes over from LSU, Morehead St. He's been able to do a nice job being able to run this offense, giving out fewer than 2 turnovers per game, giving you about 4 to 4.5 assists per contest. And despite the fact that Loyola Marymount, not necessarily the world's greatest on the glass, they are a better team defensively at home rather than on the road, giving up about 7 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. And it feels like Kelly Leopape starting to find it as well. He's been able to get the team double figures in 4 of the last 5 games after he was really slow going to begin the season last year. 13.5 points, 6 boards, shot north of 40% from three-point range, and for this Loyola Marymount team, it's just all about being able to get a few second chances for this team. As for the Mount, overall for the season, they're still right around about 111th at all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Even with the struggles of Leopape, they've been able to shoot 35% from 3 with Dominic Harris coming in from Gonzaga, 14 points per game, shooting north of 40% from three-point range. And when you've got a Pacific team that's turning the ball over 13 times per contest and shooting 61% at the free throw line, with aside from Blake, who's only played 7 games, Judson Martindale being the only guy giving you north of 9 points per game, it really causes things to be a wreck for Pacific. They have given up at least 78 points in each of their last 3 games against Division I teams. Meanwhile, the offense, it's gotten going a little bit more. They've been able to get past the 70-point plateau in 3 of their last 4 games. So one of those games was against a non-D1 foe. I think that Loyola Marymount, a team that's really looking to slow it down, really takes it to this Pacific team. And I do think that they're going to be able to put up a pretty big number. Semi-total 143.5. Looking at the over, I'm going to be willing to lay with Loyola Marymount. Made them a 17.5 point favorite. 785, 786 on the betting board. Montana plays us in Northern Arizona. Northern Arizona is a 13 to a 13.5 point underdog with your total between 144.5 and 146 of Northern Arizona. Did set them as an underdog of 12 points. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Montana. With Montana, this team has won the slowest teams in all of college basketball with regards to possessions per game, and I keep banking on Aiden Mooney being able to find a little bit more from three-point range. He's been shooting in the low 30s from three-point range all season long. After last season, this guy lit it up at 40% from three-point range. Lalu has been able to give you 8 rebounds per game. Really the only guy on this Montana team that is able to give you north of 5 boards per contest. So that's been a little bit of an issue for a Montana team that, with regards to rebound rate, right now they're clocking in about 159th in all of college basketball. For Northern Arizona, that's 339th. As they were supposed to have Carson Tout in the fold. He had 6'8", was the team's leader in both rebounds and assists a season ago. Has not been seen thus far this season, so Trent McLaughlin has had to be Mr. Do-It-All. 15 points, steal and a half, shoots 36% from 3. It is a Northern Arizona team that they only shoot about 32% from three-point range, but Oakland Fort has been able to give you about 36% three-point shooting, and it is a team that they turn the ball over about 13.5 times per contest. But for Montana, once again outside the top 200 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and it's a Montana team that they are going to allow a lot of open looks from three-point range. 307th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. For Northern Arizona, the team is more around 112th. In a roadside-shoot corner environment, opponents are only shooting about 33% from three-point range against them. Brandon Whitney and guys like that, they've been able to do a solid job helping out this Montana team in the backcourt, but in the front court, this team can be had, especially with Carson Basham, who's able to give you 8.5 points, 5.5 boards. He's able to do a solid job down low with a little bit over a block per contest, and I do think that the interior is going to be able to keep Northern Arizona in this game, so I did set my line at 12. Won't take anything north of 12 with Northern Arizona. I did set my total at 146.5. Both of these teams well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Even though this is going to be a low possession game, I think plenty of shots get made, so looking at the over and the points with Northern Arizona. 787, 788 on the betting board. Sacramento State is going to be playing Idaho State. Idaho State is a 1.5 to a 2.5 point underdog with your total between 133 and 134, and seeing straight 132.5 out there as well. Did set my total at 134, so I'm going to be taking a look at the over. We're seeing mostly 133, so that's a relatively solid number. And when Sacramento State did set them as a 4-point favorite, going to be willing to lay the number. The big key with Sacramento State cutting down on the turnovers. They are in the bottom 15 actually in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but His team is able to shoot it from three-point range. Their top two scorers and their only two double-figure scorers, Duncan Boom Boom Powell, along Z Hermoda, they're combining for about 26.5 points per contest and 35.5% three-point shooting. Well, Powell, he comes in from North Carolina A&T. He does it all. 8.5 boards, 3 assists. Now, this is a team that they certainly do give it up from three-point range as well with Sacramento State. In terms of their three-point shooting defense, it's one of the lesser ones they're going to find in all of college basketball. 300th. They're allowing opponents so they shoot more around 33.5% from three at home, 37% on the road, and they get to go up against an Idaho State team that they're the clear example of just because you play slow, it doesn't mean that you play great defense. Idaho State outside the top 320 in terms of total possessions per game. They do an okay job of guarding the arc at about 185th, but they're well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and even though they do have a guy like a Braden Parker down low, say will give you about 7.5 boards, double-figure amount of points per game, this team has not been very good on the glass. They allow a lot of second and third chances, as for Idaho State, in terms of their overall rebound rate, it's about 172nd in all of college basketball. And for the Sacramento State team, I'm not sure why they have had Akul Wayne not get more minutes, as it feels like they're getting him involved a little bit more, but for Sacramento State, they've been a top 80 team with regards to their overall rebound rate. It is an Idaho State team that has Malik Harrington give you about 4.5 assists to 3 turnovers per game. And for Idaho State, they have found it once again defensively, but the offense, it is still very much a work in progress. This is a team that has failed to break the 70-point plateau, and now 4 out of their last 5 games. The lone exception was an overtime game against Denver, which that was all sorts of harebrained. Meanwhile, for Sacramento State, their defense has been able to rise up once again, giving up fewer than 70 points in 4 out of their last 5 games. I do think that Sacramento State going to be able to do a relatively solid job defensively, but again, I think that you get some late game fouling. Idaho State really is giving it up on the interior, and that should allow Sacramento State to be able to get some easy looks there. So it's on my total 134, looking at the over, and 1 to lay up to 3.5 with Sacramento State. 789, 790 on the betting board. Air Force is going to be playing against San Jose State. San Jose State is a 1 to 1.5 point underdog. Totals between 132 and 133, and with San Jose State did set them as a underdog of 3.5 points. I'm going to be 1 to lay with Air Force. Air Force has a very good home court advantage, and this is an Air Force team that has been able to play a little bit better defensively this year than they have in past years because they have been just a little bit better in terms of rebound rate. Typically, this is a team that in terms of rebound rate is like in the bottom 25 in all of college basketball. And I'm not saying that they're amazing, but getting back Ryan Petraeus has been very big for an Air Force team that's more around about 231st in the country with regards to overall rebound rate, but Petraeus was missing towards the front half of the season. Ever since he's come back, the team has been able to do a better job on the glass, being able to give the team 17 points, 4.7 rebounds per game. Now you've got off your top 5 scorers, 4 of them giving you at least 4.7 rebounds per game, and Air Force does shoot about 35.5% from three-point range. This is an Air Force team that still has been able to do a relatively solid job defensively in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're clocking in 124th, but they're actually giving up about 5.3 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral-court environment. And for San Jose State, they're actually giving up 8.1 points fewer per 100 possessions on the road rather than at home. You've got some very strange splits that are going on in this game, and I do think that things start to iron out a little bit more. For San Jose State, they were put behind the 8 ball when they found out Robert Viola was going to be out for the year, main big man that was supposed to be able to help the team out down low, and was a really good, just versatile player in general. That means that Evan Taylor should be able to run wild in this game for Air Force. 17 points, 3 assists, shooting about 38.5% for three-point range, and each of your top 3 scorers for Air Force are shooting north of 38.5% for distance. It's a San Jose State team that you've been able to get some relatively good production out of Andres Cardenas along with Myron Amy Jr. These two guys combined for about 29.5 points per game, 36.5% three-point shooting, and between the two of them, in that pocket, about 9 assists per game. It's a San Jose State team that they only turn the ball over about 10.5 times per contest as well, so both of these teams should be able to get some good offense going, even though you don't really have a lot of tempo in this game, especially with Air Force. Last year, San Jose State was a super slow team. They've actually sped things up quite a bit, but that's it for the San Jose State team. It does feel like they just don't have a lot on the interior. They do allow a lot of second and third chances as well. It's a San Jose State team that, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, this team is clocking in right around about 151st. So I do have my question marks there. Neither of these teams have necessarily been too dominant on the glass. Tibet Gronera is able to give you about 4 rebounds per contest. But that said, when it comes to this Air Force team, I'm going to be willing to lay with them, set them as a 3.5 point favorite. And I do think that Air Force is going to be looking to slow this game down, but with both of these teams being able to sink the shots that they do and having the splits that they do, I think that this is going to be a higher scoring affair. So my 133.5. So lean over and going to be one to lay with Air Force. 791, 792 on the betting board. Long Beach State, it's road face off against UC Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara is a favorite of a point. Total on this game is 158.5. With Santa Barbara, set them as a 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. I feel like a schmuck. This UC Santa Barbara team has let me down so much. I just can't quit this team. That's a me problem, but that said, with Santa Barbara, you've got AJ Mitchell is still still able to give you 20 points per contest. He's still shooting right around 38% from three-point range, and Santa Barbara has been fine with their offense. They're shooting 37% from three-point range. They need to cut down on the 14 turnovers per game, but Juan Traore does a relatively solid job down low as he's got some really good post moves, doesn't really do a great job of rebounding, but when it comes to rebounding, Ariel Bland is able to give you about 8 rebounds per game, but this is a Santa Barbara team that they're in the top 50 nationally in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and they go up against this Long Beach State team that's right around about 150th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, with Traore squared doing a very solid job down low, and it is the Long Beach State team that in a roadside shoot-to-court environment, they do allow opponents to shoot 36.3% from three-point range, but with Lucina Traore, true low post presence, right around about 12 points and rebounds per game, and then Abadou Traore, he just does it all for this team. He's their main facilitator as he's been able to chip in there about 4 assists, 8 boards, 13 points per game, but Marcus Siones, he just doesn't shoot it well from three-point range, and this is a Long Beach State team that for the second straight year, outside the top 300 in terms of three-point shooting percentage at 28.6%. They turn the ball over about 14 times per contest. It is a Long Beach State team that has given up at least 75 points in each of their last 4 games, and it's a Santa Barbara team that all of a sudden their defense has been able to rise up quite a bit more. They've given up fewer than 65 points in each of their last 2 games, won those games going to overtime, so it's a very interesting spot here. I did set my number at a 157.5 in terms of the total. I'm going to be taking a look at the under, as I do think that Santa Barbara going to look to get back to their roots. That's slower basketball, more defense-oriented. I do think that Santa Barbara on their home floor just edges it out. I set them as a 1.5 point favorite, so want to lay the 1 and looking at the under. 793, 794 on the betting board. San Diego plays us to Pepperdine. Pepperdine does find themselves as a favorite of 1 to 2 points, and your total is between 150 and 151.5 with Pepperdine. I did set them as an underdog of 1.5 points, so I'm going to be looking at San Diego outright on the money line. It's a Pepperdine team that now has Javon Porter back in the fold, and Porter, very versatile. He is the brother of Michael Porter, by the way, and he's been able to do a nice job giving you double figures at 6'8". He's able to pop some threes at about a 37% clip, and he helps out Michael Ajay along with Houston Mallett. These 2 guys have done a tremendous job with 34 points per contest. Ajay continues to shoot 51% from three-point range, but this Pepperdine team, they continue to allow wide open looks as well. 337th in the country in opponents' three-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents to shoot 45.3% from three-point range away from home. And this is a San Diego team that a month ago, they were like a top 100 defense. That was ancient history, but like I said, they're still doing an okay job guarding the three-point arc. They're about 124th in the country with this regard. It's a San Diego team that's now about 175th with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're giving up 12 points fewer in a home environment rather than in a roadside neutral court environment. And this is a Pepperdine team that, with their offense, they're a top 80 team in the country, but man, does it take a nosedive when they're away from home. Away from home, it's a Pepperdine team that's scoring about 26.5 points fewer per 100 possessions rather than in a roadside court environment. And the whole reason why is that this team just can't shoot when they're away from home. Pepperdine overall this season has been able to shoot about 36.5% from 3. That stumbles to about 34.9% on the road compared to 36.5% at home, and they just don't do a good job of being able to hit the glass as well. This is a Pepperdine team that, with regards to their rebound rate, it's not dead last in all of college basketball, but you need it to be a little bit better than 195th. It's a rebound rate of about 51.1% at home, 44.9% in a roadside court environment. And even though San Diego doesn't necessarily have a ton down low, you've been able to get some relatively good production out of so many of these guys. Someone like a Deuce Turner has been able to give you about 10 or so points per contest in the backcourt. He's able to shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range after beginning his career at Bucknell. You've got Kevin Penn, who's been able to give you 5 rebounds per game, but the guy that's really been able to rise up, he was dealing with injury towards the beginning part of the season. Steve Jamerson II, 7.5 boards, chipping in there just under a block per contest, 8+ rebounds in 4 out of the last 5 games. I think that he's going to be able to win the battle down low and allow San Diego to win this game. I'm going to be looking at San Diego outright on the money line, set them as 1.5 point favorite. Made my total 155.5. I certainly do think that Pepperdine still going to be able to get some points upon the board against the San Diego team that has been sliding with their defense. So looking at the over, and we'll take San Diego on the money line. 785, 796 on the betting board. UC San Diego. It's a road face-off against Cal Poly. Cal Poly is an underdog of 10 to 10.5 points. Totals between 132.5 and 133.5 with Cal Poly. I did set them as a underdog of 10 points. So here at the 10.5, that is my buy point on a Cal Poly team that once again, playing at one of the slowest rates in all of college basketball. Now for Cal Poly, you've got nobody other than Joel Armatradon that's giving you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. They are outside the top 275 with regards to their overall rebound rate. But now they've got a little bit more competence in the offense because Kobe Sanders has been able to deliver that with about 19 points per contest, shooting in the low 30s from three-point range. It is a Cal Poly team that they are turning the ball over as well. 12.5 times per contest with their tempo. That's a little bit unacceptable. And then when it comes to guarding the perimeter, Cal Poly 299th in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. But at home, that drops to about 31.5% from three-point range is what they're allowing opponents to shoot. And then for this UC San Diego team, they've just been a little bit out of sorts with regards to their defense. They're outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're 227th with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Certainly, they should be able to win the battle down low. Emmanuel Shaminga, the UC Irvine transfer, is able to give you about 6+ rebounds per game. But Jerron Brooks, who was in the Pac-12 at Washington and USC, he's been about as useful as a poopy-flavored lollipop. 4.5 points, 3.5 boards. He does shoot 41.5% from three, but I just expected more out of him. Now you've got Mr. Hit or Miss and Tyler McGee. Comes up from the D2 level, and he has been all over the place in his 6 games. In his 6 games, he has given the team 22, 24, 25, 9, and 16 points. You just don't know what you're going to get out of him. Bryce Pope, much more consistent, 19 points, shooting 35.5% from three-point range. And for the UC San Diego team, they are shooting from three-point range in that neighborhood about 36.5%. So they've been able to do a relatively rock-solid job there. And it is a team that they only turn the ball over about 10.5 times per contest. They're a top 100 team with regards to just overall points scored on a per possession basis. Cal Poly, anything but that. But this is a UC San Diego team that they do have some varying results with regards to the three-point shooting on the road / in a neutral court environment that does slide to 33%. And with UC San Diego being a little bit banged up down low, having quite a few injuries, I do think that allows Cal Poly to hold in there. And what I think is going to be a low-scoring slog, it is a San Diego team that has gotten to at least 76+ points in each of their last 4 games. For Cal Poly, 56 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games, the only exception being against a super fast Long Beach State team. So makes it an interesting ordeal. I think this totals went down a little bit too far, set my total 134, so we're going to have the over, and we'll take anything north of 10 with Cal Poly. 797, 798 on the betting board. San Francisco is going to be playing against Portland. Portland is a underdog of 16.5 to 17 points. Draw on this game is anywhere between 142 and 142.5, and for Portland, they do have a really nice versatile piece that I like in Tyler Robertson. Someone at the point guard spot, give you 13+ points, about 4.5 boards, 4.5 assists per contest, and I think he does just enough to keep the team in the game. Set my line at 14.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points. Now, they do have to overcome a San Francisco defense as number 7 in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Portland 313th. And for Portland, in a road / neutral court environment, they're giving up about 21 more points per 100 possessions, but this is a San Francisco team that they're a little bit of a top-heavy team. They're actually a really good rebound rate team, but they only have one guy on the roster that gives them north of 3.5 rebounds per game. Jonathan Mogbo, 15 points, 10.5 boards, 2 steals, a block per contest. It is a San Francisco team that they're a low-tempo team that they do turn the ball over 13 times per contest, but Mongolian Mike has all sorts of versatility at like 6'7", 6'8", 3 assists, 9 points, shoots in the high 30s from three-point range, and then you've been able to get 39.5% three-point shooting out of Malik Thomas, who's been able to combine for Marcus Williams for about 24.5 points per game, but along with Robertson, who's actually giving you closer to about 16 points per contest, you now have Yatu Yamanachi Williams, who should be able to help this team out a little bit down low. He comes in from the Southland, was playing over at Lamar last season at 6'10" over at Lamar. Gave the team 7 points, 7 boards, just under a block per contest, and in his 2 games back, he's actually shot 37.5% from three-point range at 6'10", and then you got Elamami Karama, comes in from Cal Poly at 6'8". He offers some versatility, pops a few threes at about the 31% clip, 10 points, 4 boards per contest for a Portland team that they shoot about 33% from three-point range. They're not the world's worst team on the glass. Now, they aren't going to be able to quite hang in there with San Francisco, but that said, it's a Portland team that ranks about 237th in the country with regards to rebound rate. You've had Vuskasin Masic be able to shoot about 40% from three-point range, and then Tyler Harris, 12.5 points, 7.5 boards, 39.5% three-point shooter. It's a good, versatile Portland team going up against the San Francisco team that does do a good job of ripping the ball away, and they just suck the soul out of you with regards to your defense, as They played that overtime game against Pacific. That was just a very unsightly and strange sight to see, because for this San Francisco team, they have given up fewer than 60 points in all but one out of their last 7 games. So I do think that this is going to be a game that's going to be slowed down a little bit, but with the way that Portland operates, I do think that we're going to see a lot more points. San Francisco is going to be able to drain quite a few shots. That said, the overall versatility of Portland and them looking to play a little bit more up-tempo, I do think leads to this game being a little bit out of sorts, especially with Portland. 289th in the country in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. So, semi-total 144.5, looking at the over. Anything north of 15, taking the points with Portland. 799, 800 on the betting board. Colorado plays USC. USC a 9.5 to a 10-point underdog. Totals between 151.5 and 152. It appears as though the books are even more out on USC than I am. I did set my line at 6. I'm going to be willing to take the points with USC. For USC, you still have some good backcourt pieces. Isaiah Collier, along with Boogie Ellis, have been able to combine for about 34 points per contest. Ellis has been able to shoot it quite well from three-point range, as he's been able to shoot north of 40%, and they go up against a Colorado team that I do think is doing for some massive regression with regards to their three-point shooting, and they as well have not been the world's greatest team at being able to guard the three-point arc. This is a Colorado team that is outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Now with this Colorado team, they are much better at home rather than on the road. They always have some pretty demonstrative home and road splits, scoring about 17.4 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-court environment. And this is a Colorado team that currently they're number 9 in all of college basketball with regards to three-point shooting percentage, shooting 45.3% from 3 at home. On the road, this is sub 32%. Again, I think that this is going to fall off a little bit. Tristan De Silva is right now playing through a little bit of injuries, still been able to give you 14-plus points, shooting in the high 30s from three-point range, and then KJ Simpson is really just that guy for this Colorado team. He's been able to give you north of 15 points. He's able to shoot well north of 40% from three-point range. He's been able to dole out 4.3 assists at 2.1 turnovers per game. And for USC, a team that typically does an amazing job on the glass, you don't have a single guy on the roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. It's actually Kobe Johnson that's leading the way. Vincent Iwuchukwu has been a little bit of a disappointment. Joshua Morgan does a good job being able to give you blocks, but doesn't necessarily give you a lot with regards to boards. But that said, this is a Colorado team that they can be a little bit inconsistent with regards to their rebounding. They're a top 20 team in the country with that regard, with Eddie Lampkin doing a solid job, but they've been dealing with quite a few injuries on this front as well. They've been dealing with having the full Kobe Williams, who just returned to the team a few nights ago. So Cody Williams being able to come back, that's been able to help this team out just a little bit. But that said, a lot of their more ancillary pieces, they've been sort of in and out. You just don't know what you're going to be able to get out of Julian Hammond moving forward, as he's been missing last few games as well. And for Colorado, they have been turning the ball over about 14 times per contest. It's a USC team that generates about 7.5 steals per game, and for this USC team, they still have been able to do a solid job getting to at least 70 points for their last 5 games. It's a Colorado team that has been getting just destroyed defensively, 75-plus points surrendered in each of their last 3 games. So, interesting spot here. I did set my total 154. I think both of these teams sink in there a bunch of shots. So, looking at the over, and we'll take the double figures with Colorado. And this is the last game on the normal Las Vegas betting board before we hit our first break. This is 801-802. Hawaii is going to be playing us the UC Riverside. Riverside does find themselves as a favorite of 7 to 8 points. Total on this game going to be getting at anywhere between 132.5 and 134. And I did set my line at 8.5. I'm going to be one to lay it with Hawaii. Hawaii, even though the offense has been in a little bit of funk, I think that this UC Riverside defense is exactly what they need. Both of these teams outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, so 2 relatively slow teams. But for Hawaii, this team has been able to do a solid job being able to guard the three-point arc. They're only averaging about a half a point less given up per game at home rather than on the road, which I do think is intriguing. But this UC Riverside team, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they are well outside the top 275. Now, to the credit of Riverside, they don't turn the ball over at all. They only turn the ball over about 9.5 times per contest, but it's still a Riverside team that they don't necessarily shoot it tremendously from three-point range. They've been able to do a nice job of mixing and matching out there in the backcourt with having Isaiah Moses do a tremendous job leading the way, 13.5 points, 5 assists, shoots only about 32.5% from 3, though, for a team that currently shoots 29.5% from the outside. Also with this Riverside team, you've got one guy on the roster that gives you north of 3.8 rebounds per game. Kyle Owens, a 6'8" wing who's shooting 39% from three-point range. He's been able to do that, but for this Riverside team, it just feels like they're just cobbling up just random rebounds and everything like that to try to be able to get wins, and I just don't think that it's sustainable. This is a UC Riverside team that sees a big decline with regards to rebounding away from home, and then you've got a Hawaii team that has Noel Coleman along with Justin McCoy combining for about 24.5 points per contest, combining to shoot about 36.5% from three-point range. It's a Hawaii team that also has Bernardo da Silva giving you 7 rebounds per game. Mo Sek is a true 7-footer that's able to give you a little bit more than a block per contest, and for Hawaii, it certainly has been a case where the offense just has not been able to get going in general. Fewer than 70 points in all but one out of their last 7 games, but the defense has still been there for this team. This team has given up 72 points or fewer in pretty much 7 out of their last 9 games. It is a Riverside team that has been able to get to the 70-point plateau in 3 out of their last 5 games, but I do think that they're going to be tied down in a game that's going to be involving very few possessions at a far superior defensive team in Hawaii. So did set my line at 8.5. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 8 with Hawaii. Set my total 130.5, so diving in on the under as well. And coming up next, we'll start the extra games right here on Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Peterson, now a part of the Decent Family Podcast. And we're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. Now that we're through the normal games on the Las Vegas betting board, we go to the fun ones. We go to the extra games, and that starts right about now.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-557, 306-558. Gardner Webb is going to be playing us a Presbyterian. Presbyterian is an underdog of 8 points, and your total on this game is 146.5. I did set my line at a 6.5. I'm going to be willing to take the 8 here with Presbyterian. Gardner Webb is now outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This is just not the same team that they were a season ago. A season ago, you had Lufail DeFeel along Kareem Reed being able to combine for about 3 blocks per contest. They just don't have a lot of that this year, but what they do have is the same poor free throw shooting. They were a sub 70% free throw shooting team last season. Back to that this season. They have been able to get quite a bit of production in the backcourt out of Julian Sawarmo along Caleb Robinson. They've been able to combine for about 27.2 points per contest, but they only shoot about 31% from three-point range, going up against a Presbyterian team that, while they're not amazing with regards to their defense, they do have Samaje Teal is able to shoot 43.5% from three-point range. Presbyterian has been pretty smart with the ball. They only turn the ball over about 11 times per contest in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Not saying that this Presbyterian team is anything amazing at 242nd, but they do allow 4 points fewer per 100 possessions in a roadside-neutral court environment rather than at home. They should be able to hold up down low. They've been able to get right in the neighborhood about 5.5 rebounds per game out of Jonah Pierce. And then with this Presbyterian team, you've been able to get just plenty of guys that will be able to chip in there like 9.5 points per contest. I like what I've been seeing as well out of Marquise Burnett, who's been able to give you about 13.5 points per contest with Barnett. He's been able to chip in there 2 steals per contest as well. This is a Gardner Webb team that's coming in relatively bad form, having given up at least 85 points each of the last 4 games. Meanwhile, you got a Presbyterian team that has been able to get to that 70-point plateau in now 3 out of their last 4 games. So, interesting spot here. I did set my total at 140.5. I do think that Gardner Webb going to try to get back to their defensive roots. Both of these teams well outside the top 150 in terms of total possessions per game, and both of these teams shooting it poorly at the free throw line. Neither of these teams amazing with regards to generating turnovers, but okay at it. So, set my total 140.5, diving in on the under. And with Presbyterian, willing to take 8 with them. 306-559, 306-560. Fairleigh Dickinson is going to be playing us to Sonell. Sonell is an underdog of 8 points. Your total on this game is 153.5, and I'm going to be willing to take 8 once again. Set my line at 7. Fairleigh Dickinson outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And for this Fairleigh Dickinson team, you just need a team that is that bad defensively to be a little bit better in terms of being able to punch a ball inside, being able to get second chances. They shoot about 33.5% from 3 with 13 turnovers per game. Meanwhile, they themselves, with regards to three-point shooting defense, at home are allowing opponents to shoot 40.9% from three-point range. Not like the Stone Hill team is any better. They're outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but it's a Stone Hill team that has been able to do a little bit better job with their three-point shooting defense. Now, in a roadside neutral court environment, they do allow opponents to shoot right around about 38.5% from three-point range, and this was an opener of 152.5. Personally, I'd rather have a 152.5 over rather than a 153.5 under at a 153.5 like I'm seeing right now, though I would be starting to take a look at the under. But when it comes to Stone Hill, you do have Tony Felder, who's been able to give this team a little bit of leadership, 12.5 points, 3 assists, shoots in the low 30s from three-point range. It is a Stone Hill team that you don't have a single guy that really gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game, but even though Fairleigh Dickinson has someone like an Ansley Almoner who's been able to give you about 5.5, 6 rebounds per game, this team still has not been able to do a great job with regards to their overall rebound rate, as well as Stone Hill out of 362 Division I teams are clocking in 358th, and Fairleigh Dickinson a little bit better at 318th, but not a whole heck of a lot better. And then you've got Max Zagorowski being able to give 12 points, shooting the mid-30s from three-point range as a 6'8", little bit of a combo player. And then when it comes to Fairleigh Dickinson, John Moore giving you 7.5 rebounds per game, should be able to win out there. But Sono has improved their defense, giving up 74 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, it's a Fairleigh Dickinson team that they themselves have scored 71 points or fewer in 4 out of their last 5 games. So it's a situation of something's got to give at a 153.5 or higher. Looking at the under. Now, Sono set them as a 7-point dog, so we'll take 8 with them. 306, 561, 306, 562. Winthrop is going to be playing us with Radford. Radford does find themselves as an underdog of 4.5 points. Total on this game is 140, and with Radford, I did set them as an underdog of 5 points. So I'm going to be one to lay with Winthrop. Winthrop has been a team that has not been able to give you a ton on the glass, and they still are outside the top 200 in terms of point slot on a per possession basis, but much improved from a season ago. And this is a Radford team that they're just not the same team defensively, and you do have to wonder how they're going to respond off of a big win on the road against Longwood a few nights ago. Radford, in terms of point slot on a per possession basis, 234th. Interestingly enough, they're giving up 4.8 points fewer per 100 possessions in a road/neutral court environment rather than at home. But you are going up against a Winthrop team that, in terms of mid-majors, has been one of the more efficient ones in all of college basketball on offense, a top 145 team with that regard. It is a Winthrop team that has KJ Doucette being able to give you about 13 points, 5 boards per contest. Alex Zimmerman also gives you 5 rebounds per game. And while Justin Archer for this Radford team has been able to give you right around about 8 rebounds per game, you had Chandler Turner give you about 10 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, and he does shoot 46.5% for three-point range for a Radford team that, as a whole, they shoot 38% from three-point range. But I do have my question marks as to how sustainable that is. What I do know is that their main trio, that would be Brian Antoine, DeQuan Smith, Keenan Giles, these 3 guys, between the 3 of them, will be able to give you about 40 points per contest. They're generating about 4 steals per contest. I know that they're going to be able to perform, but that said, this is a Radford team that I feel like a lot of their results have been based around playing against lesser competition, because when you take a look at their actual three-point shooting against only D1 teams, this is one that it falls off to more in the neighborhood about 36.9% from 3, and they shoot about 42.5% from three-point range at home, sub 35.5% on the road. So that's a little bit of an issue, and with the way that this Winthrop team has been able to take care of the ball, as in past years, this has been one of the least efficient teams with that regard. They're still turning the ball for 13 times per contest, but it's been a little bit better with Kason Harrison, give you about 4 assists and 2 turnovers per game. And with this team now getting back in the fold, Michael Anumba, who's been able to give you about 9 points per contest when he was at Winthrop last, was a nice double-figure scorer. That should allow Winthrop to be able to get the job done and cover this number. So that Winthrop has a 5-point favorite, so going to be one to lay it. Semi-total at 143. Radford not the same on defense this season, so looking at the over and looking at Winthrop. 306, 563, 306, 564. UMass Lowell is going to be playing us at UMBC. UMBC is an underdog of 14.5 points. Total on this game is 160. Set my line at 15. I'm going to be willing to lay with UMass Lowell. It's a Lowell team that, without Abdul Kareem Koulibaly, they haven't been quite the same team defensively, but you still have Max Brooks. He was an all AEC defender 2 seasons ago. He's able to give you a block and a half, 5+ rebounds per game, and UMBC just gives you absolutely nothing down line. Frankly, they give you absolutely nothing on defense as well. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this UMBC team, 312th in all of college basketball. This UMass Lowell team, they're actually 43rd, and in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis at home, this elevates into the top 50. A big reason why is because even without Kareem Koulibaly, this team has still been able to do a relatively solid job down low. Top 35 team with regards to rebound rate with this UMBC bunch. That is currently 257th, as Deion Brown has had to do it all. 16.5 points, 6.5 boards for a UMBC team that they do fire it in from three-point range. They're shooting about 37% from the outside. They also do turn the ball over, though, about 14 times per game, but with this UMass Lowell team, they do a nice job being able to hunker down from the outside. With UMass Lowell, they're allowing opponents to shoot 26% from 3. That is number 2 in all of college basketball. UMBC, 166th in the country with this regard. They do allow opponents to shoot only about 28.5% from three-point range, but this is still just a UMBC team that they continue to bleed points upon points. They've given up 77+ points in each of their last 4 games, and if you want to date it back a little bit further, they had a nice little triumph against the St. Peter's Peacocks. They have now given up at least 77 points in, I believe now, all but 2 of their games thus far this season against Division I competition. Meanwhile, this is a UMass Lowell team that they've been able to get to at least 70 points in each of their last 4 games, at least 82 points in 2 of their last 3. I think that this is going to be a thrashing, especially with Ayinde Hakeem out there in the backcourt for UMass Lowell, giving you about 15.5 points, 5 assists. I remember he had a triple-double in a game a season ago. You've been able to get some relatively good production with 6 boards, 11.5 points out of Cam Morris, who's now shooting 43% from 3-point range. This is just too complete of a UMass Lowell team. I did set them as a favorite of 15 points. Going to be willing to lay it. Set my total 163. I think UMass Lowell is going to be able to get a lot of points here against UMBC. So looking at the over and going to be willing to lay it with Lowell. 306-565, 306-566. Lemoyne is going to be playing us Merrimack. The Merry Men of Merrimack are a 3.5 point favorite, and your total on this game, it is 136.5. With Merrimack, I did set them as just a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take 3.5 with this Lemoyne team. Lemoyne has done a good job of being able to slow things down, and they actually do a nice job of being able to hold on to the ball. In terms of turnovers per game, they're right around about 11.5, and that's the lifeblood of Merrimack. Merrimack, a top 20 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and it comes at the cost of everything else. For Merrimack, they're only shooting 29.5% from 3-point range, 14 turnovers per game. Once again, a bottom 50 team in terms of rebound rate, though Jordan Deadcock has been able to give you 2.3 steals, 6 boards, 17.5 points per game, and I have to love what Adam Clark has done in terms of being able to generate those turnovers, 2.5 steals, 3.5 assists per game. He shoots 5.6% from 3-point range, going up against a Lemoyne team that they don't have a ton down low themselves, but you've been able to get 5.5 boards, 13.5 points out of Kyeem Cleary, who's come in from Ball State and has really been able to elevate the team, especially with their 3-point shooting. You've got he along with Luke Sutherland, a 6'7" combo player from Siena, both shooting about 42% from 3-point range. It is a Merrimack team that, if you're able to break their pressure, they do allow you to make some threes. They're allowing opponents to shoot 37.5% from 3-point range in a road/shoot-court environment. For Lemoyne, they allow opponents to shoot just 18% from 3-point range at home. That's obviously a little bit of a misleading split. I think they've only played 2 home games, but overall, they're more around about the top 200 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They've been able to come along for the ride a little bit. I think that they're going to be able to hold up on the glass, and this is a Merrimack team that has really been struggling on the road. Credit where credit is due to Merrimack. The defense continues to be stout, 65 points for fear surrendered in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, it's a Lemoyne team that they themselves have been able to get past the 70-point plateau in 4 of their last 5. I think this turns into a defense-oriented game, but I think that Lemoyne holds in there. I'm going to be willing to take 3.5 with Lemoyne. Semi-total 127, so also looking at the under. 306-567, 306-568. Vermont plays us at NJIT. NJIT is an underdog of 16 points. Your total on this game is 138 with NJIT. I did set them as an underdog of 16.5 points, so going to be willing to lay with Vermont. It's a Vermont team that's not the same team defensively. They're outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and so much of it is because their rebounding just is not there. Why Matt Verado is not pulling in more than 3 rebounds per game at 6'8", the world may never know, but he along TJ Long combined to shoot 39.4% from 3 with 24.5 points per contest, and for Vermont, they only turned the ball over 9 times per contest. This is a very efficient offensive team, and it is a team that they've got a lot of scoring options. You don't have anyone other than Long averaging more than 12 points per game, and he's at 12.7, but you've got 6 different guys giving you at least 8.4 points per game, and Shamir Bogues is able to give you a little bit of a different element defensively, being able to generate 2 steals per contest coming in from Tarleton State. Meanwhile, for NJIT, you've got a quartet of guys that have been able to give you at least 10.5 points per contest, with Elijah Buchanan leading the way. He was dealing with an injury towards the beginning part of the season, but has been able to give the team right around 12 points, 6.5 rebounds per game for an NJIT team that they do turn the ball over about 12.5 times per contest. As a mid-tempo team, they shoot 32% from 3-point range, but the problem for this NJIT team is that they are 325th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage in a road/shoot-court environment, allowing opponents to shoot 42.4% from the outside. And this is a Vermont team that they're just a little bit of a different animal when they're at home rather than on the road. They are also outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but for Vermont, even though they're only about 186th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they do a much better job on the glass when they're at home. And this is a Vermont team that they just really find their peak when they're at home. This is a Vermont team that, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, currently they're clocking in 104th, but they've been able to do a much better job being able to find these points at home. And I do think that they're going to be able to do a solid job in this ordeal of being able to take you to an NJIT team that is outside the top 250 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. And Vermont still in the bottom 50 in terms of total possessions per game. Did set my total on 134.5. Have my question marks with this NJIT team finding open looks and being able to generate second chances. So looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Vermont up to 16 points. 306-569, 306-570. UNC Asheville plays us to Longwood. Longwood does find themselves as an underdog of 3 points. Your total on this game is 143, and I said Longwood is a 1.5 point favorite. I like them outright on the money line for Longwood. They're looking to bounce back after they lost a few nights ago to Radford. I do think that they're going to be able to do so. This is a Longwood team that is in the top 40 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they're going to look to shut down a UNC Asheville team that they certainly love to bomb it from 3-point range, but for Longwood, this team has been able to do a really good job with regards to their perimeter defense, as Longwood 56th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, UNC Asheville, they have been able to do a relatively solid job along the perimeter as well. They're a top 50 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and they've got Drew Pember. Pember is a 6'10" do-it-all player, gives you a block and a half, gives you 7 rebounds, 17 points per game. He has been absolutely incredible. And Caleb Burgess, he does a nice job of being able to dish out the ball as well. He's been able to give the team right around about 5 assists per contest and slash out on the turnovers from when the team made the NCAA tournament a season ago. But this is still a UNC Asheville team that ranks 279th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, because they do allow a lot of second and third chances. Asheville only about 180th in the country with regards to rebound rate, and this is a Longwood team that they've got Michael Christmas being able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game for Longwood, 20th in the country with regards to rebound rate, and in a roadside shoot scoring environment, top 10 mark with regards to rebound rate. Also with this Longwood team, you've been able to have a really good facilitator in Waylon Napper, who doesn't really shoot it from 3. He shoots less than 25% from distance, but 4.5 assists, 12 points per contest. It is an Asheville team that also has been able to give you a little bit of something down low, with Nate McMillan being able to chip in there about 6 rebounds per game, and for Longwood, they only shoot about 31.5% from 3-point range, but having 3 out of their top 4 scorers give you at least 5.8 rebounds per game, including Simon Zapala being a 7-footer. That is just a major roadblock for UNC Asheville to overcome, probably the most size that they're going to see out here in the Big South. And it is a Asheville team that they do turn the ball over about 13 times per contest, going up against a Longwood team that they generate about 7.5 steals per contest. This is a Longwood team that should be able to elevate on offense. They have been held to 70 points or fewer in games against D1 opponents, and now 5 out of their last 7, but this is a Asheville team that has now allowed at least 80 points in 3 out of their last 4 games, and they have allowed at least 70 points against D1 competition, because they have played a few games against non-D1 competition in pretty much all but one of their games since the beginning of the month of December. So, good old situation of something's got to give, like Longwood on the money line, set them as 1.5 point favorite, and did set my total 141.5. I think that Longwood's defense wins out, so we're going to have Longwood on the money line and the under. 306.571, 306.572. Sacred Heart plays also Long Island. Long Island is an underdog of 8 points. Total on this game, you're going to be finding it at a 151. I set Long Island as a 13-point underdog. I'm going to be willing to lay it. This is a Sacred Heart team that I do feel like is getting a little bit undervalued right now. It took them a little bit of time to figure themselves out with Tanner Thomas going down with an injury, but Nico Galletti has really good versatility as a 6'6" combo player, delivered 15 points, 6 boards on about 32% 3-point shooting, and Alex Sobel has really been able to help this team out down low with about 7.5 boards, 2.5 blocks. So these guys are going to be able to do a nice job down low against a Long Island team that's well outside the top 250 with regards to overall rebound rate. It's a Long Island team that's in the bottom 50 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Now with Long Island, I will give them some credit. They're actually a top 40 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but this is a Sacred Heart team that they do a lot of their damage down low. You've got Aiden Carpenter who's able to shoot about 35.5% from 3-point range with 8.5 points per contest, and it's very strange. You've got a Long Island team that they do such a good job of being able to guard the 3-point arc, yet their defense is still getting completely lambasted. 260th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Not to say that the Sacred Heart team has been amazing, but they're more around 194th in the country with this regard. And for this Long Island team, they just can't hold on to the ball. This is a Long Island team that's relatively up-tempo, but they turn the ball over 15 times per contest while shooting just 28.5% from 3-point range. You've got really one guy that's averaging north of 5.5 points per contest, shooting above 29% from 3. Charles Strickland, the son of Rod Strickland, the coach, 3 assists, 7.5 points, 3.5 rebounds per game, and then his brother Ty also chips in there 14 points per contest, only shooting about 23.5% from 3-point range. So typically the Achilles heel for Sacred Heart is their 3-point shooting defense, but with them not having to worry about that with such bad shooting for Long Island, and with Sacred Heart giving up 67 points or fewer in 4 out of their last 5 games has been rather impressive. Meanwhile, you've got a Long Island team that, to their credit, they've allowed fewer than 70 points in their last 2 games, but still allowed north of 80 points what is now 3 out of their last 5 games, and if you want to go a little bit further, 78 points or more in 5 out of their last 7. I do think that Sacred Heart are going to be able to find a way to be able to get plenty of points inside, so I did sell my total 153, looking at the over of Sacred Heart, 1 to lay up to 12.5 with them. 306.573, 306.574. Lafayette plays host to Navy. Navy is an underdog of a point, total is 129.5, so Navy is the 3-point favorite. I'm going to be looking at them outright on the money line. Navy is a top 25 team in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Navy not really getting a lot on offense, as they have been able to have Donovan Draper down low really be the demonstrative guy in terms of hitting the boards, being able to give you about 8.5 rebounds per game, and that should be able to win out in this spot against a Lafayette team that doesn't have a single guy that's averaging a double-figure amount of points per game, and it's a Lafayette team that, while they have a 7-footer, Justin Vanderbilt, he doesn't give you anything down low. 9.5 points, 4.9 rebounds per game. Navy has been able to find a little bit more scoring as well, with about 14.5 points per contest out of Asim Benigini. He's only been able to shoot about 22.5% from 3, and this Navy team as a whole, one of the worst 3-point shooting teams in the country at about 30%, but all of a sudden you've got a 38% 3-point shooter in Mac McDonald, who's able to give you about 9.5 points per contest, going up against the Lafayette team that's 270th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. That, while Navy does a good job of being able to guard the arc, Eric Soderberg for this Lafayette team has been able to give you about 9 points per contest, but Lafayette, despite being in the bottom 100 in terms of total possessions per game, they're turning the ball over nearly 13 times per contest. It is a Lafayette team that, to their credit, they've held each of their last 4 opponents to fewer than 65 points. Problem is, they have broken the 70-point plateau just once thus far this season. Meanwhile, for Navy, all of a sudden, they have scored at least 75 points in 2 out of their last 4 games, 72 plus in 3 out of their last 4. But the defense, I do think that it's going to continue to be a constant for this team. They have still allowed 70 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 4 games. I do think that this is going to be a slow, grimy game where Lafayette just is unable to find their offense. Did somebody total 121, diving in on the under, and with this Lafayette team, set them as the underdog, so I'm going to be looking at Navy right on the money line. 306.575, 306.576. Charleston Southern is playing us a USC Upstate. Upstate is a underdog of a point / a pick'em. Total on this game is 139.5. Set Upstate as a 4-point favorite, so I'm going to be looking at them in this ordeal. It is a USC Upstate team that certainly has been lacking on defense. They're well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Big reason why is that this has been one of the worst rebound rate teams in all of college basketball. That said, they are going up against a Charleston Southern team that's also bleeding points as well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. For Charleston Southern, not the world's worst team on the glass. You've got Tajay Kelly, who's been able to give you 8.5 boards, 15.5 points per game, shooting 39% from 3, and Charleston Southern as a whole, they're shooting about 36.5% from 3-point range. They've been able to do a solid job there, and this is a USC Upstate team that is certainly going to present themselves with opportunities to be able to sink some threes. Here on 84th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but this is also a Charleston Southern team that is one of the worst in the country at allowing second and third chances. Trey Bordeaux has been able to give you about 13 points per contest for this Upstate team, and Amir Langlis, he's been able to chip in there right around about 7 boards per contest. It's an Upstate team that they do a good job of being able to protect the ball, about 12.5 turnovers per game. Now, if you have trepidation with Upstate, they only shoot about 64% at the free throw line, but they are starting to get a little bit more facilitation out of Bordeaux as well, with right around 3.5 assists per contest. And Jalen Brazzelli, who doesn't necessarily give you a lot of scoring, he has been able to chip in there about 2.8 assists per contest. It is a Charleston Southern team that I do question what they're going to be able to do defensively against an Upstate team that they do have a lot of just overall versatility. A lot of guys that are just able to pop it from 3-point range, like a Floyd Renault, who's been able to give you only about 6.5 points per contest, but chips in their seal, shoots 42.5% from 3-point range. It is an Upstate team that they've been able to do a better job offensively recently, being able to give you 80-plus points in 2 out of their last 3 games. Meanwhile, it's a Charleston Southern team that they have now given up at least 74 points in 5 out of their last 6 games. So, interesting ordeal here. I do like Upstate outright on the money line, set them as a 4-point favorite, and did set my total 142 with the way that both of these teams are well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So, going over and taking Upstate on the money line. 306.577, 306.578. Texas A&M Commerce going to be playing us Houston Christian. Houston Christian does find themselves as underdogs of 10.5 points. Draw's game is between 147.5 and 148.5. Semi-total 153. Looking at the over, you've got a Houston Christian team that ranks in the top 25 in terms of total possessions per game, and in the bottom 25 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. That is quite a combo right there. And for Houston Christian, you do have a few guys that are able to throw the ball in the basket, and we've already seen Texas A&M Commerce pull off a win against St. Joe's on the road. So they already do have a big win or two out there on the resume. It is a conference team that they don't necessarily have that one guy that's going to take over a game. Jerome Brewer has been their top scorer with about 15 points per contest. And for this conference team, they don't have a single guy in the roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. So this has been one of the worst rebound rate teams in all of college basketball. But the Eastern Christian team, 323rd in the country with regards to their rebound rate as well. And it is a conference team that relies upon being able to punch the ball inside for their points, which is big because Eastern Christian is actually 82nd in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, Texas A&M Commerce, they do leave themselves a little bit more prone to guys being able to knock down threes as they are allowing opponents to shoot 39.5% from three-point range at home. And Marcus Green is able to do a solid job for the Eastern Christian team, being able to chip in there right around 15-plus points per contest, gives you a few boards, so he's been able to do a relatively solid job with that respect. You've also been able to get Michael Ibajari, hopefully I said that correctly, giving you about 8.5 rebounds per game, but Alonzo Dodd is a assist-to-turnover ratio of right around 3. That's big for a Commerce team that gets to face off against a Houston Christian bunch that against D1 competition, because they have played against a few non-D1 teams, but against D1 competition has allowed at least 77 points in all but one of their games thus far this season. So I think points are going to be plentiful. Semi-total at 153.5. Looking at the over with Commerce, set them as a 13.5 point favorites. Also willing to lay the number. 386.579, 386.580. Bucknell is going to be playing against Colgate. Colgate does find themselves as a favorite of 9 points on the road. Total on this game going to be getting it anywhere between 136.5 and 137. And I did set Bucknell as an underdog of 8 points. I'm going to be willing to take the 9. Colgate has been outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game, and while Colgate is still a solid three-point shooting team, they're not quite the same offensive team that they were a season ago. Each of the last 3 years, this Colgate team has been a top 10 team nationally in terms of three-point shooting percentage. Now they're shooting more around 36, 37% from three-point range, which again, it's good. It's not quite what it has been in past years. So as Colgate, they're currently, in terms of offensive efficiency, 240th in all of college basketball, averaging about 11.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at all on the road / in a neutral court environment rather than when they are at home. Now they face off against a Bucknell team that they have had a little bit of a rough go of it with regards to their offense as well, but they do shoot about 37.5% from three-point range at home. This is a Colgate team that in a road / neutral court environment is only shooting about 4.2% from the outside. They should be able to control things down low, though, with Keegan Records showing a lot of versatility at 6'10", 9.5 points, 7.5 boards, but it's only shooting about 28.5% from three-point range. Bucknell really only has 2 guys that give you north of 4 rebounds per game. Jack Forrest and Noah Williamson. Williamson is a true 7-footer that gives you about 5.5 boards, and Forrest shoots 39% from three-point range, giving you about 16 points per game. It is a Bucknell team that's well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they've looked much better recently. They've now given up 71 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. They get to go up against a Colgate squad that has been up and down with regards to their offense, to say the least, scoring fewer than 65 points in now 3 of their last 5 games. So it is a very interesting ordeal. It is a Bucknell team that certainly is prone to giving up a lot of outside shooting, as Bucknell 295th in all of college basketball with regards to three-point shooting percentage on defense, allowing opponents to shoot 37.8% from the outside when they're at home. But I do think that Bucknell going to be able to hold in there. I do think that Colgate going to be able to knock down some shots as well. So set this line at 8. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Bucknell and set my total 138. So also looking at the over. 365.81, 365.82. Albany is going to be playing against Binghamton. Binghamton is an underdog of 4.5 points. Total on this game is anywhere between 154.5 and 155. And with Binghamton, I did set them as an underdog of 4 points. So I'm going to be willing to take the 4.5 with Binghamton. This is a Binghamton squad that certainly is having their issues guarding the three-point arc. They are 290th in the country with that regard, and Albany has really cranked up their tempo. Top 45 team in terms of total possessions per game, and Albany is actually number 7 in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. But this is not a Binghamton team that really relies upon a lot of three-point shooting or anything like that, and this is an Albany team that, even though they're playing much faster than they have been, they're outside the top 200 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. So that's a little bit of an issue for them with this Binghamton team. You've got a lot of versatility from Samir Torrance, who has come in from Syracuse, has done a tremendous job being able to give this team right around about 10 points, 6 boards, 7 assists per game. And Timu Chenery, the transfer from Quinnipiac, all of a sudden has been able to go into flamethrower mode with his production, 14 plus points in 4 of the team's last 5 games. He's also been able to give the team a grand total of 10 blocks in the last 5 games, so they should be able to hold up in the interior. It's an Albany team that, while they do have Sebastian Thomas being able to go off, giving this team right around 18 points, 4 boards, 4 assists. He does turn the ball for 3 times per contest. Albany about 14.5 turnovers per game, shooting about 32.2% from three-point range. It is a Binghamton team that they're not necessarily the world's greatest team on the glass, but at the same time, they get to go up against an Albany team that has been having their rebounding woes as well, even though Jonathan Beagle has been able to give you about 9 rebounds per game. It's an Albany team that is right around about 117th in the country with regards to overall rebound rate. This is a Binghamton squad, though, that is in the top 100 with this regard, and I do think that rebounding is going to be able to keep this Binghamton team lively in this game, especially with Tyler Bertram, who transferred over to UAB after beginning his career out there in the AAC, not really being able to develop. 8 points per contest, shooting only about 30% from three-point range. Expected a little bit more out of him, and it's a Binghamton team that they've been able to get to at least 69 points for their last 5 games. Meanwhile, it's an Albany team that's given up at least 69 each of their last 5. So this is a spot where I'm willing to take 4.5 here with Binghamton. I did set my total 154.5. I expected an up-tempo game, but I think we've won a little bit too far. So looking at the under and the points with Binghamton. 306-583, 306-584. Nichols plays those to Lamar. Lamar finds themselves as an underdog of 3.5 points. So Don's game is 152. And with Lamar, I did set them as an underdog of just 2.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take the points. It is a Lamar team that has really been able to light you up from three-point range. Now, they get lit up from three-point range as well. This is a Lamar team that's well outside the top 250 in regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. That said, this is a Nichols team that, while they've been able to do a nice job being able to pull off some nice upsets and having some nice triumphs, this is a Nichols team that they can be had on the inside. On the outside, they do allow opponents to only shoot about 31% from three. They're in the top 85 with that regard, but this is a Lamar team in which the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. You've got someone in Hamilton down low who's been able to give you about 6 rebounds per contest, and it's a Lamar team that has a really good distribution center, as they've been able to give you about 5 guys with at least 1.9 assists per game. So you've got everyone being able to pass the ball and playing in harmony. Your guy that has been really the main facilitator with about 3.5 assists per contest has been Chris Pryor, and he's been able to shoot about 42.5% from three-point range. It is a Lamar team that, as well, they've been able to generate about 8 turnovers per contest. It's a Nichols team that's not generating as many turnovers as they have in past seasons, but are still able to do a solid job with that regard. And with this Nichols team, you've got a pair of guys with size with good versatility, as you've got Deontay Smith, you've also got Jamal West. These two guys have been able to combine for just below 32 points per contest, about 14.5 boards, but they do turn the ball over between the two of them 6 times per contest, while they also do shoot a combined about 37.5% from three-point range. With regards to Lamar, points allowed on a per possession basis, that's been a little bit of an issue for this team, but it's also been an issue for Nichols as well. Nichols, 269th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This is a Lamar team that they're clocking in right in that neighborhood of about 200th as well, but that said, I do think that with Lamar being able to do a relatively solid job down low, with Lamar having so many interchangeable parts, that's going to allow them to hold in there against the Nichols team that's not generating the same amount of turnovers as the season ago, and Lamar is in the top 40 with regards to total possessions per game. So I did sum up my total at a 154.5, looking at the over. And with Nichols, I did set them as an favorite of just 2.5 points. So looking at the points with Lamar, 306-585, 306-586. Northwestern St plays us Incarnate Word, and Incarnate Word does find themselves as 2.5 point favorites. Your total on this game, it is 148. This was an opener of 1, and as I'm doing this is ticking up to the 2.5, and 2.5 is the max I'm going to be willing to lay, but I am going to be willing to lay it. It's an Incarnate Word team that has some reinforcements on the way, as Sky Wicks, he's been able to do an incredible job of holding it down for the team all season long, giving you 14 plus points, right around 8 or so rebounds per game. And then Sean Robinson, who was playing over at Austin Peay a season ago, he's been able to give you about 11 points per contest as well. But you take a look at what you're able to get in terms of the 2-time transfer in Alex Anderson, and he does a nice job of being able to give this team a little bit more of an outside presence. He's been able to give you 10 points, 4 boards, 4 assists, so some nice facilitation for an Incarnate Word team that needs it. They've been turning the ball over right around about 16 times per contest, and for Northwestern State, bottom 100 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, bottom 100 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, shooting just 30.5% from three-point range, 65% of the free throw line. They are well outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage as well, and they just don't really give you a whole heck of a lot down low. With Northwestern State, out of your 362 Division I teams, in terms of rebound rate, they are 356th. You really don't have anyone other than Mr. Dwayne Posey, who's been out there consistently giving you north of 4 rebounds per game, as they've been able to get right around 6.6 boards per contest on Jamison Epps, but he's been out since the middle of December. That does cause for an issue. Cliff Davis has been able to give you about 16.5 points per contest, but that said, this is an Incarnate Word team that they certainly have fallen on some tough times with their offense, 67 points or fewer in 3 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Northwestern State team that they have failed to break the 70-point plateau against Division I competition possessions in every single one of their games out of their last 5. And for that matter, Northwestern State, against a Division I team, they have gotten past 71 points just 2 times all season long. So I do think that this is going to be a rough one for them. I did set my line at Incarnate Word being a 3-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay with them. And I did set my total 147. So diving in on the under, I'm going to be willing to lay it with Incarnate Word. 306.587, 306.588. For A&M is going to be playing against Southern, and Southern is a 4.5-point favorite. And your total on this game, it is 140. And with Southern, I did set them as a favorite of 4.5 points. Seeing a couple 5s out there at the 5, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Florida A&M. This is a Florida A&M team that is much improved on offense from a season ago. That's not saying much because Florida A&M was second worst in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. That's not been great to say the least. But with this Florida A&M team, Keith Lamar has been able to give this team just a little bit of stability. 6 boards, 13.5 points per contest on 39% three-point shooting as a 6'6" do-it-all sort of player. It is a Florida A&M team that has also been able to cut down on the turnovers a little bit. They were north of 15 turnovers per contest a season ago, more like 14.8 this season. And for Florida A&M, they have a steep task going up against a Southern team that, I'm not even kidding here, they have allowed 58 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games after allowing 105 to Tulane. So that's just the way that college basketball sometimes goes. I did set my total at a 140.5, so here at the 140, I'm going to be taking a look at the over because with Southern, they also have been able to do a nice job with their offense. 79 plus points in 4 of their last 5 games, with Teron Joseph really being the main headliner. He's been able to give the team 19 points per contest, and it is a Southern team that they only shoot right around about 32% from 3-point range. And this is a Florida A&M team that is in the bottom 10 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This is also a Southern team that they just can't pull in boards. 346th in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate. It is a Florida A&M team that they themselves are right around 351st, but for Florida A&M, more around a 49.5% rebound rate when they are at home. That should be able to bode very well for them. They've been having Love Bettis being in the fold. That has been hurting them quite a bit, but with this Florida A&M team being able to find a little bit more stability without them, with this Florida A&M team being able to ascend a little bit with regards to their offense, as this has been a team that's now been able to get to 86 points in their last game against Bethune-Cookman, and now getting into conference play should ease up for them. I think that they're going to be able to hold in this game. Set my line at 4.5, so going to be willing to take the 5 with Florida A&M. Did set my total at a 140.5, so also going to be taking a look at this total over. 306.589, 306.590. It is Army that the road they're facing off against American, and American does find themselves as a 6.5-point favorite. Total on this game, it is 129.5. It is an American team that once again is playing at one of the slowest paces in all of college basketball. And Army, they have been able to do a relatively okay job with regards to their defense, but this American team is firing out cylinders on offense, so I'm going to be looking at them in this spot as an 8.5-point favorite, and going to be taking a look at the over as well. This is an Army team that they have been able to find a little bit more offensively recently as well, but that said, with American, what was really a bugaboo for them last year was the fact that they were turning the ball over right around about 14.5 times per game. They have slashed that to more around 11 times per contest, and with this American team, you've got a lot of guys who are able to fire it in there from 3-point range. Mark Rogers is someone that at 6'9" has some relatively good versatility, as he's been able to contribute for this team right around about 6.5 boards, 15.5 points per contest. And then Josh Govins for this Army team, he's not giving you about 12.5 points per contest. Army, not an amazing 3-point shooting team by any stretch of the imagination, but they're up to 32% from distance in conference play. That's been well above 35% from the outside. You've been able to have Charlie Peterson, great name, be able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game, along with Abe Johnson. So they've been able to do a relatively solid job on that front, but American should be able to win that battle. And for this American team, they are outside the top 325 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Defense has not been too tremendous, but George Bruce, Lorenzo Diodadio have been able to combine for about 19 points per contest, both shooting 37.5% from the outside. And this is an American team that all of a sudden they've been one of your more efficient mid-major offenses in all of college basketball. They're going up against an Army team that, I mean, they've been okay on defense, but they're still well outside the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And I do think that American going to continue to be able to can threes, especially at home, where they've been shooting 40% from 3-point range. So I did set my total at 130.5, even though this is going to be a lower possession game, looking at the over. And with American, willing to lay up to 8 with them. 306.591, 306.592. It is Central Connecticut on the road, facing off against St. Francis of Pennsylvania. St. Francis is a underdog of 6 points. Draw this game is 137.5, and with Central Connecticut, I did set them as a 6-point favorite. I'm seeing a straight 5.5 out there as well. That was the opener, and at a 5.5, I'm going to be willing to lay with Central Connecticut. It is a Central Connecticut team that they don't have a lot down low, outside the top 250 in terms of overall rebound rate, but for St. Francis of Pennsylvania. They're just really looking for answers. Cam Gregory, great name. He's been really the main headliner for the team and the only guy that has been able to give you double figures. So he's been able to contribute right in the neighborhood about 12.5 points per contest. You've got one guy that is able to give up a little bit of help down low, as you have been able to get right around 7 rebounds per game out of Eli Wilborn, but Wilborn is the only guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, and while Central Connecticut probably not going to be able to match up with Wilborn, you do have a pair of guys in the backcourt, Alan Jean Rose, along Jordan Jones, will be able to combine for 27.5 points per contest between the two of them. They do shoot about 38.5% from three-point range, and they get to go up against the St. Francis of Pennsylvania team that they just have not been able to do a good job of being able to guard the arc. St. Francis of Pennsylvania, 238th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and interestingly enough, at home, they're allowing opponents to shoot north of 40% from three-point range. Meanwhile, it's a Central Connecticut team that certainly they've been getting cooked from the outside as well, 246th in the country with this regard, but I do think that they're going to be able to hold up in this spot, and they've done a nice job of being able to take care of the ball, only about 11.5 turnovers per game, and they are forcing about 8.5 steals per game as well. That's big against the St. Francis team that you really just don't have too much facilitation. You've got Aaron Talbert, who's been able to give you about 2.2 assists per contest, but for St. Francis, it's a lower tempo team. They turn the ball over about 14.3 times per contest. Talbert has 9.5 points per game, the only person other than Gregory that gives you north of 8.5 points per game. And for Central Connecticut, defense has looked much better recently for the team. 60 points of fear surrendered in 3 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, we've got a St. Francis team that they've been having a tough time with their offense. They have scored 67 points or fewer, and now 4 out of their last 6 games, so circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay up to 5.5 with Central Connecticut, and did semi total 136, so looking at the under, and going to be willing to lay up to 5.5 with Central Connecticut, 3 at 6.593, 3 at 694. Last game that we're going to hit before we hit our final break, it is Grambling, and they hit the road to face off against Bethune-Cookman. Cookman does find themselves as a favorite of 3 points. Your total on this game, it is 138, and I did set Cookman as a 5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay this number. It is a Bethune-Cookman team that's outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but this team does a great job being able to generate turnovers. Damani McIntyre, he's given you nearly as many steals as he is points per contest, as he's been able to give the team 3.3 points, 3 rebounds, and 2.9 steals per contest. It's a Cookman team that they only shoot about 29.5% from 3-point range, but you've got a nice trio for this team, as you've been able to have the former top 150 recruit in Zion Harmon along with Deshaun Dyson and Jacoby Haiti. I'll be able to give you in that neighborhood about 42.5 points per contest with Haiti. He's been able to shoot about 31.5% from 3, and between these 3 guys, they've been able to generate about 5.5 steals per contest, and this is a Grambling team having a really tough time holding on to the ball. Only about 28% 3-point shooting out of a team that is turning the ball over 13.5 times per contest, and Grambling last season, top 20 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're now outside the top 300 with that regard. You've had Contavious Dozer be able to give you about 12.5 points per contest, but you only have one guy on this roster giving you north of 5 rebounds per game, and Jonathan Aku, and that's typically the weakness of Bethune-Cookman, but Elijah Uasawi, who's been able to give you 5.5 rebounds per game, should be able to hold up in that battle, as it is a Grambling team that, with regards to rebound rate, once again, they were a very solid team a season ago. Grambling now 327th in all of college basketball with regards to that rebound rate. Not like Bethune-Cookman has been able to do an incredible job with that regard, but you know what, with Bethune-Cookman, they're doing just enough with that regard at 303rd that I do think that they should be able to get the job done, generate some turnovers, and take it to a Grambling team that has scored fewer than 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games. Defense has looked a little bit better, giving up 72 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, but this is also a Bethune-Cookman team that they themselves have given up at least 80 points in 4 of their last 5 games, and this is a team that they can get things going on offense, especially on the inside. So, going to be one to lay with Bethune-Cookman, set them as a 5-point favorite, set by total 143, so also looking at the over, and we're going to hit our final break and touch up on these final extra games next. Right here on Cuscus with myself, Craig Peterson, now a part of the Decent Family Podcast. And we're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Cuscus with myself, Craig Peterson, now a part of the Decent Family Podcast. We are getting down to the end. We've got 12 games remaining to break down. Let's waste no more time. Let's get you guys those last few winners as we continue on in the bonus.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
3 at 6, 595, 3 at 6, 596. Howard is going to be playing us Maryland Eastern Shore, and the Shore finds themselves as 11.5-point underdogs. Total on this game is 143, and with Howard, I did set them as a 13-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Howard. I do think that they are going to be able to overwhelm well, with their top player, it's Seth Towns being able to do some pretty incredible work at 6'9", 6'10", was the former Ivy League Player of the Year back in the 2017-18 season. It's been a while, but he's been able to give the team 15 points, 6.5 boards, shooting 39.5% for three. And Howard as a whole, they do shoot about 36% from three-point range. They face off against a Maryland Eastern Shore team that has been one of the worst teams offensively in all of college basketball, 353rd in the country. In terms of points scored on a per possession basis, scoring about 13.7 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're in a road/neutral court environment rather than home. And you're able to pair that up with Maryland Eastern Shore in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, being 303rd in all of college basketball. Now with Howard, they do turn the ball over about 15.5 times per contest, and last year, Maryland Eastern Shore did a great job of being able to force turnovers. This year, down to about 7 steals per contest. They do turn the ball over 13 times per game as well. Now, Torrey Hupstead has been able to give you 8.5 boards, 11.5 points per game. Only guy in the roster, though, that gives you north of 4.4 rebounds per game. And then when you've got someone like Shai Odom that's able to give you like 9 points per contest, and you've got some relatively good depth with Howard, that should allow them to take it to him. And for the Howard team, they're not amazing on the glass. They're clocking in terms of rebound rate about 188th, but I can tell you that's a whole lot better than 317th, which is where Maryland Eastern Shore is. For the Shore, they do shoot about 75% of the free throw line, so if they're able to get to the free throw line, that's relatively solid. But that said, you've been able to have Marcus Dockery be able to chip in there about 12.5 points per contest. I love what he's been able to bring to the table. And then Bryce Harris, 15 points, 6 boards, 37% three-point shooter. Too much explosiveness for the Howard team, and for Maryland Eastern Shore, just not sure if they're going to be able to do their part with regards to this total, but I do think that they're going to do their part in terms of getting bludgeoned on defense against an up-tempo Howard team. So did somebody total 147, looking at the over, and with Howard, willing to lay up to 12.5 with them. 3-6-5-87, 3-6-5-88. Central Arkansas plays us a Bellarmine. Bellarmine is a road favorite of 2.5 points total on this game. It's 145.5. I said Bellarmine has a 4-point favorite, so I'm going to be one to lay. This is a Bellarmine team that's outside the top 3 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis and points allowed on a per possession basis. That said, the Central Arkansas team at this point is just that bad. Central Arkansas had their top scorer in Cameron Hunter go out before the season started. He has yet to be seen, and now they're dealing with an injury to Elias Cato. He's been trying to get out there, give this team some minutes, but he has really seen his production slide. It's a Central Arkansas team as well outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and this is a Bellarmine team that they still do shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range. And Central Arkansas, they can really be had from the outside. 352nd in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents to shoot 43.5% from three-point range in their home games. That is the worst mark in all of college basketball. You've been able to have Ben Johnson for this Bellarmine team be able to give you in the neighborhood about 12.5 points per contest. You're starting to get a little bit more down low as Langston Hatton has been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. Now with the Central Arkansas team, they are going to have the best overall rebounder in this game, as you've been able to get right around about 8.5 rebounds per game. And Agbazi Beatum, he's been able to do a solid job there. And Tucker Anderson, we'll give him a little bit of credit where credit is due. 6'9" freshman, shooting 39.5% from three-point range, averaging 14.5 points per contest, double figures in each of the last 3 games. That said, this is a Central Arkansas team that they have now allowed at least 80 points in each of their last 4 games against Division I competitions. This is a Bellarmine team that's given up 81 plus in 5 out of their last 6 games as well. That said, this is also a Bellarmine team that is in the bottom 75 with regards to total possessions per game. I think that the bad defense wins out, though. I set my total at 150. I'm looking at the over. And with Bellarmine, willing to lay up to 3.5 with them. 3-6-5-99, 3-6-600. New Orleans is going to be playing against the Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi is a favorite of 2 points. Total on this game is 151, with Corpus Christi made them the 3-point underdog. I'm looking at New Orleans outright on the money line. Corpus Christi has actually been like your top under team in all of college basketball. I believe that they play do-overs thus far this season, and a big reason why they're allowing opponents to shoot less than 31% from 3-point range, but I do think that New Orleans could be able to find a way to be able to get some outside shooting going with one of the top mid-major scorers in all of college basketball. Jordan Johnson, 21.5 points, 4.3 assists, shooting 36.5% from 3-point range, coming off of a 36 spot against Texas A&M Commerce. You've also got Caleb Wilson-Rouse, who comes in from Pacific, along with Wagner, giving you about a steal and a half on 11 points per contest. It is a New Orleans team that they are committing about 13 turnovers per contest, but they've done a much better job of being able to hold on to the ball, considering that last season they were committing more like 16.5 turnovers per game. And for New Orleans, they do generate a few turnovers, whereas Texas A&M Corpus Christi last season, they were a team that they were really generating a bunch of those turnovers, and they themselves have still been relatively solid with that regard. They're actually 22nd in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but New Orleans has been able to ascend into the top 100 with that regard as well. So I do think that there's going to be a little bit of sloppiness on that front, but for this Texas A&M Corpus Christi team, last year they were a relatively solid 3-point shooting team. Now they're only shooting about 31% 65% from the outside. They should have a little bit of an advantage down low, as this is a New Orleans team that's one of the worst rebound rate teams they're going to find in all of college basketball. Towson Jackson has been able to give you about 4 to 5 rebounds per game, and then you've been able to have the 6'4", little bit of a do-it-all player in Javon Vincent be able to give you 8.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. Meanwhile, Gary Clark, about 11.5 points, 8.5 rebounds per game for a Commerce team that's only shooting about 67.5% in the free throw line, along with their sub 30% three-point shooting team, and it's so bad. Their top 9 scorers, you've got one guy shooting above 29.2% from three-point range. You've been able to have Dane Prim be able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. That's been helping out this team, but with Corpus Christi also turning the ball over about 12.5 times per contest, I do think that leads to New Orleans winning out with their top-end talent. Did set my total at 149. This is going to be a relatively up-tempo game, but it's going to be a very sloppy game with a lot of turnovers, so looking at the under, and New Orleans outright on the money line. Set them as a 30-point favorite. 3-6-6-0-1, 3-6-6-0-2. McNeese is going to be playing us to Southeast Louisiana. Southeast Louisiana is an underdog of 13 points. So on this game is 132.5 with McNeese. I did set them as a 16.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number against a Southeast Louisiana team that is well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. McNeese, top 20 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Very slow, methodical team that generates 10.5 steals per game. Shahada Wells has been a takeover scorer, shooting 41.5% from three-point range, 19.5 points, 5.5 boards, 4 assists per game, and this McNeese team has really been able to generate some offense. I have been highly impressed by what Will Wade has been able to do with this team with McNeese in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're clocking in the top 55 in all of college basketball, going up against a Southeast Louisiana team that is 334th in all of college basketball in that regard. Broden Woodbury has been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. And then Roger McFarland, I like his versatility, about 12.5 points, 7.5 boards per contest. We've got a guy, Nick Caldwell, for the Southeast Louisiana team that also gives you about 13.5 points per game for a team that shoots 32.5% from three-point range, but 13.5 turnovers per contest. The Southeast Louisiana team is going to succumb to the turnover battle. And then on top of that, with McNeese, you've got Christian Schulmate, who's able to give you darn near a double-double, 11.5 points, 9.5 boards, a little bit over a steal per contest with McNeese. They do shoot just 66% the free throw line. Should not come into play here because they just blow out the Southeast Louisiana team so much. Not to the credit of Southeast Louisiana, 68 points of fierce surrender in each of their last 5 games, but they go up against a McNeese team that they've gotten to at least 73 points in 3 of their last 4 games. I do think that for this Southeast Louisiana team, they're going to give up quite a bit more here. Did set my total 136.5. Looking at the over of the McNeese, one to lay up to 16 with them. 3-6-6-0-3, 3-6-6-0-4. Loyola Maryland is going to be playing against Boston U. Boston U is a 1-point road favorite. Your total on this game is 132.5. Did set Boston U as a 2-point favorite. Going to be willing to lay up to 1.5 with them. It's a Boston U team that does not have a single guy that gives you north of 11 points per contest, but this is a Loyola Maryland team that is just all sorts of rudderless. I actually had some expectations for them coming into the season. The 14 turnovers per game have been quite ghastly for this team. D'Angelo Styles along Deion Perry have been able to do an okay job out there in the backcourt. Steins has been able to give you about 9.5 points, shooting 37% from 3, and Perry also shoots about 37% from the outside, 15.5 points, 3 assists per game, but this is a Loyola Maryland team that only has one guy, that would be Golden DK, who have been able to give you north of 5 rebounds per game, and for Loyola Maryland, this is a team that they're just getting destroyed with regards to their three-point shooting. And then when it comes to this team on the glass, they are outside the top 275 with regards to rebound rate, 285th overall with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. And now they have to go up against a Boston U team that I'm not saying they're great with their defense, but they're about 155th in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Otto Landrum has been able to give you about 6 boards per contest, and Miles Brewster has done a nice job of being able to facilitate some offense. 10.5 points, 3 assists, shooting 38.5% from three-point range. It's a Boston U team that they could use a little bit of cleanup with regards to turnovers at right around about 12.5 per contest, but it's cleaner than this Loyola Maryland team. For Boston U, 320th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but you've got a Loyola Maryland team that somehow, some way, in terms of points scored, they're about 325th on a per possession basis. So I do think the Boston U goes on the road, gets the job done, set them as a 2-point favorite, so I'm willing to lay up to 1.5 with them. Did set my total 130. I think that both of these teams fall short with their offense, so also diving in on the under. 3-6-6-0-5, 3-6-6-0-6. Lipscomb plays us to Austin P. Austin P is an underdog of 7 points. Total on this game is 140.5. Austin P, I do think is going to be able to hold in there. I did set my line at 7. I was seeing some 7.5s a little bit before. If we can get those 7.5s to show once again, going to be willing to take the points with Austin P. It is an Austin P team that has really slowed things down. They are outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game, and this is pretty much Northwestern State 2.0 because you've got the coach in Corey Gibson who brings with him his top 3 scorers from the season ago, and very interestingly, Jamarcus Sharp, who led all qualifying college basketball players in terms of three-point shooting percentage last year, has yet to make a 3 this year, but has given the team 17.5 points, 7.5 boards, 4.5 assists per game. He's needed to do a whole heck of a lot down low because his team does have a shortage of size. He's the only guy on the roster, giving north of 5 rebounds per game, and Austin P, 273rd in the country with regards to rebound rate. Meanwhile, for Lipscomb, Jacob Unyesovic, their top scorer from the season ago, has not been seen. He has not played a single game this season. As a result, Lipscomb just 262nd in the country with regards to rebound rate. They've got an undersized team, but Will Pruitt has been a do-it-all player, 13 points, 6 boards, 3.5 assists, shooting about 35.5% from three-point range, and then Darren Boyd has been a nice outside shooter. He missed a little bit of time towards the middle part of December, but now he's back, giving the team 16.5 points per contest, shooting about 35% from three-point range. And then this is an Austin P team that I think is going to be able to do a relatively solid job hunkering down from three-point range. Lipscomb, about 163rd in the country with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage. It's an Austin P team that certainly has been having their ups and downs with regards to being able to guard the arc, but they're about 42nd in the country with this regard. That should be able to keep Austin P lively, but that said, I do think that with both of these teams struggling on the glass, I think that is going to lead to a lot of second and third chances. And this is a Lipscomb team that they've been able to do a nice job finding a lot of production, especially inside Owen McCormick. He's someone that stands right around 6'9". He gives you 5 boards. He gives you a double-figure amount of points. Shoots 39% from three-point range. And Lipscomb as a whole does shoot about 35.5% from three-point range. And this has been a Lipscomb team that has been very consistent with their offense. 72-plus points in each of their last 4 contests. Meanwhile, it's an Austin P team that they've been able to get to at least 70 points in 3 of their last 4 games. So I did set my total 141, looking at the 140.5 over. Anything north of 7. Taking the points with Austin P. 3-6, 607, 3-6, 608. Alabama State is going to be playing with Alcorn State. Alcorn State is a 3.5 to a 4-point underdog. Total on this game between 145.5 and 146. And with this Alabama State team, I did set them as a favorite of 6.5 points. I'm going to be 1-8. Alcorn State in the bottom 20 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And I will say for Alcorn State, they've been able to get a little bit more down low, as I do like the right around about 7 or so rebounds and 15 points per contest that you've been able to get out of your main big man in Jeremiah Kendall. On top of that, you've got Byron Joshua, who's been able to chip in there about 3.5 assists per contest for an Alcorn State team that they only turned the ball over about 11.7 times per contest. Problem is, they're allowing opponents to shoot well north of 36% from three-point range, and Alabama State was struggling from three-point range going into their game against Arkansas Pine Bluff. That was a nice confidence booster for them, as now you've been able to get TJ Madlock going. His father, Tony, is actually the coach for this team, and TJ, he's able to be an extension of that. 15.5 points, 4.5 boards, 2 steals per contest for an Alabama State team that they only turn the ball over 11.5 times per contest. They generate 9 steals per game. You got Isaiah Range, who's been able to do a nice job, giving you about 11 points per contest along with CJ Hines, but the guy that's really lighting it up from three-point range and has been able to elevate this team has been just Stephen Walker, as he's only been able to give you in that neighborhood about 5.5 points per contest, but is now shooting about 35% from three-point range. He's given the team 16 points in the last 4 games. I do think that he's going to continue to elevate as the season goes along. And then down low, you've been able to get about 6.5 boards out of Obang Okan. It's a Alcorn State team that's a little bit more holes greater than some of its parts, and I do think that with Alcorn State, them giving up 70-plus points in all but one of their games thus far this season, and with the Alabama State team being able to find a little bit more offense, they've been able to get to at least 70 points in 3 of their last 5 games. Alabama State should be able to win out with the way that they protect the ball. Did set my line at 6.5, going to be 1 to lay the number, and did set my total at a 148.5 with Alcorn State getting destroyed on defense. Alabama State outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis as well. So looking over and looking at laying the number with Alabama State. 306, 609, 306, 610. Lehigh plays us Holy Cross. Holy Cross is a 9.5 point underdog. Your total on this game is 148, and with Holy Cross, I did set them as an underdog of 7 points. I'm going to be willing to take the points. This is a Lehigh team that plays at a top 75 mark with regards to total possessions per game, and man, it's been really rough for Holy Cross. They knock off Georgetown in a nice upset, and ever since then, things have went straight down the toilet bowl. Holy Cross about 288th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but actually averaging a full point more per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. Meanwhile, it's a Lehigh team that is just 274th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they average 4 points more per 100 possessions when they're on the road rather than at home. So I do find that to be a little bit ironic. It's a Holy Cross team that they just have absolutely no rebounding whatsoever. This is one of the worst rebound rate teams in all of college basketball, and they've been dealing with an injury to one of their main backcourt pieces in Bo Montgomery. But that said, this is a Holy Cross team that they're shooting about 33% from three-point range. Nothing amazing, but they've been able to do a relatively solid job there going up against a Lehigh team that at home is shooting just 20 25.7% from three-point range for a Holy Cross team that is well outside the top 260 in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. They will take that, and Joe Octave has some really nice versatility. 15 points, 6.5 boards per contest for this Holy Cross team, and then you've been able to get nearly 6 boards, 10 points per game out of Caleb Kenny, who is a 6'8", little bit of a combo player, has been able to chip in there a block and a half per contest as well. So Holy Cross has been a little bit better down low ever since they discovered him. Meanwhile, for Lehigh, very top-heavy team. Keith Higgins, Tyler Whitney Sidney, they've been able to combine for about 29.5 points, 3 steals on about 34.5% three-point shooting for a team that does turn the ball over about 13 times per contest, but nobody else gives you north of 9.5 points per game, and they're dealing with an injury to Dom Parolin. Top rebounder for this team has been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game, was missing throughout much of the month of December, and did return in the game against Bucknell, only played 10 minutes though, so Lehigh is lacking a little bit of something down low, which is really the Achilles heel of this Holy Cross team. The Holy Cross bunch has given up 70-plus points each of the last 4 games against D1 competition. Meanwhile, it is a Lehigh team that they themselves have certainly been getting destroyed on defense, giving up at least 75 points in 4 out of their last 5 games. So, circumstance where I did set Lehigh as a 7-point favorite, getting what we're getting right now. I'm going to take the points with Holy Cross, and did set my total just at 143 with all the injuries that are being dealt with on both sides, and with this Holy Cross team, them having a very tough time scoring 70 points or fewer in each of their last 3 games since the new year. So diving in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with Holy Cross. 3-6-6-11, 3-6-6-12, Arkansas Pine Bluff. It's a road face-off against Texas Southern. Texas Southern does find themselves as 7.5 to 8-point favorites. Totals between 152.5 and 153. Did set my total at 153, so you're at the 152.5. Looking at the over, Pine Bluff has played all but one of their games as far this season over the total line. For Pine Bluff, bottom 10 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Texas Southern, bottom 10 team in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. So it should be a fun one with Kylan Melton along with Rashad Williams being able to combine for Arkansas Pine Bluff about 36.5 points per contest. Both of these guys combine to shoot about 38% per 3, and Pine Bluff does shoot 38% from the outside. They actually shoot better on the road rather than at home. Texas Southern, meanwhile, they've got one guy, PJ Henry, that's giving you north of 13.5 points per game, and they've got one other player that averages north of 7.2 points per game. Jonathan Cisse, the transfer from Incarnate Word. Between Henry and Cisse, you get about 5 assists per contest, and this team doesn't turn the ball over a ton, but they shoot 65.5% the free throw line, 37.5% from the floor, 29.3% from three-point range. So that's been relatively rough, and typically this is a Texas Southern team that they hang their hat on being able to do a tremendous job on the glass. And while this Arkansas Pine Bluff team is a wreck, you've got Ishmael Plett, who's able to give you about 5.5 to 6 rebounds per game. It is a Pine Bluff team that, in terms of rebound rate, 362nd out of 362 D1 teams, but it's not like Texas Southern is much better at 307th. You've got Jameer Young, who's able to give you 4 rebounds per game, who's really leading the way. Texas Southern, I do think, should be the favorite. I think typically offense is going to lose out to defense, but that said, this is a spot where I can only set my number at 7. With how bad the Pine Bluff defense has been, I do think that you get a plentiful amount of points, and it is a Texas Southern team that they themselves have been all over the place, as well as they have scored 65 points or fewer against Division I competition in pretty much all but 2 of their games thus far this season. So, situation of something's got to give. I do think that Texas Southern busts out with their offense, looking at the over, and with Pine Bluff willing to take 8 with them, set them as a 7-point underdog. 3-6-6-13, 3-6-6-14. Alabama A&M plays us at Jackson State. Jackson State is a 5-point favorite. Your total between 151.5 and 152. I'm going to be taking a look at Jackson State as a road favorite, set them as a 7.5-point favorite. With Jackson State, you've got the best scorer out there on the floor, and that'd be Ken Evans. Evans has been absolutely tremendous with about 18.5 points per contest. Some of that from three-point range has really been able to crank it up with that regard at 44.2%. It is a Jackson State team that does turn the ball over about 14.5 times per contest, but they are now going up against an Alabama A&M team that's just not generating the same amount of steals as they did 8 seasons ago. Now, to the credit of Alabama A&M, they have now been able to get to at least 70 points in 3 out of their last 4 games. Ironically enough, one exception was that game against Pine Bluff. They're 1 under of the season, but that said, this is an Alabama A&M team that has no rebounding whatsoever. Nobody on the roster gives you north of 4 rebounds per game. They do get a little bit of a boost because they get back their main point guard, Cameron Tucker. Since he's been back about 7 or so games ago, he's been able to give you 5.3 assists, 4 boards, 7.5 points per contest, and he's right now leading the team in rebounding, and it's been Dallin Smith, who's the only player on the roster to be able to give you 9 points per game. he gives you a steal, 14 points per contest. But for Alabama A&M, they shoot 29% from three. They're a bottom 25 team in the country in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They go up against the Jackson State team that's relatively well traveled. They've already went on the road and they've won some big games over the last few seasons. SMU 2 seasons ago, Missouri this season, and this is a bunch in Jackson State that, even though they don't necessarily shoot at the world's greatest from three-point range, they actually shoot it better on the road rather than at home. 29.5%, at home 32.5% on the road. And I do think that they're going to take it to an Alabama A&M team that has issues all across the board and no depth whatsoever. So, going to be one to lay it with Jackson State. And I did set my total 153.5 with Jackson State. I do think that they're going to be looking to play quite up tempo, and I do think that Jackson State team has been able to get to at least 73 points in 3 of their last 4 games. Going to be able to keep it going. So, going to be taking a look at the over and one to lay it with Jackson State. 3-6-6-15, 3-6-6-16. Prairie View is going to be playing us to Mississippi Valley State. Mississippi Valley State is an underdog of 14 points, and your total is 132, and I did set my total 137. We saw Mississippi Valley State finally bust through and score a few points in their most recent game. They were able to get to 70 against Alabama A&M. Prior to that, I don't think that they had broken 65 in regulation all season long, but this is still a bunch that is still way, way down there in terms of their offensive efficiency. They are still scoring 3.6 points fewer per 100 possessions than the next least efficient offense in all of college basketball. And on the road / in a neutral court environment, they're averaging 71.7 points per 100 possessions. I do think that this is going to climb up a little bit, but it's going to be at the expense of a Prairie View team that is in the top 25 in terms of total possessions per game, and this is also a Mississippi Valley State team that's in the bottom 10 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So Prairie View is going to be able to stick the ball in the bucket themselves. This is a Prairie View team that they themselves scored 63 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, but I am still willing to lay it with them because I do think the Prairie View going to do a nice job turning defense into offense. Mississippi Valley State turning the ball over north at 16 times per contest. It's a Prairie View team that they pride themselves on being able to generate steals. They're getting about 9.5 per contest, and they've got a pair of guys in Charles Smith along Javante Hopkins who have transferred in and have become the team's top scorers with about 25 points per contest. Smith shoots 32.5% from three-point range. Prairie View only shooting about 40% from the floor, but they've been able to get a little bit more rebounding as you get about 6.5 boards, 8.5 points out of Brian Miles. Miles has been able to give you a block and a steal per contest as well, so good versatility there. And for Mississippi Valley State, it's pretty much a Raekwon Brown show as he's been able to do a solid job with his 15 points, 5.5 boards, shoots about 28% from 3, which is above average for this team. Mississippi Valley State shoots 61% free throw line, 26.7% from 3 with 17 turnovers per game. You've been able to have a Recco Gibson be able to give you a little bit more recently, 4.5 boards, 9.5 points per game, but he was limited to 12 minutes due to injury against Alabama A&M. That's a little bit of a concern, and I do think that that's going to cause for Prairie View to be able to really get out there, put up there a big number on a Mississippi Valley State team that, while we talk about how bad their offense is, their defense pretty bad as well. Semi-total 137, looking at the over, and one to lay with Prairie View. Set them as a 17-point favorite, 3-6-6-17, 3-6-6-18. New Hampshire is going to be playing us with Bryan. Bryan is an underdog of 2 points, 160.5 to 161 is your total. Semi-total 158. I'm going to be willing to dive in on the under. This is a pair of teams that do rank in the top 75 with regards to total possessions per game, but I do think that we've went a little bit too far in this ordeal as it is a Bryan team that they're just not going to be able to generate second chances. Bryan is outside the top 300 with regards to rebound rate. I think that that's where they lose this game. I said New Hampshire is a 4-point favorite, going to be willing to lay the number. This is a bunch that is led by Clarence Daniels, who's been able to give you 20.5 points, 9.5 boards, shooting 40% from 3 in New Hampshire. As a collective, they're shooting about 35.5% from the outside with New Hampshire. I'm not saying that the 3-point shooting defense is amazing, but it is one of the better ones that you're going to find out there in the AEC. New Hampshire is allowing opponents to make just 28% of their threes. That is actually really, really good. So this is actually amazing. Never mind. But that said, when it comes to having Jackson Baker down low, being able to give you right around about 5.5 rebounds per game, and being led by a very good facilitator, shooting 38% from 3-point range, you're able to get 15.5 points, 5.5 assists, 4.5 boards out of Ahmad Robinson. I do think that New Hampshire is going to be able to take it to a Bryan team that is very top-heavy themselves. Sharif Gross-Bullock is able to give you about 19.5 points, nearly 5 boards, shoots 39.5% from 3 for a Bryan team that they do shoot 36% from 3, but they also shoot 65.5% of the free throw line. That's one of the worst marks that you're going to find in all of college basketball. Bryan, when it comes to guarding the 3-point arc, it's been very good for them as well. They're about 41st in the country, so both of these teams that shoot it well from 3. They also defend the 3 well as well. This is a pair of teams teams that they've been able to do a nice job of being able to crank up their offense a little bit more, but I do like the way that this New Hampshire team has been playing a whole heck of a lot more. This New Hampshire team, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, right around about 228th in the country. Bryant is right around about 298th. It's just a case of where they can't get the ball inside. Earl Timberlake has been able to bring Syracuse back, be able to give you about 8.5 rebounds per game, and Rafael Pinzon shoots 37% from three. He's been able to give you about a steal. He's been able to chip in their double figures, and as a matter of fact, each of your top 5 scores for Bryant are able to generate at least a steal per contest, but New Hampshire, I think, does a better job of being able to take care of the ball and gets the job done. Did somebody total 158, looking at the under with the way that both of these teams guard the three, and willing to lay it with New Hampshire. We wrap things up with 306-6 IT, 306-620. North Alabama plays host to Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky, a 1-point road favorite. Total on this game is 150.5. Rode with North Alabama for a DK Network write-up earlier in the week. Not going to make it a write-up or anything like that. The numbers weren't available when I was doing my write-up, but that's it with North Alabama. I'm going to lay the number and taking them outright on the money line. I did set them as a 5.5-point favorite. Very surprised that they opened up as a 1-point underdog, as you've got an Eastern Kentucky team that is in the bottom 5 nationally in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and this is a North Alabama team that is able to stroke it from 3-point range. You've got Jakari Lane, who's done a nice job of being able to facilitate offense, 14 points, 4 assists, shooting about 35.5% from 3-point range for a core that they do shoot 35% from the outside. It's a North Alabama team that dealt with injuries to KJ Johnson, Dallas Howell. Both of these guys missed multiple games. Both of these guys top 5 scorers for the team, especially Johnson, was able to give you about 13 points per contest, now shooting about 35.5% from 3. This is a North Alabama team that, at home, they're a top 110 team with regards to field turnovers on per possession basis. In Eastern Kentucky, they really do look to generate turnovers. They are a team that they generate about 7.5 steals per game, and then Isaiah Kozar actually leads the country in blocks per contest, 4.2 blocks, nearly 10 boards, 15.5 points per game. But that said, despite the fact that Kozar does such a good job of being able to get blocks, this Eastern Kentucky team is not a very good team on the glass. Eastern Kentucky is about 145th with regards to rebound rate. You'd expect that to be a whole heck of a lot better. It's a North Alabama team that is going to lose that battle down low at more around 200th, but they're a much better rebounding team when they are at home. And for Eastern Kentucky, they shoot about 33% from 3, but big bugaboo for them, they shoot 66% the free throw line. In a closeout spot, that has to make you very nervous about this team. It is the Eastern Kentucky team that certainly has been able to crank up their offense, 80-plus points in 2 of their last 3 games, but this is a North Alabama team that all of a sudden they've been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to find a little bit of offense, as well as this is a North Alabama team that overall for the season averaging about 76 points per contest, and I do think that North Alabama going to lay it on an Eastern Kentucky team that's given up all sorts of 3-point shooting, and then you've got Damian Forrest also able to give you about 8.5 rebounds per game, so it is a spot where I did set my total 159.5. I think you get a plentiful amount of points looking at the over and taking North Alabama outright on the money line. Now wrap things up for the Saturday edition of Coast to Coast Hoops, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. If you do like to hear from this fine podcast, Coast to Coast Hoops, you're able to subscribe wherever you get your podcast. Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Spotify, Stitcher, and TuneIn. If you have a question, comment, segment idea, whatever for this podcast, you do have one of 2 ways we offer those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at @GNet_81. Keep in mind, letters CM. Maybe it does not matter. As per usual, please do send these into the timeline. Other ways, find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast. Find that 5-star review coming at you guys every single day throughout the college basketball season. That means I'm coming at you once again tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in.
If you work in quality control at a candy factory, you know strict safety regulations come with the job. It's why you partner with Grainger. Grainger helps you find the high quality and compliant products your business needs to inspect, detect, and help correct issues. And the sweetest part is, everyone gets a product that's as safe to eat as it is delicious. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.